It's the boxing champion. Judging from the unique identification of the distress signal, it was Iron Fist, the model of the boxing champion. Liao's pupils constricted violently. Hunting Falcon locked onto Iron Fist, while he sent telepathic thoughts to read the more detailed distress messages. As the data and information flowed in, the awkward situation of Iron Fist and the broken parameters of the Starship appeared on the mainframe crystal processor of Falcon. The boxing champion was truly unlucky. His starship did not jump to the rainbow dust belt outside of the ancient giants like other starships did. Instead, as Liao had feared, it directly jumped to the newly generated Ring the Stone belt. The cosmic dust the size of sand was enough to collapse a starship that had just jumped out of the four-dimensional space, not to mention meteorites the size of fingernails and fists. They were like 10,000 cannonballs that were bombarding every corner of Iron Fist. No human captain could deal with such a dense rain of bullets. Chances were that the starship would break up the moment they jumped out of the four-dimensional space. Thankfully, the information lifeform named Fist King had planned the route and the defense of the spiritual shield with his amazing computational ability. He had also manipulated the mustard-level adhesive to repair the damage at a high efficiency. That was how he managed to maintain 30% of the impetus of Iron Fist and complete the soul-stirring landing. But as soon as he entered the stone belt, a new problem occurred. Their landing spot was too close to the ancient star. It had been captured by the enormous gravity of the planet and was falling toward the surface of the planet. If they had 100% impetus or even more than 50%, they might have been able to escape. But right now, he was only left with 30% of the impetus. Besides, the structure of the starship was seriously damaged. He did not dare overload the power unit at all. Like a drowning man in a swamp, the more he struggled, the faster he would sink. He could only watch himself sinking deeper and deeper until he was swallowed by the darkness. Through the remote monitoring system, Liao could see that all the parameters of the power units on Iron Fist had turned into orange, crimson, and black, followed by a pale, dead gray. He seemed to be able to hear the noises of the power units exploding and being paralyzed and the main structure of the starship being twisted and broken due to metal fatigue. There was no force that could stop the fall of Iron Fist. They would either fall into the ocean of methane and hydrogen from the ancient giants and be crushed into iron lumps less than 100 meters in diameter from several kilometers long, or they would be swallowed by the lightning. The fragile structure of the warship would be torn apart together with the flesh and blood of the human beings. The latter way was more straightforward. Punching King, and the interference of the magnetic field was too severe. Even though Liao's Hunting Falcon was closest to the Fist King's Iron Fist, it still took him a lot of effort to reach out to the other party through point-to-point communication. What's the situation on your side? Is there any hope of escape? Launch the escape capsule now. I'll meet you in the periphery of the stone belt. It's useless. The other side of the communication channel was silent for a long time. There was nothing but rattling noises, as if a super sandstorm had just broken out. The Fist King's voice was intermittent. The interior of the starship is seriously damaged. Many people are injured and unable to reach their escape capsules. The escape zone has been pierced through by the meteor shower, too. Most of the escape capsules have been destroyed. It is not enough for all the crew members to escape. Even if they board the escape capsules, the power and plate armor of the escape capsules are not enough to get rid of the gravity of the ancient planet and the storm inside the rings. There is no way that they can escape. What about you? Liao felt that his nose and his heart were aching at the same time. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You can get out, can't you? What are you waiting for? Release yourself now. It will be too late if you are late." Different from ordinary human beings, the boxing champion was essentially a super-large database. It did not have a real body. Although it required a supercrystal processor to maintain the efficiency of the database, such crystal processors were not only available on Iron Fist but also on other starships. In other words, the Fist King had multiple clones that were stored on different starships. Even if Iron Fist failed, he could still be reborn as long as he sent out a lot of data in time. At best, his computational ability and logical thinking ability would be slightly reduced, and he would lose part of the memory data. However, the information lifeforms were both strong and weak. The launch of the data depended on the rhythm of the spiritual waves. However, the closer they were to the atmosphere of the ancient giants, the more intense the spiritual interference would be, and the more likely they would encounter the terrifying ionizing magnetic storm. If the core database of the boxing champion was swallowed by the ionizing magnetic storm when it was launched, they would be doomed forever. 1 second of delay equaled to 1 second of risk. Liao had no idea what the Fist King was waiting for. Time was of the essence. It was impossible for him to repair Iron Fist. He would only be wasting his precious computational ability and hope of survival. "I can't leave yet." Amid the intense interference, the Fist King's deep voice came over. "I'm trying to stabilize Iron Fist and resist the gravity of the ancient star before the fuel runs out, so that it can stay above the atmosphere of the ancient star longer." "Why?" Confused, Liao was more than anxious. "Judging from the damage data of Iron Fist, it is impossible for you to repair it. What's the point of a stalemate above the methane atmosphere of an ancient star when you escaped with its own impetus?" "Yes," the Fist King said calmly. "Our situation is very bad. Many experts and scholars on board are dead. Those who are still alive understand that they don't have long to live, but they don't want to die meaninglessly. These people, especially the astronomers, beg me to try to maintain the stability of Iron Fist so that they can have more time to scan and study the internal data of the ancient giants. You know that human beings rarely had the opportunity to approach such a super-large, unstable planet, much less observe and study its data. The astronomers on Iron Fist want to take the opportunity to collect more data and send it to your Falcon. The data will fill the gap of mankind's research on the giant planets and give you more hope for your future exploration. At the very least, the more you know about the ancient giants, the more likely you will be able to deal with the accident and escape, won't you? I think what the scholars said makes a lot of sense. So, how should we put it in the language of human beings? Play with your highness at the risk of your life? Yes, that's it. Liao, don't worry about me. I will seize the last opportunity to send out my core database. Right now, you just need to make sure that the reception unit of Hunting Falcon is functioning normally and that all the data sent from Iron Fist is collected. All the experts and scholars here are gritting their teeth and making sure that their beliefs are firm and their souls are clear. Before they are torn apart by the planet, collect as much data as possible and send it over." Liao was greatly moved. He did not expect such an answer. Very soon, the data about the ancient giants, the constituents of the atmosphere, the frequency and intensity of the ionizing thunderstorms, the different densities and gravity of the planets flooded into Hunting Falcon through the stone belts. Liao's eyes were somewhat red. He seemed to be able to see the scenes on Iron Fist. The experts and scholars, the astronomers, the spiritual energy scientists, the meteorologists, and the authorities of the basic subjects who were too weak to fight back, all knew that they would not be able to run away from the disaster. They knew that they were about to meet the most brutal doom, but they did not waste even a second to lament or grieve. They widened their eyes, bit their lips, and made up their mind to show their determination and pride as the only weapons they had left in front of their most formidable enemy, the ancient giants. Human beings could be annihilated, but they could never be defeated. Even at the last second of their lives, they had to figure out the mysteries of the universe. It was the belief of the scholars. Whether it was the Federation or the Imperium, whether it was the cultivators or the immortal cultivators, the scholars, especially the top scholars in basic subjects, were often the most special and the purest people. The reason was simple. Even if an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage was interested in astronomy, they wouldn't scheme against each other, fight for power, and kill each other like the combat-type immortal cultivators did. It was too childish, too stupid, and too boring to ask the astronomers to look back and indulge in the petty benefits of hairless monkeys when they were used to the changes of the universe billions of years ago. At the last moment of their lives, both the scholars of the Federation and the Imperium released the most glamorous fire of life and turned into the eyes of all mankind, trying to see more of the magnificence and mystery of the universe. This was the significance of their existence. With dazzling brilliance, Iron Fist finally stopped falling, however. The attraction force of the ancient star and the impetus of the starship made the metal fatigue of the main structure of the starship soar. Everybody could tell that the boxing champion would not last long. The tears in Liao's eyes almost melted into magma. The parameters of the ancient star collided with those of Iron Fist. They found the only possibility from the countless impossibilities. Punching King. Liao roared. Hold on. I'm coming to save you. I'm coming to save you. Don't come close. The Fist King's calm voice finally broke the ice. He was somewhat surprised. The meteorites and the ionizing magnetic storms here are too intense. One moment of carelessness, and you will fall into the gravity swirl of the ancient giants. You cannot joke around with the lives of everybody on Hunting Falcon. We have a backup plan. In such a situation, we can only abandon the starships that are in desperate straits. I know. Liao grinned, revealing his white teeth. Therefore, it was not Falcon but me who came to your rescue. You're crazy. The Fist King's crystal processor seemed to be crackling in the communication channel. He immediately understood Liao's plan. You are going to rescue us by breaking through the stone belts with the giant god soldier and infiltrating the gravity ring of the ancient giants? That's impossible. Iron Fist is too heavy for a single giant god soldier such as yourself. Even Incendiary, the toughest giant god soldier in the Pangu universe, won't work. You will only exhaust the fuel of the giant god soldier, damage its structure, and be swallowed by the ancient giants together with us. Besides, the structure of Iron Fist is too fragile. Your Incendant will not only fail to push us out of the gravity ring, but also destroy the structure of Iron Fist and dismantle us in advance. Therefore, all the experts and scholars here appreciate your kindness, but there is no need for you to do such a meaningless thing as to be buried together with Iron Fist. Why are you so pessimistic? In the war against the universe, every bit of our hard work is not meaningless. Liao smiled. He pressed the handrail softly and leaned against the back of the seat, activating the traps hidden inside the seat. Suddenly, the seat shivered and turned into a floating platform, sliding all the way to the preparation workshop of the giant god soldier and allowing him to enter the arsonist's residence directly. Little Black, the liquid crystal processor for the giant god soldier, covered him up as naturally as a fish breathing in water. Liao completed the transition from a starship to a giant god soldier and connected to the Fist King's channel again. He continued, of course, one arsonist is not enough to save Iron Fist. However, if dozens or even hundreds of giant god soldiers are deployed, some of which will appear in certain locations on the shell of Iron Fist as auxiliary power units according to my delicate calculations, while some others will be responsible for blocking the screaming meteoroids in the stone belts and creating an undisturbed vacuum temporarily, there is a slim chance that we can drag Iron Fist back. Such a possibility is too unlikely. How many exos will agree to your crazy decision? The Fist King's voice was full of suspicion and objection. Besides, the spiritual interference is so intense right now. Have you reached out to all the starships and established an unimpeded battle network? Will the experts, especially the immortal cultivators of the Imperium of True Human Beings, agree to your crazy plan if you can get the approval of hundreds of operators of the giant god soldiers? Well, I think so. Liao scratched his nose. Anyways, I've sent out the distress signal and the description of the situation. The interference of the electromagnetic force is indeed too strong. Therefore, the battle network will be delayed for sure. I believe that the controllers of the giant god soldiers, be they cultivators or immortal cultivators, will come to help in a few minutes. What? The boxing champion found it hard to believe. You mean to say that you haven't gotten the consent and tacit understanding of anybody, and you don't know whether or not somebody will fight side by side with you, and you are going to risk it all? You are truly a lunatic. A complete lunatic. Same to you. Liao mumbled. Like you said, I'm willing to risk my life for you. No matter what, I cannot stand by and watch the real elites of the human civilization be annihilated in the gravity swirl of the ancient giants. Chi, chi, chi. The three airtight doors were opened one after another. Before that, the pyromaniacs had already burst into flames and leapt into the furious sea of stars. Don't come close, Liao. The boxing champion roared. You can't save us. It's not worth it. I don't care whether it is worth it or not. I only care about the satisfaction. I'm already here. The arsonist turned into a streak of brightness in dark gold and crimson and crossed the distance of tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, entering the extremely unstable stone belt. Thousands of pieces of meteoroids rushed close, only to be crushed and obliterated by Liao's surging spiritual flames. They seemed to be dragging a crimson cloak that was tens of thousands of kilometers long behind the arsonist. Now, even without his communication, the friendly starships far away could detect the abnormal energy reactions in the stone belts and sense his intentions. Do you know why I've always been lazy and don't want to spar with you? Do you know why I push and dodge nascent soul stage cultivators and even divinity transformation stage cultivators whenever I can? Inside the arsonist, Liao was laughing crazily. The smile on his face seemed to have turned into the aura of a giant soldier. Everything in front of him, be it the meteoroids and meteoroids dozens of meters in diameter, the high-energy particle streams, the super radiation, or even the electric arcs spurting out of the atmosphere of the ancient star, were all slashed into pieces and vaporized. It's not that I'm underestimating the heroes of the world, and it's not because I'm confident that I can deal with the hundreds of nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators at the same time. It's because I've lost all interest in fighting against my compatriots human beings. Even if I defeat all the human beings and become the strongest of them, so what? In front of the boundless universe, I'm still a speck of dust, the biggest, most meaningless speck of dust. Human beings are no longer my targets. The universe is my enemy. Fighting against the heaven and the earth can be a lot of fun. I'm not just here to rescue you. I'm also fighting against the silly giant, the ancient star. Come on, Gu Gaoxing. Give it your all and release your strongest attraction force. Let's see if you can swallow me or I can take back Iron Fist right under your nose. Liao laughed crazily. The cloak on his back seemed to have turned into a red tassel that was ready to throw a gun. He was not scared at all and darted toward the struggling Iron Fist, or the gravity ring and even the atmosphere of the ancient giants. Chi! 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 Swish! 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 Squeak, squeak, squeak. The closer they got to the ancient star, the more chaotic the magnetic field was, and the more intense the spiritual interference was. A lot of invisible high-energy particles even pierced through the spiritual shields and the composite plate armor of the larcenist. They even pierced through Little Black and Liao's skin, muscles, and bones. Liao's ears were filled with the noise of interference and the metal fatigue of the giant god soldier. Many of his cells had been burnt by the high-energy particle stream, and his vigorous vitality had stagnated. But he gritted his teeth and pressed on, as if he were going against a super hurricane. Finally, in a sea of lightning that was almost boiling, he saw Iron Fist. Right now, Iron Fist was as miserable as a shark that had been skinned. But at the very least, its main structure was still intact, and there were no large-scale eruptions of materials and fuel. The few spurts on its abdomen and rear were still spurting lackluster flames. Not far below Iron Fist, in the surging cloud of methane, thick bolts of lightning darted out like the arms of devils. Attracted by the spiritual shield and the spurting flames, they snatched at Iron Fist and brushed past its abdomen at a close distance. Punching King! Liao exclaimed in joy. He steered the arsonist to the head of Iron Fist and fired dozens of crystal cannons into the atmosphere of the ancient star to slow down the new thunderstorm. Without waiting for the Fist King's reply, the arsonist stuck to the head of Iron Fist, which was falling down. The output power of the power unit was triggered to the maximum, and thousands of streams of brightness spurted out, trying to catch Iron Fist and push it away. Iron Fist was a very new arsenal warship. It was one of the largest and highest quality warships in the entire exploration fleet and more than 3 kilometers long. In comparison, the arsonist was no taller than 40 meters. He was like an ant trying to lift a giant bone. In only a few seconds, the joints of the arsonist exploded, and the exhaust flames turned pale because of the excessive consumption of crystal fuel. His arms pierced into the plate on the head of Iron Fist. What are you doing exactly? The boxing champion could not wait to take out a hammer from the mechanical arm and extend it into the spiritual residence of the arsonist, to smack Liao's head. This is not a fight but a suicide. Nobody is going to go crazy with you. Do you understand? Of course, I understand. Liao was fighting against the supergravity and the electromagnetic waves of the ancient star all by himself. Blood was flowing out of his nose and the corner of his mouth. But the intense blood could not erase the confidence in his smile at all. It's you. You just don't understand. Fist King. That's all. The operation to explore the ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the divine tomb, the Black Tomb, will certainly encounter countless more perilous situations and temptations that no righteous man can resist. However, our team is made of 3 different forces. Although we have gone through training, we are far from being united. If we had just jumped over and abandoned our comrades on the Starship during the first crisis, we would have been doomed. Nobody would have been willing to rescue anybody who was in danger again. Everybody would have been thinking about how to save themselves and the most valuable treasures of the Supreme Emperor, the Pangu clan, and the makers of the Black Wall. Do you understand now? An adventure team made of smart people won't go far. Somebody has to play the role of a lunatic and an idiot first. They have to sacrifice themselves without any regret, without caring about the returns. The experts and scholars on board have become idiots in the beginning, but it is still not enough. The number of idiots is not enough for the entire team to complete the qualitative change. So, let me add to the fire. I don't just want to save the people on the Starship. I also want to save something in the hearts of the experts. Something that has never been awakened but must exist. Those things are the key to our mission. Boom! Along with Liao's roar, the output power of the arsonist increased again, far beyond its capacity. Dozens of flames that looked like wings spurted out of his back. The crimson flames were raging, as if he were declaring war on an ancient giant that was right in front of him. The downward momentum of Iron Fist was indeed suppressed by Liao alone. The new arsenal warship was even rising higher and higher, driven by the Incendant, trying to get rid of the terrifying gravity trap. Pooh! Such an unbelievable technique naturally required a high price. Liao felt that countless high-energy particle streams and invisible electric arcs were shooting at him from the atmosphere of the ancient star. They pierced through the giant soldier and his chest, burning his internal organs and making him vomit a mouthful of black blood. But he continued resisting the gravity of the planet and raised Iron Fist by an inch, and another inch. Liao, Vulture, Black Wind King. Everybody on Iron Fist knew that Liao had come to the rescue by himself. They were all dazed for a moment when they saw the intimidating figure of the arsonist through the monitoring crystal cameras. Especially the astronomers and spiritual energy researchers from the Imperium of True Human Beings. In the Imperium where the strong were respected, although the non-battle type immortal cultivators could reach the nascent soul stage and enjoy a certain social status, they had never dared to hope that a battle-type immortal cultivator would rescue them at the critical moment. Why? Many immortal cultivators were confused. Why would they sacrifice their important lives to save insignificant people such as themselves? In any case, before the question was answered, hot streams were already flowing out of the deepest part of their hearts and flowing through their bodies, triggering every cell in their body and releasing the heat from their pores. Even Liao has dedicated himself to the battle. We must not admit defeat. So what if the ancient star is strong? At least for now, we are still alive. If we are alive, we will fight without stopping. Fellow cultivators, let's fight until the last moment in our posts. The Fist King's roar that was as hard as steel also sounded the horn to charge deep inside Iron Fist. A shocking scene played out. Faced with the enormous planet that was about to crush them, everybody was not scared at all. Taking a deep breath, they released the most brilliant brilliance of their belief and gave them endless courage and strength. Dragging their wounded bodies, the astronomers rushed to the front of the crystal processor and released probe balls into the methane atmosphere of the ancient star. They seized the remaining time to collect and analyze the data inside the gas planet and infer whether or not it boasted a liquid layer or even a dense solid core. In the meantime, The spiritual energy scientists captured the super radiation and high-energy particle streams released by the ancient giants and analyzed the lightning and thunder in the methane atmosphere, trying to find the pattern of the furious magnetic field so that they could conquer the ancient giants. The best medical specialists of mankind, on the other hand, focused their attention on the patients and even inserted sharp examination chips into their bodies. As the radiation grew stronger and the gravity became higher and higher, they recorded a series of detailed data of their own slow failure and death. Such data would certainly be of great benefit for the future human beings to survive and fight in high-gravity and super-strong environments. In the meantime, the warriors put on their crystal suits, picked up the materials for repairing and strengthening, and rushed out of the cabins to reinforce the broken shell of Iron Fist. They were trying to buy more time in front of the chainsword wielded by the Grim Reaper so that more plug-in auxiliary power units would be connected. Liao, let us help you. Many warriors lunged to Liao's side and extended their arms. 2. They embedded themselves into the shell of Iron Fist and boosted the power output of the crystal suit to the maximum, providing a small, feeble, upward, and bright force for Iron Fist. Liao, we've done everything we could. Now, let's see if more people will help us, the boxing champion mumbled. It will. It will. Believe in me. Believe in mankind. Believe in the future. Believe in hope. Liao's teeth were ground again, but the smile on his face was so bright that they seemed to be burning. It is our duty to fight until the moment of hope comes. Boom! The crazy overloading finally triggered the consequences. One of the power units on the back of the arsonist suddenly exploded into a giant fireball surrounded by electric arcs. One of the wings made of flames was immediately broken. The imbalance of the impetus caused Iron Fist to lean to the right. The screeching noises of metal fatigue were more piercing than ever. Visible cracks appeared on the shell of the starship. Pushed by the imbalance of pressure inside and outside, a lot of materials and fuel spurted out like blood. If such a gap was not fixed in time, it was very likely that it would expand until the entire starship was cut in half. Hurry up and repair it. Countless screams burst out inside the crystal suits. All the crew members rushed to the crevice, trying to block it with their flesh and blood. They will come. They will come. They will come. They will definitely come. Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost shedding tears of blood. His lips were torn apart by the sharp teeth, and his blood was flowing to his chest, which was fluctuating fast. His brain cells were almost exploding. He calculated the new dynamic balance posture after he lost a power point and tried to resist Iron Fist again. However, the attraction force of the ancient star was too strong. He felt that the Iron Fist on his shoulder was getting heavier and heavier, as if a real planet was pressing on his shoulder. Even if a real planet falls, I will still push you back. Liao roared and exerted his strength again to fight against the planets, the world, and the universe. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to have collapsed and turned into an empty battlefield. The only thing left was the tug-of-war between him and the ancient star. Just as his consciousness was becoming more and more fuzzy and his entire body was gradually sinking, a sharp roar pierced through his brain. Liao, what are you doing exactly? Why didn't you tell me you were going to take the risk? It was not the boxing champion's voice, but Ding Lingdong's. Was it an auditory hallucination? You are playing with your own life without my permission. You are getting more and more unbelievable. No, it was not an illusion. It was indeed a voice from the communication channel. The communication distance of the giant god soldier was limited. Since he could hear Ding Lingdong's voice so clearly, it meant that she must be very close. Liao was wild with joy. He was practically dancing with joy as he shouted at the top of his voice, disregarding everything. Honey, help me! Honey, help me! Honey, come and save me! Ding Lingdang appeared in the Red Fire Dragon King. Boss Bai showed up in a thief. Long Yongjun appeared in the Heaven Crystal. Yen Liren and the experts of the ancient saint world, as well as Liao's senior brothers Peng Hai, as well as Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, all appeared in the sky of the furious atmosphere of the ancient star. Their sharp eyes pierced into the depths of the planet where the lightning and the red spots were raging. What a furious magnetic field and ionosphere. It seems that the main elements that make up the ancient giants must contain several kinds of highly radiating crystals in order to turn the atmosphere of the planet into a swirl of fury and chaos. Boss Bai said. Iron Fist has fallen deep into the atmosphere and will be tied up by the lightning at any moment. Under such circumstances, it must be calculated very precisely before it can be pushed out again. Everybody must work together. Meng Qi thought to himself. Our manpower seems to be insufficient. It will be terrible if the immortal cultivators of the Imperium stand by and watch us die on purpose so that they can take advantage of us. Peng Hai pondered for a moment and said, So, we need to discuss this matter further. Before they had the chance to make plans, Ding Lingdang had already rushed down on her red fire dragon king. Liao, don't run. I'm coming. Boss Bai, Meng Qixin. Peng Hai, the father of the Federation and the previous speaker of the Federation, had both rushed down to rescue him. Did they have a second choice? Ancient giant planet? Interesting. Yen Liren smiled. Looking at the lightning and thunder on the surface of the planet, there was intense excitement in his eyes. He licked his lips and said, I would very much like to know whether or not a sword can cut through gravity when it is fast enough. He rushed down. Amitba. Impulsive. Too impulsive. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. He shook his head and rushed down too. Liao. You are truly the greatest clown in the history of the Federation. Fiend Blade Peng Hai, Liao's senior brother, smiled bitterly and rushed down too. Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun looked at each other and saw the tacit understanding in each other's eyes. They both rushed down. With these people taking the lead, how could the remaining operators of the giant soldiers stand by and watch? They dived down one after another. Very soon, only Boss Bai and Long Yangjun, the two experts who were subtly neutral and uninvolved, were left. Boss Bai looked at Long Yangjun. Why are you looking at me? Long Yangjun wrinkled his nose. Do you think that I'm a brainless fool such as Liao who would take unnecessary risks when his blood is boiling? You've got to be kidding me. The environment down there is too harsh. Even all the experts of the Federation might not be able to rescue Iron Fist, unless the experts of the Imperium come to his rescue one after another. Is that possible? Do you think that the selfish immortal cultivators would sacrifice their lives for such meaningless things? Foolish. How idiotic. Is he stupid? Yes. It is probably the first impression that many people have when they see Liao, including me in the beginning. Boss Bai smiled and said, However, if you think about it carefully, so many big shots who were 100 times smarter and stronger than him have all fallen. Only he, this unbelievably stupid, hot-blooded high school student, has walked all the way to this day, to the peak of the Pangu universe's strongest experts. It's really luck and coincidence. Long Yangjun thought of something and asked, Boss Bai, what are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that Liao is a smart man. He seems to be taking reckless risks, but in fact, he has taken all the factors into consideration. He knows that nobody, not just the cultivators of the Federation, but also the immortal cultivators of the Imperium, will abandon him. Boss Bai said casually, The reason is simple. He has half of the key to open the core gate of the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, as well as a lot of information scraps from the database of the Fuxus. Also, Xiao Ming and Wen are both on his side. It is impossible for them to turn a blind eye to his death. It is safe to say that he is of great value. If he dies in this place, the exploration will fail before it even begins. The exploration team could bear the loss of Iron Fist, but they could not bear the consequences of Liao's premature death. It was exactly because of this that he took his own life as a bargaining chip to force the immortal cultivators to rescue him. Why did you have to do that? I think that he is trying to force the immortal cultivators to have a taste of sacrificing one's own life for another's. There's a saying that goes, one will know the taste when one has tasted the marrow. Many things can be addictive after they are tested. Doing evil, burning, killing, and looting can be addictive. Being a good person and saving other people's lives can be addictive, too. Long Yangjun was deep in thought. What do you think? Do you want to help me? Boss Bai asked. Are you really going to take action? Long Yongjun looked at Boss Bai in disbelief. The infamous pirate potentate. Don't get me wrong. Of course, I don't want to be a good man who has no regrets. However, in most cases, the unity and sacrifice of human beings have nothing to do with morality and everything to do with common interests. Boss Bai said, the simplest reason is that when you go to the pivot of the Supreme Emperor's tomb or even the Black Wall and find an unparalleled ancient treasure that can grant a person the unparalleled power of a deity for a moment, and when you have to pass the last, most dangerous checkpoint that might seriously wound you, who do you want to stand behind you? Liao, Ding Lingdang, and the other cultivators? Or me, the notorious space pirate? Or the immortal cultivators of the Imperium? Long Yongjun squinted and rolled his eyes. A moment later, he shuddered. All right, she had to admit. Not just Liao, even Ding Lingdang, who is standing behind me, seems to be safer than you or the immortal cultivators of the Imperium. At the very least, if Ding Lingdang wants to fight, she will only punch me in the face instead of stabbing me in the back. That's right, Boss Bai said frankly. I also hope that Liao or Ding Lingdang will be standing behind me instead of you and the immortal cultivators of the Star Ocean Imperium when I discover the ultimate treasures in the deepest part of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. That will be the reason why I want Liao to be alive, and maybe the reason why he is still alive and kicking today. Come on, let's try Liao's method. Maybe you will like it, too. After finishing his speech, Boss Bai smiled and charged at Iron Fist on the back of the extreme pirate. Long Yongjun was dazed for a long time before she laughed at herself. All right, she mumbled to herself. Compared to the smart immortal cultivators of the Imperium of true human beings, you idiots from the Federation are much cuter. If you idiots all perished on the ancient giants, I wouldn't have dared to explore the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor with the smart people. Then let me have a taste of being an idiot. Long Yongjun's sky crystal seemed to have built a bridge of crystals in the vacuum of the universe. It was also like a giant arrowhead that was pointing at Iron Fist. Not far away, countless shining light spots broke through the furious stone belts, too. They were the best experts and soldiers of the Imperium of true human beings who had come from various directions. The immortal cultivators' faces were gloomy, and they were all staring at Iron Fist and the soldiers of the Federation not far away in confusion. From this angle, the raging red flares on the ancient giants looked like a surging ocean, and Iron Fist was nothing more than a dry leaf in the middle of a surging ocean that could be smashed into pieces at any moment. Including Liao, the giant god soldiers of the Federation were as insignificant as plankton, struggling against the thunderstorms and the raging tides. Any wave larger than 10% was enough to swallow them. Are they crazy? It was the first reaction of all the immortal cultivators. They really had no idea what Liao and the other cultivators were doing and why they were trying so hard to jump into the gravity rings and atmosphere of the ancient giants to fight the enemies that they could never defeat. However, before their rational thoughts were sorted out, the magnificent picture of them fighting the heaven and the earth with their lives at stake had touched the primitive, and barbaric instincts deep inside their beliefs. The picture of the confrontation between the cultivators of the Federation and the ancient planet was exactly the same as the scene when human beings drilled wood for fire, polished stone axes and spears, and went on a rampage. Isn't the so-called strongest expert supposed to resist the tyranny of the heaven and the earth, explore the laws of nature, surpass their own limits, fight for a broader space of survival for their clansmen, and pave a path of thousands of forms? The only thing he knew how to do was bully his compatriots. He was a tyrant in front of his own kind, but when he was faced with the threat of thunder, he would tremble and kneel down, begging for mercy. What kind of hero was that? Right now, the communication network between the immortal cultivators and the cultivators had been established. But on the other side of the communication channel, the only thing that could be heard was the panting of the cultivators and the roars of the primordial animals. There were no cultivators begging for the help of the immortal cultivators, nor were there any cultivators berating the immortal cultivators for their selfishness or for not doing anything to help. They were all focused on their own actions, as if they had foreseen that the immortal cultivators would not do anything and that they would be able to defeat the ancient superstar even without the immortal cultivators. The gasps and roars hit every immortal cultivator's belief like invisible whips. They had been ignored. Humiliation. Ignorance was 100 times more humiliating than berating. In the Civil War of the Imperium, the brilliant achievements of the Federal Expedition Army had brought great shame to all the immortal cultivators. Those who still had some pride were all pondering why the glory of the Imperium and the immortal cultivators had fallen to such an extent. In front of their eyes, the crazy adventures of the cultivators and their disregard for the immortal cultivators slapped every immortal cultivator hard in the face, making their cheeks and hearts burn in pain. They vaguely knew the answer. Damn. Are the cultivators crazy? Where did they get their courage from? What are they doing? Are they trying to resist the enormous gravity of the ancient star by themselves? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He knew that there were tigers in the mountains, but he chose to go there. Such stupidity, such craziness, such. The immortal cultivators kept reminding themselves not to follow in the footsteps of the cultivators. Some of them were even sneering at the stupidity of the cultivators. However, the cells on their fingertips, as well as the most primitive energy that was surging in the deepest part of their cells, did not listen to the command of their rational thinking. They were all eager to try. Declaring war against the gargantuan cosmic bodies with the insignificant bodies of human beings. Such an enjoyable battle is the style of the strong. Some of the immortal cultivators couldn't help but moan and admit in great pain that, deep down their hearts, they were actually envious of cultivators who could be so straightforward, so crazy, so idiotic, and so unscrupulous. If the cultivators could do it, why couldn't they? No, they were not the same. They still had the glory and wealth of the mortal world. They still had the soaring power to pursue an overlord. They still had to make their family strong and prosperous forever. They still, but, in front of such a magnificent, splendid, and brutal universe, wealth, beauties, power, and the respect of their family. What was the significance of the things that they had valued so much in the past, and what were they worth fighting for? If the origins were all ants, was it possible that the lifelong pursuit of the experts was to step on the ants, trample on the ants, exploit the ants, and win the admiration and fear of the ants so that they could become the king of ants? Right then, an enormous ball of lightning dashed out of the atmosphere of the ancient star and charged at Iron Fist. All the immortal cultivators exclaimed in shock. They could almost see the miserable ending when Iron Fist was pierced through by electric arcs and magnetic storms, when all the magical equipment was paralyzed and all the impetus was lost. However, an unstoppable sword aura dozens of kilometers long appeared in front of Iron Fist and slashed the ball of lightning into pieces in a perfect arc. The power of one strike was even more impressive. Not only the ball lightning, even the entire ancient star seemed to be cut in half by him. Sword maniac Yen Liren. The attack stung the eyes of many immortal cultivators. In a moment, the understanding deep inside their belief burst out like lightning. Compared to the unparalleled, magnificent sword, fame, fortune, and power are nothing but fleeting clouds. Even a barbarian from a remote area of the Sea of Stars is challenging a planet with nothing but a sharp blade in his hand. What are we immortal cultivators, the elites of human beings who call ourselves the peak of evolution, scared of exactly? While the immortal cultivators were deeply shocked by the cultivators' fearlessness and self-sacrifice, the Emperor and the Empress Dowager of the Imperium of true human beings were also observing quietly not far away. They were both dazzled by Li Yao's craziness and Yen Liren's impudence. Emperor, don't act rashly. A mother knows her son best. Although Li Jialing had not taken any action yet, Li Linghai already knew what the young lion was going to do. He reminded him subconsciously, "It's very dangerous down there. Accidents can happen at any time. If the main structure of Iron Fist collapses, it is very likely that the fuel tanks and the ammunition warehouses will explode. If the giant god soldier is affected by the explosion and loses a lot of impetus or is pushed to the depths of the ancient planet, it will be screwed." I know. Li Jialing watched in a daze. He swallowed hard and mumbled in a voice that was barely audible. "But Empress Dowager, did you know that most of the experts and scholars on Iron Fist are from the Imperium? They are all my subjects and immortal cultivators." "Well, Li Linghai was dazed for a moment and had nothing to say. It was only natural. The experts in astronomy and spiritual energy of the Imperium of true human beings in the center of the Sea of Stars were hundreds of times more than those in the Federation, which was in a remote area. Naturally, the specialists in the exploration team were mostly from the Imperium. But right now, the first, the second, and the third to the 10th were not immortal cultivators but cultivators. Empress Dowager, haven't you and all the other immortal cultivators been pondering the question? Why do you have 100 times more capability? Why do you have countless cultivators in the peak of the nascent soul stage and in the divinity transformation stage? Why do you have the richest planets and the most abundant resources in the Sea of Stars? And why do you have a fleet that is as magnificent as the stars? But in the battle to protect the imperial capital, the Imperium of true human beings was beaten so miserably that its nest was almost destroyed. And why do you have to rely on the cultivators who are far weaker than us to save it? The answer is perhaps right in front of our eyes. Li Jialing smiled, with admiration and envy beaming out of his eyes. He continued, Empress Dowager, honestly speaking, after seeing the performance of the cultivators, don't you want to have such an army, one that is willing to sacrifice everything for their beliefs? Li Ling's heart was beating fast. Of course, no matter how strong the cultivators were, their fighting will and willingness to sacrifice were unparalleled in the world. Which ambitious man wouldn't want such an army? If the belief of the cultivators and the capability of the immortal cultivators were combined, they would definitely be an invincible, ultimate army that could march into the multiverse. But will such an army fall from the sky for no reason? Li Jialing's voice suddenly turned sharp. Should I have done nothing and simply stood by and watched? Should I have ensured that every hair on my body was safe and sound? Would such a loyal, sacrificial army have descended from the sky and pledged their loyalty to me from the bottom of their hearts? No. Such an army, such an unstoppable saber of the human civilization, needs to be trained and polished slowly. Only those who lead the charge and set an example by honing them in person are qualified to be the saber-bearers. Your Majesty. Li Linghai had nothing to say. He could only dryly say, Think before you act. I've already thought twice. Li Jialing said calmly. Empress Dowager, please think carefully and go through the name list of all the immortal cultivators who participated in the operation in your mind. Then, tell me, if you and I are seriously wounded in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and we need help, who do you think is most likely to rescue us at the risk of their own lives? Well, the names and faces of all the immortal cultivators immediately popped up in Li Linghai's head, but his heart suddenly constricted. All the names and faces vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye, replaced by a smiling, cunning, and somewhat cynical face. Is it Li Yao? Li Jialing smiled and said, Empress Dowager, your first thought was Li Yao, right? Li Linghai was silent. Don't you find it ironic? Li Jialing said, so many immortal cultivators, on average, have reached the peak of the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage. They boast amazing skills and unparalleled techniques, and they've all made vows to us and pledged their loyalty to us. But when it comes to the critical moment, the first thing that comes to your mind is not the loyal subjects but Li Yao, who I don't know if he is a citizen of the Imperium, the reckless, the stupid, the naive hot-blooded high school student. How ironic it is. Not only is it ironic for the Emperor and the Empress, it is also the most absurd joke in the history of the Imperium of true human beings. It's been too long. The absurd joke has been hovering over the heads of the immortal cultivators of the Imperium for too long. Empress Dowager, isn't your greatest dream to revolutionize the Imperium? Let's start with crushing the joke and taking the first step of revolution. The dazzling brilliance of the golden lion eclipsed even the halo on its head. All the immortal cultivators sensed the anomaly of the Emperor and were greatly shocked. Your Majesty, Li Linghai shouted, are you really going to save them? If I don't save him now, who will save me in the future? Li Jialing narrowed his eyes. Thousands of streaks of golden brightness beamed out of the giant soldier god, as if 10,000 golden blades had been unfolded. I am the red sun of the universe, the dominator of the universe. I am the immortal king of all the stars in the Pangu universe. In all the universe, be it a black hole, a supernova, a neutron star, a white dwarf, a brown dwarf, a planet, a comet, a nebula, or a vacuum, I am their master. If a small planet can stop me, what kind of emperor of the universe am I? Li Jialing roared. He pointed his gold saber at the ancient star and charged at Iron Fist, slashing the scraps and the invisible magnetic field. Your Majesty. Although most of the immortal cultivators were shocked, they were not prepared to attack at all. They did not expect that their emperor would take the lead. They were all dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. What are you waiting for? Li Linghai had no other options. He roared in the communication channel. The Imperium values battle credits more than anything else. The primordial treasures inside the Mausoleum of Gods must be distributed according to your battle credits. Do you need me to teach you such a simple reason? Do you want to open your mouth and wait for the primordial treasures to fall into your mouth? We vow to follow your Majesty to the end. Immortal cultivators, move out for the final battle against the ancient giants. Hardly had he finished his sentence when Li Linghai accelerated to the maximum speed and followed Li Jialing. Now that the Emperor and the Empress Dowager had set an example, what choice did the remaining immortal cultivators have? It was one thing for all the immortal cultivators to protect themselves and watch the fire from the other side of the lake, but most of them had already sworn their loyalty to His Majesty. If the remaining immortal cultivators pretended that they were smart enough to stand by and watch, they would be committing suicide. It doesn't matter how many people can be rescued. As long as the Emperor and the Empress Dowager can return safe and sound, they will be able to clearly see who are the first-class iron-blooded and loyal officials, and who are selfish and cowardly turtles. Would these cowardly turtles have a good ending? Not only would he not be able to get anything from the ancient treasures, he might even be killed by the Emperor and the Empress Dowager without alarming anyone. In the perilous secret treasure exploration, full of traps, it was quite easy to eliminate the dissidents and clean up the team. Li Jialing might be a beginner, but Li Linghai was definitely an expert in the trade. Just like that, with complicated feelings, the battle-type immortal cultivators who were best at preserving their strength had no choice but to lunge at Iron Fist one after another. Maybe because of the appearance of human beings, or perhaps because of the intense interference of the spiritual energy brought by the surging Titan warriors. A new storm was brewing inside the methane atmosphere of the ancient giant star. The lightning was like a volcanic eruption, which turned into the sharp claws of the devils and snatched at the sky of the gravity ring outside the atmosphere. It was like the ancient superstar was angry, but even the fury of a planet could not swallow the burning will of human beings. He's here. He's here. He's here. Liao vomited blood and laughed crazily. My wife, my senior brothers, Boss Bai, Long Yongjun, Yen Liren, the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, you are all here. Oh, I knew it. I'm not bragging, but my charisma dash. Cut the crap. Ding Lingdang frowned. Even if you are my husband, I would like to kick you into the atmosphere of the ancient giants on behalf of everyone. Well, Liao stammered. All right, reckless or not, since the rescue operation has been carried out, let's try our best to rescue Iron Fist and everyone else. The Fist King's calm voice came over. He had just completed an incredible super complicated calculation with the help of the mainframe crystal processor of Iron Fist. Disregarding the fact that the mainframe crystal processor was about to burn, he sent out parameters and tasks to all the giant god soldiers that were crowding close. Liao, you will deploy 22 giant god soldiers around the shell of Iron Fist as the temporary auxiliary power source. Remember the size and direction of your output propulsion. Make sure that everyone is moving toward the same direction, so that the main structure of Iron Fist will not be damaged. Understood. Colorful numbers were blinking inside Liao's eyes, too. I've calculated everything. Ding Lingdang, Yen Liren, your attack ability is relatively higher. Led 38 giant soldiers of heavy fire and block all the incoming meteoroids in the stone belt. The boxing champion continued. Remember, don't let even a speck of dust break through your defense line. At such a high speed, the collision of any speck of dust is no less than the explosion of a giant cannon. Iron Fist cannot withstand such a collision right now. Rest assured. Yen Liren smiled. Nothing can get away from my sword aura. Not the electric arcs on the ancient giants, nor the dust inside the rings. Emperor, Empress Dowager, lead the remaining giant god soldiers and their crystal suit legions and keep an eye on the atmosphere of the ancient star. The Fist King sent out new data. I have detected that a rarely seen high-energy reaction is raging inside the atmosphere of the ancient giants, especially the giant red spot below our feet. It seems to be a super large-scale and super intense thunderstorm. It does not seem to be a meteorological change of a common planet. Maybe there is something wrong with it. In short, we must be careful. We sensed it too. Li Linghai said solemnly. It is indeed weird. Generally speaking, even if a planet has an atmosphere and an ionosphere, the structure of its magnetic field should not be so unstable. Even though it was affected by the supernova outbreak, the shape of the magnetic field is still too weird. When the furious spiritual waves below the planet are displayed in the form of sound waves, they are like the screams of ghosts in the deepest level of hell. However, even if there are ghosts in the nether spring, we will seal them and make sure that they do not touch Iron Fist at all. Excellent. Then take your places. Keep the spiritual nexus open at all times. I will send a lot of data about Iron Fist to you. The Fist King said, when the power output of Iron Fist is maximized, you will activate it together. Fellow cultivators, I'm counting on you. The hundreds of experts and the warriors who were slightly weaker but equally determined all agreed. At this moment, even the immortal cultivators who were hesitating a moment ago abandoned their distracting thoughts and focused their attention on their fists, weapons, and power units. On the ancient giants, electromagnetism was surging, and planetary rings and meteoroids were roaring. But the anomalies of the universe could not affect them at all. Their attention was focused on the data and countdown that the boxing champion sent over. 3, 2, 1, activate. The Fist King, Li Yao, Ding Lingdang, Li Jialing, and almost 100 other experts roared at the same time. Led by Li Yao, dozens of giant soldiers shouldered Iron Fist. Colorful, thunderous flames spurted out of their backs and melded with the flames on Iron Fist. They stomped on the ancient star and jumped up. The maximum output of the giant god soldier was naturally no match for the enormous starship that was several kilometers long. But the advantage of the giant god soldier was that the steering of the power unit and the adjustment of the output power were much more flexible. The direction and intensity of the impetus could be adjusted according to the structural changes of the starship at any time, in order to ensure that the structure of Iron Fist, which had been seriously damaged in the super high-intensity gravity confrontation, could be kept intact. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches, 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Under the persistence of Li Yao and the dozens of experts, Iron Fist slowly and steadily ascended. The movements of the experts were so gentle that the arms of the giant soldier seemed to have turned into soft feathers, which carried the life and hope of everyone on board. Sensing that they were slowly but surely getting rid of the gravity of the ancient planet, everybody on board cheered. But the cheers only lasted several seconds before they resumed their work. No, their mission in every second. Above Iron Fist, Ding Lingdang, Yen Liren, and dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators formed a solid shield. It was true that the aura did not cover the entire planet. If they had enough time, fuel, and starships, they could have bypassed it from above. But right now, many cabins of Iron Fist were on the verge of destruction. A lot of fuel was escaping and spurting out. Their structure was quite unstable, too, and they could fall apart at any moment. There was no way that they could resist the tearing force when they changed their route. Therefore, they had to force their way into the ring, which was the stone belt. Ding Lingdang, Yen Liren, and the rest of them had to keep their eyes wide open and focus on blocking all the meteoroids and stardust that might hit Iron Fist. Standing in the furious stone belts was like being caught in the fiercest storm of bullets. For madmen such as Ding Lingdang and Yen Liren, it was not torture but excitement. Controlling the giant soldier, Ding Lingdang punched Yen Liren. Yen Liren smiled. He crushed the giant soldier into a ball and hid the sword on his back. Then the dozens of giant god soldiers behind them opened fire at the same time. The dense barrage blew almost all the meteorites into powder, but a lot of the powder was still rushing close at a high speed in dazzling lasers. Ding Lingdong's fist and Yen Liren's long sword were launched at the same time, forming 3 splendid mists of light that attracted all the cosmic dust nearby. 2 colorful swirls seemed to have appeared in front of them and connected them to another space. All the meteoroids, debris, and dust were absorbed. The escape channel has been cleared. Now is the time. Fist King, Liao, come on. Below Iron Fist, the ancient giant seemed to have realized that its prey was about to run away. It was even more furious. Balls of plasma and thunderstorms were thrown out of the raging atmosphere and charged at Iron Fist precisely. Both Liao and his teammates and the boxing champion had poured all their spiritual energy and computational ability into the power unit and the control system. They could neither open the spiritual shield nor adjust the route in time. Therefore, they could only place all their hopes on Li Jialing and Li Linghai. Li Jialing did not disappoint them. He was the first to rush down. The golden aura around him suddenly exploded and turned into thousands of streaks of brightness that darted at the incoming plasma and thunderstorms, triggering and neutralizing the powerful energy reactions in advance so that the enemy would be annihilated after the brilliant light balls expanded. He was rushing so fast and so deep that he was almost swallowed by the giant light ball. Your Majesty! The immortal cultivators were both shocked and awed to see that the Emperor himself was so tough that almost 100 clusters of lightning were slashed apart by him. They gritted their teeth and rushed down. As valiant as the Emperor was, they could only be even more fearless than the Emperor. One by one, they rushed to the front of Li Jialing and unleashed the thunderstorms that belonged to human beings on the ancient giants. More or less, they were restored to the demeanor of the desperados in the early years of the Imperium. Thousands of light balls exploded simultaneously in the halo above his head, below his feet, and in the atmosphere, illuminating the dark vacuum as if it were daylight. No, it was an aurora night that was thousands of times more magnificent than daylight. When Liao and the Fist King were discussing the team list, they had intentionally separated the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. Some of the cultivators and the immortal cultivators went to block the meteoroids, some carried Iron Fist, and some faced the furious ancient giants. Although many cultivators and immortal cultivators were still suspicious and wary of each other, they were still insignificant ants in front of the cosmic torrents and the might of the universe. They could only work together and grit their teeth to save other people while they were rescued by other people. Many immortal cultivators felt a strange yet familiar feeling when they were faced with the rapid meteoroid showers and the furious ocean of lightning. Memories of the past that had been buried for a long time were triggered. Those who could reach the peak of the nascent soul stage or even the divinity transformation stage were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses. They were the cream of the crop. Besides, they had been determined and ambitious since they were young. At that time, which of the genius teenagers had not waved their swords at the sun, slashed at the sky, trained in the most dangerous stone belts, looked at the brilliant stars in the distance, and vowed to conquer the entire universe? Since when had they gradually forgotten their childish dreams? They had learned how to scheme and haggle over every detail. They had learned how to calculate the gains and losses of everything before they attacked. They had learned how to grow eyes behind their heads. They had learned how to hide their true strength by taking a few steps back or even taking a few steps back. They had learned how to be like light and dust. They had even been complacent and thought that this was a sign of maturity? Since when did they change their dream from conquering the sun, the moon, and the stars to conquering their own kind, and from becoming the dominator of the universe to being the head of a family, the chief of a family, the leader of a kingdom, the marquis, the duke, and the heir apparent? Since when had they climbed to an unreachable position and sealed all their dreams, believing that it was impossible for them to climb any higher, only to spend all their time calculating how to eliminate the dissidents and kill the newcomers who were threatening them so that they could maintain their current position at any cost? Election of the Imperium. The election of the Imperium. What was the selection of the Imperium compared to the endless power of a planet or even a supernova? When did they become so timid and gutless? Faced with the magnificence and brutality of the ancient star, the absurd and meaningless years in the minds of most of the immortal cultivators dimmed, but their primitive instincts gradually surfaced. They didn't think or want anything right now. Instead, they punched and slashed in their hysterical roars, focusing their spirit and will on the burning bullets, shells, and bombs and shooting them out. They were going to defeat the ancient star and conquer the entire universe like the vows they made when they were young. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion burst out inside every expert's brain and chest. Almost all their brain cells and internal organs had been blown to pieces. A cluster of visible high-intensity plasma rushed out of the methane atmosphere toward Iron Fist and the experts like a tsunami made of billions of thunderbolts. Well, the phenomenon that apparently violated the common sense of astronomy made all the experts hold their breath. Good. Kill them. Li Jialing roared so hard that his throat was about to be torn apart. Faced with the overwhelming lightning and plasma, he unleashed a dominating aura that even Wuxia, the Black Star Emperor, had never seen before. The aura of his gold saber rushed dozens of kilometers away and split into hundreds of dragons and griffins, attacking the lightning tide. Yes, whatever it is, we are the immortal cultivators, the invincible immortal cultivators, the strongest immortal cultivators in the universe. Kill them all. Led by the Emperor, all the immortal cultivators burnt their life, soul, and blood without caring about anything else. They turned every drop of blood into immense steam and spurted out of their pores, driving the giant god soldiers to perform their ultimate moves. The two tides collided violently, unleashing destructive energy like a solar flare. Li Jialing, Li Linghai, Li Yao, the boxing champion, and even Ding Lingdang and Yan Liren, who were clearing the pathway above them, were pierced through by radiation and particles regardless of whether they were cultivators, immortal cultivators, or information lifeforms. They had a taste of thousands of blades biting them and thousands of arrows piercing their hearts. Crack, crack, crack. Under the baptism of the intense electric arcs and thunderstorms, all the crystal suits, the Titan warriors, and even the power units of Iron Fist were emitting soul-stirring explosions. Many units lost their stability, and many others were burning and paralyzed. The experts all felt that their cells were being corroded by the super radiation. The giant soldier, the crystal suit, and the mustard suit were as thin as paper and could not protect them at all. Even so, they gritted their teeth and persisted. Brother Yao, don't worry about me. I will help you block the lightning. Just push Iron Fist out. Li Jialing gritted his teeth. The skin on his face cracked, revealing the bright gold flesh inside. Believe me, I can do it. All right, I believe you. Liao was overburning, too. Crimson steam was popping up all over his body. Punching King, believe me, too. Keep driving Iron Fist at full speed. We will get out of here. Understood. I believe you, the boxing champion said solemnly. Ding Lingdang, please believe in us, too. Iron Fist is coming. Prepare to receive it. CO. It's ready. Ding Lingdang could not help but burst into tears. She shouted, I believe in you. I believe in all of you. You can do it. Some exos around Iron Fist could not hold on any longer. After spurting blood crazily, they lost consciousness and fell toward the ancient star. But the soldiers below were quick enough to catch the fallen exos one by one. They even connected the unconscious exos to their own soldiers with super alloy cables. They did not know why, but they were all cruel, brutal, and merciless people. There was no kindness or mercy in their eyes. Faced with the overwhelming thunderstorm, they simply did not want any human being to fall into the depths of the damn ancient giants. Not a chance. Not a single one. Ah! Everybody roared furiously again, fighting against the storm, the thunder, and the dominators of the planets. Dad! Punching King! When everyone was caught in a stalemate, two new voices suddenly echoed in the communication channel. Hundreds of light spots darted close from above the ring like fireflies. It was Xiao Ming and 1-1. The landing spot of their starship was the furthest away from the main fleet. It was also the last two starships to receive the signal of the Fist King and Liao's call for help. They did not stop even though they had arrived late. Thankfully, they had arrived at the most critical moment. The two information lifeforms were controlling almost 100 spiritual puppets, respectively. They were even carrying professional plug-in auxiliary power units and portable fuel tanks. In the blink of an eye, they finished the data exchange with the boxing champion. Hundreds of streaks of brightness drew a marvelous curve and stuck to Iron Fist precisely. The new auxiliary power unit spurted out glamorous brilliance. The speed of Iron Fist was significantly higher. "We're saved." Liao was overjoyed. He really wanted to hug Xiaoming and Wen and kiss them hard. He was so relieved that he almost passed out on the spot. But he concentrated the last bit of his will and continued outputting the strongest impetus of the arsonists to speed up Iron Fist. "We're saved." Ding Lingdang took a deep breath to stop the warmth in her eyes from flowing out. She punched at a much higher speed, making sure that every speck of dust among the billions of dusts was obliterated in front of her defense line. "We're saved." Li Jialing also sensed that the radiation and particle streams passing through his body were declining. The young emperor felt like jumping up and down in joy. Like a real tide, the thunderous waves that protruded out of the methane atmosphere retreated helplessly after they failed to conquer the human beings when they reached the peak of their roars. After it completely fell into the atmosphere, a new torrent of plasma rushed out. However, it was no longer as high and mighty as before. Besides, Iron Fist was flying higher and higher, further and further away from the atmosphere and gravity of the ancient star, which meant that it was out of its attack range. Therefore, Li Jialing and all the other experts all took a long breath in relief and eyed the furious opponent with the eyes of a winner. The torrent of plasma brushed past their noses and fell back to the ancient star eventually. But it gradually dispersed in the methane atmosphere and turned into a cluster of ferocious beasts that looked like giant crabs, scorpions, and spiders. It was also like a hideous face that was cursing them maliciously. Seeing this scene, Li Jialing and everyone else was slightly stunned. What was this? Some kind of illusion and coincidence? Couldn't be a living creature with consciousness, right? Although there had been countless kinds of alien species in space, or even man-made ferocious beasts developed by the Pangu civilization that boasted a certain level of intelligence, however, the harsh environment of the ancient giants was not a paradise for life. It was impossible for there to be life in this place, and it was even more impossible for life to be in such a bizarre and terrifying form. It was probably his imagination. No matter what, they had won the battle, and they were going to continue winning just like in the previous battle. Outside the ring in the rainbow dust zone, the ancient giants were particularly tranquil and magnificent after the storm of lightning. The torrents of plasma had swallowed a lot of dust and star chips and transformed them into thousands of spiritual waves that were flowing slowly like glamorous swirls and thousands of glamorous flowers of the universe. But human beings had no time to appreciate the splendid picture. After a moment of surprise, they started their work. Although Iron Fist had been rescued, its shell had been shattered, and there were fatal internal injuries on its framework. Without a mobile dock, it was impossible to repair the supply ship. Therefore, it could only be abandoned and transferred to another starship. A lot of important people, including Liao and Li Jialing, had been wounded in the rescue operation and had to be treated in time. Even Ding Lingdang, who was not seriously wounded, had consumed too much spiritual energy and had to take a lot of high-nutrition drugs to restore her dry veins. Therefore, the exploration team planned to stay in the Rainbow Dust Zone at the periphery of the ring for 24 hours so that they could gather the starships scattered on the landing spots and collect and analyze the astronomical parameters near the ancient giants, especially the abnormal orbital changes of the satellites, in order to calculate the precise coordinates of the entrance of the ancient tomb. Lying flat on his back in the gel-like soft treatment bag, Liao let the drops of crystal balls roll over his rotting and torn wounds. Sensing the warm and slightly itchy feeling all over his body, he smiled silently. "Liao, please explain." Dozens of giant light beams suddenly appeared above his head. Almost 100 experts were glaring at him angrily. The situation just now had been too urgent for them to waste their breath on him. Now that they were running away from danger, of course, they had to settle the score later. With a gloomy face, Li Linghai asked on behalf of everybody, "Why didn't you follow the procedure of the operation plan and abandon Iron Fist? Why did you act on your own and make the team suffer unnecessary risks?" Narrowing his eyes, Liao enjoyed the massage of the drugs for a while, before he asked, "The crew members of Iron Fist have been safely transferred to other starships, haven't they? How are they?" Without waiting for Li Linghai's reply, Liao retrieved the surveillance videos of the medical treatment zones of several starships. He saw that many crew members of Iron Fist had received treatment and regained their vitality. They were wolfing down the food and enjoying the delicious food. Some of them had mixed feelings and cherished every second of their life. They were recording a video and preparing to send it to their family in the distance. Whoever experienced the soul-stirring tug-of-war in the sky of the planet must have had a lot of things that they wanted to say to their family. Of course, most of them were too occupied to eat or sleep. Before their wounds were fully recovered, they were already dedicated to their work. The precious data that they collected in person would be the most important cornerstone for mankind to conquer the ancient giants. The vivid scenes of life made the experts who had saved everything, be they cultivators or immortal cultivators, fall into silence, deep in thought. What do you think? Does it feel good to save someone occasionally? Liao smiled and asked. Also, do you like the feeling of fighting against the planet, slashing the waves between the plasma and the thunderstorm, and escaping in one piece? Liao. Li Linghai finally couldn't help but ask solemnly, what are you trying to say? Nothing. It's just a casual conversation to improve our friendship. Liao rested his head on his arms comfortably and mumbled. In fact, a long time ago, before I awakened my spiritual root and embarked on the road of cultivation, I had also thought about what I was going to do after I mastered the ultimate techniques and possessed the supreme techniques. It would be nothing more than wealth, glory, luxury, beautiful women, and the reverence and admiration of thousands of people. I would even leave my name in history and become a high-sounding portrait in the textbooks, and so on. At that time, in my opinion, these were the happiest things in the world. The most exciting things were the things that were worth investing my life and pride in. As long as I could get them, my life would be complete, my life would be worthwhile, and I would die with no regrets. In the end, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about everyone here. I'm afraid that you already had such things as fame, fortune, and veneration decades ago. Didn't you? Then, did you feel good? Was it exciting? Was it satisfying? Did you feel that your life was completely worth it? Did you feel that you had understood everything and lived a happy life? Now, did you fall to the ground and die with no regrets? Liao's question silenced everyone. To be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage, no one was an ordinary person who didn't have any ambitions. They more or less had the lofty aspirations to change the world. It was just that when faced with the torrent of the times and society, many times they had no choice but to be drawn into it. Gradually, they were anesthetized and fell, forgetting their sincere hearts from long ago. Even the most selfish immortal cultivators lowered their heads in shame when they heard Liao's question. Looking back at the past, they could not bring themselves to say that they had truly lived a happy, straightforward life. I don't know about you, but as far as I'm concerned, it's not enough. I don't feel happy, I don't feel excited, I don't feel satisfied. I feel that I'm far from the most wonderful, the most intense, and the most gratifying, but everything in the world is no longer enough for me. Liao's voice was lower and further away, as if he had forgotten everybody and was talking to his own soul instead. He mumbled to himself, I've seen neutron pulsars releasing radiation in thousands of colors to create a splendid painting hundreds of times more glamorous than the aurora. The painting covered me like a soft jellyfish. I've seen the high-energy particles of cosmic storms rushing toward me like a glittering rain of sand. I've seen the ancient bacteria on the struggling planets surviving tenaciously and changing their genes in search of a way to break their destiny. I've seen the throne of the Pangu clan vanishing in the wind hundreds of thousands of years ago in the Kunlun mystic land. Hundreds of thousands of years. Just a few 100,000 years. In the scale of the universe, it was just a short moment. The magnificent, indestructible throne, as well as the so-called experts, dominators, generals, and tyrants sitting on the throne, were all obliterated. Together with their great achievements and crimes, they vanished into thin air. Not a single bit of information was left. I saw the most unbelievable scenes in the universe and experienced the most soul-stirring adventures. My soul even experienced 100 reincarnations. But when I returned to the crowd, I was disappointed to find that everything in the mortal world was not exciting enough to satisfy my appetite. No matter how much dragon liver and phoenix marrow I eat, it is just like chewing wax. I drink the most delicious wine. The burning taste is even worse than the fatal cosmic radiation. I hear the cheers of thousands of people and the shocked screams of my enemies. What I remember is that I was alone in the deepest part of a cave on a desolate planet. The dripping sounds of water and my own ravings. After the competition against planets, stars, supernovas, nebulas, stone belts, and cosmic storms, even the most beautiful and devastatingly beautiful women have become dull. They are nothing but pink skeletons. I couldn't go back. It was then that I suddenly realized that I had gone too far and couldn't go back at all. Money was really crap for me, and the schemes and struggles between the kings and the dominators were just child's play for the kindergarten kids. I didn't have no desires. I had my own ambitions, which were hundreds of times more ambitious than all of you combined. However, the tiny Pangu universe was not enough to realize my ambitions. My ambitions were at the end of the multiverse. Therefore, I don't understand. I really don't understand you. How can you be immersed in such a boring game for so long? You are in the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage. You are the most fortunate product after countless mutations of the most excellent genes of billions of human beings. Your hard work and crazy training are completely worthy of your luck. You have already walked so far on your own path. Why did you stop and even retreat? Why did you waste your precious talents and even more precious lives on these boring things such as power struggles, internal strife, money, and status? The things that you are after: money, status, the reverence of other people, and the prosperity of your family. Even a bumpkin from a remote village can do it with a few tricks. This bumpkin does not need the slightest bit of spiritual energy to become a tyrant in his own independent kingdom. He acts like a tyrant and makes his own servants and maids regard him as a god. But you are not moneybags. You are fucking nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators. You have slain storms, bombarded thunder, watched stars burning furiously at a close distance, and waved your fists in the vast sea of stars in the glittering dust of the universe. How did you numb yourself and suppress yourself in such a way so that you could abandon all your pursuits and ambitions and stomp your noble head into the mud? Really? We are all hundreds of years old. How much suffering have we gone through? How much time and effort have we spent to reach the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage? Can't we pursue a higher level of spiritual pursuit? Can't we find some excitement that has never been experienced before and make a fuss in a place that is incomparably deep and far away? Do we have to fight over things that have been fought over 108,000 times? Do we have to be like the Pangu clan? Or are we simply going to die in the wind and be obliterated? Li Yao's voice was louder and louder, and his face was more and more hideous. He was gritting his teeth in fury. Everyone, be they cultivators or immortal cultivators, was dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. Their expressions were somewhat absent-minded, and their eyes were somewhat unfocused. There was no telling where their chaotic thoughts were going. It was true that, faced with such an enormous planet, and especially after the soul-stirring, life-threatening battle of the giants, everyone's heart had been cleansed to a certain extent. Everything in the world had indeed become dull. I'm not targeting anyone, nor do I want to label everyone as cultivators or immortal cultivators. Li Yao smiled and continued, in the past, I cared a lot about my identity as a cultivator, but now I've figured it out. People are people. Human nature is the same. There's no need to distinguish between cultivators and immortal cultivators. The reason why the soldiers of the Federation have stronger willpower is because we have known since the very beginning that there are vaster worlds beyond the Federation. Our mission is to march into the universe. Our world is open, and our path is clear. That's why we are more united inside the Federation. All our ambitions and strength have turned into the blades of war. But for the warriors of the old empire, they thought that they had occupied the entire universe, and that it was impossible for them to explore or conquer the outside world. Therefore, as the universe was sealed, their minds were gradually sealed, too. How could they hide their frustration and desperation other than savaging their compatriots? If the same person were to live in the Federation's environment, he might become an aggressive, high-spirited cultivator. But if he were to live in the closed and self-mutilating environment of the old empire, he would have no choice but to become a selfish, timid, immortal cultivator. Otherwise, he simply wouldn't be able to live to grow up. What we are going to do today, including what we just did, is to dig a hole in the shell of the boundless darkness of the Pangu universe, find a bright path, and find the direction in which the civilization of mankind will soar in the next 1,000,000 years. Only in such a way can we dig a golden path in our gradually closed hearts, so that every one of us can figure out why we are alive, what we are pursuing, what we are going to achieve, what we are going to leave behind, and how we are going to live a happy life. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Really, I really don't want to fight with you over some power, strength, heritage, and ultimate treasures of the ancient era. It's boring. It's really boring. I don't care how many ultimate treasures we will find in the exploration of the mausoleum of God. In my opinion, if my words can touch the heart of any fellow cultivator and remind you of your purest heart, if you can have some higher-level pursuits and dreams, those will be the real ultimate treasures. If most of the fellow cultivators here can be touched and bring back hundreds of such ultimate treasures, our civilization will have hope. Having said that, Liao stared at all the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators on the picture. His eyes were so hot and full of expectation that most of the people, including Li Linghai, did not dare to look at them directly. They all lowered their heads, but their chests were expanding uncontrollably because of the surging blood. At the beginning, when they broke through the atmosphere for the first time and stood among the brilliant stars, they had been gazing at the universe. Liao's words made everyone think for a long time. It seemed that the entire exploration fleet was tempering themselves in the furnace of the universe. Liao fell asleep, too. He spent an hour repairing his damaged cells and muscles. When he woke up, every pore on his body seemed to be singing. A familiar and warm feeling came from his temples. Ding Lingdang was standing behind him and massaging him softly. Liao smiled. "Honey." Holding Ding Lingdong's wrist, he moaned in pleasure and closed his eyes, not wanting to get up. "Honey, you were so awesome just now." Ding Lingdong's voice was gentler than ever. "I can see that many fellow cultivators are deep in thought and greatly touched. Is that so?" "Of course. I've been thinking about it for a long time, trying to find an opportunity to unintentionally say it, but I haven't had the opportunity to do it on purpose." Liao grinned. "I finally caught you today. That's why my husband is awesome." Ding Lingdang continued massaging Liao. "There is one thing that I don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me again, hubby? You are the one who said, after going through the competition of the Great Tao against planets, stars, supernovas, nebulas, stone belts, and cosmic storms, even the most beautiful and devastatingly beautiful women have become dull and uninteresting. They are nothing more than pink skeletons. Isn't that your original sentence? I didn't wrong you at all, did I? Explain. What do you mean by pink skeletons? Who are pink skeletons? How are they dull and uninteresting? Explain yourself. Also, how did you compete with a supernova for the Great Tao? Come on. Tell me." The pores that Liao had just opened all closed again. "No, no one. Isn't that just an example? There's no such thing as a pink skeleton, all right?" Liao stammered. "So, there is no specific, real pink skeleton, but you have experienced thousands of women and extracted their commonality, creating an abstract concept of pink skeleton?" Ding Lingdang was deep in thought. "Yes. No. 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 There are not thousands of them. Not a single one. Only you, my dear wife." Liao's face was pale. "If you don't have any, who are you uninterested in?" Ding Lingdang blinked her watery eyes, full of curiosity and curiosity. "Well, them," Liao said. "You just said that you didn't have any, and now you have them?" Ding Lingdang said with a smile. "They do not exist. In the abstract sense, they are imaginary. Liao was exasperated. Therefore, in the abstract sense, you have tasted them in your imagination. Otherwise, how would you know that they are boring? Ding Lingdang slashed his throat. Liao had nothing to say. Also, what's with the competition of the great Tao between you and the planets, comets, and supernovas? After the competition, you are no longer interested in your dream girls anymore. Ding Lingdang continued her attack. Liao was rendered speechless and gave up struggling. Dear, you should know that I am not an unreasonable, jealous, and unreasonable woman, and I have always supported your cause of exploring the sea of stars and conquering the universe. Right? Ding Lingdang said gloomily. Of course, you are broad-minded and noble. You are an extraordinary woman who considers the world and even the universe to be your responsibility. That's what I like most about you. Seeing hope again, Liao hurried to explain. That's right. So, I've decided to give you one last chance to answer my last question. As long as you tell me the answer in my heart, I will believe everything you say. Ding Lingdang smiled and asked, if I were to fall into a black hole at the same speed as a planet, would your first reaction be to save me or the planet? Liao's brain was humming at a high speed. 0.1 seconds later, he replied without any hesitation. Of course, we will save the planet first. Because you are such a tough woman. How can a black hole trap you? You didn't need me to save you at all. You blew up the black hole with one punch and walked out of it whistling. Speaking of which, the black hole was quite unlucky to have run into you. If there was a road to heaven, it would have taken it. If there was a door to hell, it would have barged in and swallowed all kinds of cosmic bodies. If it wanted to swallow you, the consequences would have been extremely miserable. Too miserable to watch. Too miserable to watch. Congratulations, you are right. You know me best. Ding Lingdong's anger turned into joy. She pressed Liao's chest a few more times before she patted his chest and said, Get up. Empress Li has found something. So fast. Liao was refreshed and jumped up. Have they found the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor? Maybe it was because everything had come to an end, but after the life and death competition in the gravitational ring of the ancient giants, the scanning and exploration of the team of experts went very smoothly. They soon gathered a lot of astronomical parameters inside and outside the ancient giants, especially the orbital parameters of most satellites. It was quite simple to find the entrance of the Supreme Emperor's tomb through the satellite tracks. The Gold Throne, Heaven's Horizon, where the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor was located, was a world fragment of a relatively large scale. Judging from the God's Tomb and the Black Tomb that were hidden deeper inside, the space and quality of the world fragment far exceeded everyone's expectations. Then, when such a supermassive world fragment crawled out of the three-dimensional universe through a giant wormhole because of the discontinuity and instability of space and melded with the space around the ancient giant temporarily, it meant that the satellite rotation system of the ancient giant was not stable in the first place, which made it even more unstable. Ancient giants boasted tremendous attraction force, and satellites were bound by the same force, too. The tidal forces of dozens of satellites worked together and formed dozens of stable trajectories after billions of years. The weight and tidal force of the Gold Holy See were no less than those of any satellite. It could also be interpreted as a new satellite appearing out of nowhere in the periphery of the ancient star's gravity. Such a sudden arrival was bound to raise a riot and interfere with the trajectories of one or more satellites. The satellites would deviate, collide, or even fall into the depths of the ancient giants, resulting in an unimaginable collision and the release of endless energy. Then, as long as the orbital changes of the satellite were calculated, and the residues of the space ripples and the recent high-energy reactions were detected, the uninvited guest would be found. It took the team of specialists only 12 hours to locate 3 suspicious space zones. Li Linghai had left special feedback magical equipment in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor in his previous explorations. As long as he sent ripples of a special frequency to suspicious areas, he would receive a feeble response. In this way, the target would be further reduced. It was almost certain that, here, in the video conference, Li Linghai summoned a 3D image, including a lot of graphs and figures. It was an abnormal satellite with its own halo, no, not an aura, but a stone belt in the shape of a cloud that covered it and even extended to the surroundings, as if a material bridge had been built between it and the ancient star. This is the 13th satellite of the ancient star, a plain, solid planet. You've seen its irregular appearance, haven't you? It looks like it has been gnawed by a dog. The enormous crater here has almost reached its core. Li Linghai pointed at Ancient 13 and said, "Generally speaking, such satellites with high density and slow revolutions are unable to resist their own gravity. They are all in the shape of a precise ball. It is rare for them to be in the shape of an olive or even a straw hat, much less to be so seriously damaged. The only explanation is that its appearance was not natural in the past billions of years, but that it suffered a serious collision recently. An even smaller satellite or satellite piece hit it hard and left it in such a miserable state. Do you see the cotton-like halo around us? This is another piece of solid evidence. It is not a natural halo formed by Ancient 13th, but caused by the spurting of the satellite debris and its own materials in the previous collision. It won't be long before the debris is freed from the attraction force and either falls into the ancient giants or flies into the distance, turning into cosmic dust. However, pay attention to this place. What are those raging physical bridges? Are they the objects that the ancient giants escaped from when they crashed into their little brother? No, not likely. This is still the gravity range of Ancient 13. The gravity of the ancient giants is not as strong. Besides, the physical bridges are not aimed at the ancient giants. The speculation of the team of experts is that a high-density, high-mass, mysterious celestial body is very close to the Ancient 13 and is competing for the materials with the Ancient 13. The attraction force of the two objects is almost the same, and they are in a stalemate. That's why such a weird, material bridge exists. Now, fellow cultivators, you may draw a conclusion. The entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor must have been near Ancient 13. Its sudden appearance changed the trajectories of Ancient 13 and the few satellites nearby. One of the smaller satellites hit Ancient 13 brutally, resulting in an earth-shaking explosion. Ancient 13 lost a lot of materials and formed a chaotic belt of stones and dust around him. Then, the mass of the tomb generated a strong attraction force and formed a temporary dual satellite system with Ancient 13, while it fought for the stones and dust that escaped. As a result, it exposed itself very clearly. At the very least, Ancient 13 became the brightest lighthouse for us to find the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. This was the opinion of the expert team, and it was also approved by Li Linghai, who had personally experienced it. The battle-type cultivators and immortal cultivators did not refute. What a harsh environment! Looking at the astronomical parameters around the number 13 satellite of the ancient planet, Liao exclaimed, "Why is the entrance to such a secret treasure always hidden in the most extreme environments? Why can't it appear in the most peaceful places? No matter how beautiful a place is, if a super high-quality space is stuffed in by brute force, the world will definitely change." Li Linghai said coldly, "How are we going to find and lock onto the places that are peaceful and do not emit any furious radiation or particle streams? However, your feelings are not entirely without reason. Although the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor has appeared in very harsh environments in the past, none of them were as harsh as today's. We don't know the specific constituents of Ancient 13, nor do we know how intense the energy reaction was when the two satellites collided. We don't know whether or not the fatal radiation and particle streams have turned into turbulence and swirls, and we don't even know whether or not Ancient 13 is about to collapse or even completely split and fall into the ancient giant star. If such a large satellite were to crash into the ancient giant star, I don't need to explain the consequences. The road ahead is dangerous, but we have no other options. Now that we've come this far, fellow cultivators, there's no need to say anything else. Let's go and conquer everything in front of us." According to the operation plan, the entire exploration team was divided into two squads, one in the front and the other in the back. The first squad was to explore the space zone near Ancient 13th. The strongest elites of the squad had been gathered. Naturally, Liao and Ding Lingdang were in the vanguard. The closer they got to the number 13 satellite of the ancient star, the denser the stardust in the space was. The average diameter and mass of the dust were larger, too. They gradually changed from the size of sand to the size of fingernails and then to the size of fists and even skulls. In the end, the dozens of starships of the first squad were surrounded by enormous meteoroids more than 10 meters in diameter and hundreds of meters in diameter. Also, the meteoroids were flying at an extremely high speed and in random directions. They were like 108,000 headless flies. An unknown celestial body of extremely high mass must be nearby. It is only because of the attraction force that the meteoroids are flying in such disorder. Liao mumbled to himself. He was an expert in sailing in the Sea of Stars, especially the stone belts. He had experienced many similar adventures in the past, but he had never seen such a dangerous meteoroid belt. Other than the meteoroids, there were also countless invisible dusts and spiritual waves in the space that could interfere with the cells and even the soul of a human being. In Liao's telepathic thoughts, it was like a giant swirl that was both colorful and thick. Boom! 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 The meteorites hit the spiritual shield of the starship brutally and broke into pieces. The colorful flames were gone in the blink of an eye like hideous ghosts. Ancient 13 must have stored a lot of highly interference, superradiation elements that were thrown out during the collision of the two satellites and scattered in the vacuum. The cultivators who came into contact with it all felt that their blood was boiling, and the spiritual energy inside their bodies was changing weirdly. In the terminology of the ancient cultivators, this place was a typical fierce place. The magnetic field of human beings had been jammed and suppressed to the minimum. It was definitely not a suitable place for combat. Therefore, they had to leave the place quickly in a state of high concentration. Liao also wanted to quickly leave the vicinity of Ancient 13, but bam! A meteorite of high density and hardness had broken through the spiritual shield of his starship and hit the shell of the starship. According to the picture captured by the crystal camera, the meteorite was in the shape of a human being. Someone is outside. Liao's pupils constricted violently. The hair all over his body stood up like spears. In such a desolate place where few people ever set foot in, among the rushing meteoroids and cosmic dust, a man was floating and crashing into their starship? Liao suddenly jumped up. Before his feet left the ground, his crystal suit had covered his toes. Several other starships hit or scanned the human-shaped objects, too. For a moment, ear-splitting alarms echoed in the entire exploration fleet. However, the human-shaped objects did not take any further action. After they were blown away by the starships, they simply drifted away. Some of them were even blown into pieces by the strengthened plate armor and spiritual shields, but they showed no sign of aggression. Liao was quick enough to catch a human-shaped object with the artificial arms on the shell of the starship before the enemy was blown away. He went to the disinfective recycling capsule in person to examine the mysterious humanoid object. After applying more than 10 times the pressure, the atomized disinfectant sprayed out and washed away any viruses and bacteria that the mysterious humanoid object might have carried. Liao approached carefully. He released his telepathic thoughts and a few remote puppets to investigate and discovered that it was a crystal suit. However, the person inside the crystal suit was already dead. Since the crystal suit was made of super-hard alloys and special ceramics, its density and hardness were far higher than those of common meteoroids. Naturally, it was not something that a spiritual shield could crush easily, nor was it something that a meteoroid could break through easily. However, as hard as the crystal suit was, and as tensile and absorbable as the mustard suit was, it was impossible to absorb the impact of the meteoroid. If a meteorite weighing dozens of tons crashed into the crystal suit brutally, even if the crystal suit was not shattered, the immense impact would still shatter the bones of the exo inside and turn his internal organs into a pool of blood. Such was the case for the exo. Liao dissected the exo's crystal suit carefully. He collapsed like a snail that had lost its shell. After making sure that his soul was gone and that he could not be more dead, Liao asked a professional doctor to dissect him and make sure that his brain and internal organs had been completely shattered, and that he suffered the corrosion of fatal radiation when the spiritual shield of his crystal suit collapsed. That was the cause of his death. According to the corruption of his body and the withering speed of his cells, he had been killed 7 to 10 days ago. Judging from the standard of his crystal suit and the armbands and emblems on his mustard suit, it was not hard to guess the identity of the exo who had died in the vacuum. He was a soldier of the Old Sanctuary Alliance and a soldier on one of the 5 supreme fortresses. In other words, he was Lu Qingxin's subordinate. There was more than one such body. Li Linghai, Boss Bai, and Long Yangjuan Starship had retrieved a lot of other bodies too. The autopsy results were almost the same. All the soldiers of the 5 supreme fortresses had perished in this place 7 to 10 days ago. It meant that Lu Qingxin had arrived in the Supreme Battle Fortress 7 to 10 days ago and located the entrance of the tomb precisely. However, he seemed to have experienced a mutation and suffered a great loss. The deeper they went into the ancient 13th, the more corpses they encountered from the 5 supreme fortresses. Not only were there intact corpses that were covered in crystal suits, there were also corpses that had been frozen into ice before they had the chance to put on their crystal suits. The dead bodies of the latter were extremely fragile and would be blown to smithereens by the spiritual shield. Liao felt sorry for them and sighed. Other than the dead bodies, there were also a lot of debris of space shuttles and escape capsules, and even enormous scraps more than 100 meters in diameter. According to Xiao Ming and Wenwen, they were all components of the most important main structure of the 5 supreme fortresses. The number of the scraps was growing larger and larger, which was quite shocking. We are almost at our destination. Lu Qingxin's team might show up at any moment. Be prepared for a level 1 battle. Li Linghai did not dare to be careless and issued an order. Right then, almost all the starships detected the dense area of the meteoroids in front of them. A lot of metal reactions were detected, indicating that there might be one or several artificial celestial bodies. The spiritual shields of all the starships were brighter than before. The auxiliary power units protruded out of the hollows around the shell of the starship. A large batch of space shuttles, crystal suits, and even giant god soldiers jumped out of the hangars one after another. The main guns had been charged with the maximum spiritual energy, too, ready to launch thunderous attacks at any moment. The people who had been engaged in a prolonged battle against the ancient giant star not long ago were more united than ever, and their fighting will soared. Under the cover of almost 100 main guns, Liao and Ding Lingdang led a dozen giant god soldiers to investigate. Deep inside the broken meteorite belt, the star fortress gradually revealed its hideous face, which looked like an enormous head. Its face was a combination of the features of human beings and the prehistoric species. There was no telling whether it was a human being, a god, or a devil. It was indeed Fortress Thick Earth, one of the 5 supreme fortresses. However, the fortress at this moment was no longer as intimidating as when it was attacking Empyrean Terminus. There was no longer any brightness or brutality. It was like a dry skull. Liao and Ding Lingdang exchanged a look in the video and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was unlikely to be Lu Qingxin's trick, because they did not detect any spiritual waves from the fortress, which proved that one of the most brutal star fortresses in the history of human civilization had been paralyzed or even wrecked. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to restart such a super fortress and complete all the preparations. After flying around the fortress, they soon found the cause of death. On the side of the fortress that faced Ancient 13, there was a hole more than several kilometers long, and countless splits in the blast that extended outward. Almost all the materials, including the fuel and the crew members, were spurting out of the holes. There might have been serial explosions, too, which burnt the interior of the fortress into a black, empty shell. A giant meteoroid seems to be embedded deep inside the fortress. Maybe there is more than one. Liao extended his telepathic thoughts and snuck into the fortress. After scanning for a while, he came to the conclusion that the meteoroid must have pierced through the spiritual shield and the shell of the fortress and cut into the core engine furnace as if it were tofu, triggering an irreparable explosion. The dead bodies floating in the space nearby, the debris, and the scrap that had been burnt, were also telling the story of what had happened. And this was far from the end. Soon, they discovered the debris of a second star fortress nearby. This time, it was Fiery Castle. The Inferno Fortress, which had been burning like a star, was no longer able to release any light or heat. It was not even left with an intact body like the fortress of Earth. Instead, it had been torn into more than 100 giant pieces of debris, which were beating Shinner helplessly because of the attraction force of the ancient 13th and the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Most of the crew members on board were vaporized the moment of the explosion or sprayed into the unknown, falling into an endless hell in the form of an ice block. Although they were enemies, the two supreme fortresses that represented the best technology of mankind had been stomped and savaged by the might of nature. Everybody in the exploration fleet was rendered speechless. As more and more debris was discovered, the reason for the failure of the two supreme fortresses was also inferred. Although the meteoroid torrents around ancient 13th were ferocious and the cosmic dust was full of fatal radiation, it was nothing for the impregnable supreme battle fortress. Perhaps this was also the reason why Lu Qingchen was so confident and dared to rush into the place without having too many astronomical parameters scanning and calculating. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad. Judging from the mass of the meteoroids that hit the fortress and the terrible wounds that tore it apart, it was very likely that Lu Qingchen's fleet had been hit by the collision of Ancient 13 and another satellite. The collision of the two satellites resulted in the collapse of the smaller satellites whose density and mass were relatively lower. They were shattered into billions of meteoroids with extremely high initial velocity and momentum. Even Ancient 13 had lost 1/10 of its mass. The incalculable materials were burning furiously and turning into streams of high-energy particles. Together with the terrifying radiation, they smashed at Lu Qingchen's fleet. No matter how solid the spiritual shield and the composite plate armor of the Supreme Battle Fortress were, they could not resist such a furious and ferocious torrent. It was like two giant swirls colliding, and the 5 Supreme Fortresses were merely 5 dry leaves nearby. How could they not be blown into pieces? And the spiritual shield was destroyed. The iron shell was shattered. Ammunition and fuel exploded one after another, resulting in a horrifying scene. Is this Lu Qingchen's ending? Liao secretly sighed, but he did not let his guard down. No. With Lu Qingchen's cautiousness, he wouldn't have gathered all the 5 supreme fortresses even if he had risked entering the unfamiliar stone belts. There are only 2 remnants of the supreme battle fortress here. Where are the other 3 supreme battle fortresses? Have they already entered the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor? Or are they hiding not far away and preparing to ambush us with the help of the intense spiritual interference and radiation turbulence? The interference is so intense, and the radiation is so deadly. Even I don't dare to be exposed to the vacuum for too long without any protection. If Lu Qingchen were to fight in this place, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Is he that crazy? Liao was deep in thought. For some reason, there was a prick deep inside his brain, as if something was about to happen. Under the command of Li Linghai, part of the warriors and magical equipment experts boarded the small carriers and prepared to enter the completely paralyzed fortress to collect the files of the crystal processors inside. It would be best if they could find valuable data such as Lu Qingchen's logbook. Other than that, all the starships had released a lot of self-driving probe magical equipment. Crystal and crystal chips were carved into them, and their glittering eyes pierced deep into the edge of the gravitational field of Ancient 13, in search of the mysterious high-mass unknown celestial bodies. Liao did not participate in the 2 tasks. He gazed at the furious sea of stars outside and racked his brain. What is Lu Qingchen playing at? He should know that his secret won't be kept for long. After his fleet sets off, our main force will certainly catch up to him. Besides, we have combined most of the forces of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Holy Alliance. His 5 supreme fortresses are definitely no match for us. Liao mumbled to himself. So, if I were Lu Qingchen, how would I stop the pursuers? If I am. A lot of stars were gathering in his eyes. He was about to draw a fatal trap. Found it. Right then, cheers echoed inside the communication channel. We've found the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. What? Colorful brilliance burst out of Liao's pupils, interrupting his meditation. Shua, 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 shua. Dozens of 3D light beams were turned on again and connected to the remote video conference of hundreds of experts. Despite the shrewdness of Empress Dowager Li Linghai, she could not help but be overjoyed and show the experts the picture data that the probe crystal cameras had just sent back. The first picture was shot with visible light waves. At first glance, there was nothing in the dark, deep vacuum except for catkins and dust belts that were raging like clouds. Only after he poured all his spiritual energy into his eyes could he distinguish an almost transparent in the splendid dust under the guidance of Li Linghai. As the probe crystal camera flew closer and closer, the dot gradually enlarged and became clearer and purer. All the experts, including Li Yao, had a weird feeling they had never seen such a weird celestial body. It did not look like a natural planet at all, but a pearl, no, 100 times purer and more transparent than a pearl, a frozen tear, a clear glass, and an amber that was still immaculate after billions of years of erosion. It was something that should not have appeared in the universe. Scanning the tear with the special crystal cameras that could detect invisible light and all kinds of radiation, the tear was even more splendid. Millions of colors were mixed together and wriggling slowly, as if they were alive without releasing any energy to the outside world. Mirror. Such a phrase popped up in the minds of many experts. Yes, the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor was like a mirror that had been molded into an absolutely precise ball. It reflected all the radiation and brilliance nearby coldly, and even reflected the entire universe. Under Li Linghai's remote control, a crystal eye slowly flew towards the entrance of the tomb. The closer it flew, the more anxious the experts became. It's impossible. The data sent back by the crystal camera shocked all the astronomers and the spiritual energy scientists. They felt that the solid building that they had been building all their life was collapsing. Right now, the crystal camera was less than 500 kilometers away from the entrance of the tomb. At such a close distance, it could calculate that the mirror-like ball was no more than 10 kilometers in diameter. However, it boasted a mass equal to that of Ancient 13, a giant satellite more than 5,000 kilometers in diameter. In fact, its mass was even higher than that of Ancient 13, because it was seizing a lot of materials from the gravitational ring of Ancient 13 and sending them to its surroundings in the form of a material bridge, forming dreamy gauze and ripples. It was less than 1/10,000th the size of Ancient 13, but its mass was much higher. Theoretically speaking, its density should be tens of thousands of times higher than that of Ancient 13. But it was impossible because Li Linghai had clearly entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor before. The gravity inside was quite normal. It was safe to say that it was maintained in the most comfortable range for human beings. Although some unknown elements had been collected, the density was not very high. What was even weirder was that any celestial body in the universe, even those that were not real celestial bodies such as wormholes, would release radiation continuously as long as they existed in the universe for 1 second. But at such a short distance, the crystal camera failed to detect any radiation waves. How was that possible? Of course, the black hole would not release any radiation or information to the outside world either. But if so, the black hole would not be discovered by most detection methods, nor would it be seen by human beings. The environment inside the black hole was not suitable for anybody either. Before human beings entered the center of the black hole, they would be torn into long noodles by the tremendous tearing force. The Mausoleum of Emperors was definitely not a black hole. It was an existence that was even more mysterious and inexplicable than a black hole. At the very least, none of the laws of the Pangu universe could analyze it. The crystal camera was only 100 kilometers away from the entrance of the tomb. At this distance, it was no longer a mirror but a gate that faced the entire Pangu universe to an unknown world. 80 kilometers, 60 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, the last 10 meters, zero distance, the probe crystal camera made contact with the entrance of the tomb. For a moment, the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor seemed to be alive. Dozens of threads that seemed to be made of mercury suddenly rose up from the transparent surface and covered the probe crystal camera like a blossoming flower. The mercury quickly proliferated and spread out. Very soon, the probe crystal camera was entirely covered. Then, like two drops of water that had touched each other, they completely melted. Most of the information transmission of the crystal camera had been cut off. It seemed to have sunk into a mysterious ocean. Occasionally, some information would be sent back, but it was all nonsense that nobody could understand. Is it alive? Although it was very unprofessional, a relatively young astronomer, on behalf of everyone, exclaimed, "It is swallowing! It is not alive, but the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor is indeed highly self-organized and purposeful. You may consider it to be a piece of stellar magical equipment refined by an ancient civilization that is always under the control of the other half of the Fushi." Li Linghai said, "There's one more thing that I want you to pay attention to. It is not a real celestial body, but an entrance. I've seen things that are more than 10 kilometers long inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, such as the most brilliant fortresses and supercarriers of the Star Ocean Imperium. If those things are not dismantled and transported inside, it means that the entrance can be expanded, and they can swallow things that are dozens of times larger than themselves. Have you tried to analyze the materials for the entrance?" One of the materials scientists asked. "At least in the Pangu universe, we have never found such marvelous materials. They are like mercury with life. I tried. Unfortunately, I failed." Li Linghai said, "I've utilized the most cutting-edge equipment of the Star Ocean Imperium and employed dozens of conventional metal analysis methods, but I've never been able to collect even a speck of dust from the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. I call the mercury-like material mithril. It seems to be alive. When it is soft, it can be 10,000 times softer than water. When it is hard, it can be 10,000 times harder than steel. In the previous explorations, we had limited time and could not make any further attempts. I hope that our operation will go well and all the secrets will be revealed. Of course, the best experts and adventure teams of the entire Pangu universe had been gathered for the exploration. They were many times more sophisticated than the days when Li Linghai had been alone. The experts and scholars were confident that they could solve the riddle that Li Linghai could not. Everyone was rubbing their fists, eager to pass through the mithril ball and enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. But Liao was still frowning. He had a bad feeling. The entrance of the Supreme Emperor tomb is so close to the place where the two supreme fortresses collapsed. But there are no traces of the other 3 supreme fortresses around the entrance of the tomb. What does it mean? Liao mumbled to himself. The extremely dangerous stars in his eyes gathered again. When all the stars crashed into each other and triggered fatal flames, his face changed completely. He jumped up and shouted at the top of his voice, "Stop! Stop the exploration into the Deep Earth Fortress. Everybody retreat. Retreat from the Deep Earth Fortress and the debris of the Inferno Fortress. Prepare for the first-degree battle. The enemy might show up at any moment." The experts and the expedition team were still reveling in the ecstasy of finding the entrance of the ancient tomb. Everybody was analyzing and calculating the data transmitted by the probe crystal cameras wholeheartedly. Liao's roar slightly startled them, but they did not react so quickly. "What? Hurry up and put on the mustard suit, crystal suit, giant soldier, and all the defense magical equipment that you can find." Liao was so excited that his voice was almost twisted. Get as far away from the 2 wretched supreme fortresses as possible. Although they did not know what was going on, everybody had almost instinctive trust in Liao's instincts as an expert in the soul-splitting stage. Before they realized what was going on, their bodies had activated all kinds of defense magical equipment from their cosmos rings out of reflex. The exploration team that was trying to enter the Deep Earth battlesuit stopped temporarily, too. This action had saved many lives. 1 minute after Liao finished his sentence, all the starships detected a terrifying high-energy reaction deep inside the lifeless fortress. The super-space fortress, which was on the verge of death, still had the strength to struggle. Part of the fuel and ammunition that had not exploded yet were detonated brutally. The remains of the fortress immediately turned into a swirl of destruction. It turned from a lifeless gray into a dazzling orange. Flames that looked like magma spurted out of the narrow and long cracks and swept everything nearby in streams of high-energy particles. Then, it turned into an enormous light ball, which suddenly expanded to hundreds of kilometers nearby. In the vacuum of the universe, the blast was not very threatening. But after the entire star fortress was shattered, countless pieces rushed out at a high speed and momentum like a storm of bullets. Not just the thick earth fortress, the debris of the broken Inferno fortress had exploded, too, creating countless terrifying traps around the exploration fleet and on their way forward. There was no way that so much fuel and ammunition could have been left on the remains of the fortress and exploded simultaneously, unless somebody had planted a lot of crystal bombs on the debris on purpose. It was a trap that Lu Qingchen had set up on purpose. Maybe it was true that the collision between the two satellites had wrecked the two supreme fortresses, but with Lu Qingchen's ruthlessness and craziness, how could he lose 2/5 of his combat ability without doing anything about it? In a cruel battlefield, it was a common tactic to hide some highly sensitive crystal bombs below the dead bodies of the enemy and make them into booby traps. He did not expect that Lu Qingchen would be insane enough to make 2 super large booby traps out of the dead bodies of the 2 supreme fortresses. Thankfully, Liao reacted intuitively at the last moment and stopped the members of the exploration team from entering the fortress. He also asked everyone, especially the experts and scholars who were not good at fighting, to activate their defensive magical equipment. Otherwise, the explosion of the debris of the 2 supreme fortresses would have been enough to reimburse hundreds of elite members of the exploration team and hundreds of irreplaceable experts. Even now, the earth-shaking explosions and the storm of bullets were still a major nuisance for the exploration fleet. The carrier in the lead was almost riddled with holes because of the debris. Even though the crew members on board had put on their crystal suits and picked up their superalloy shields in time, it was inevitable that they felt that the world was spinning and that their internal organs were on fire. Liao and the other exploration starships in the periphery were hit by the burning debris, too. Their spiritual shields were blinking violently, consuming a lot of precious energy. Some of them were even knocked off their trajectories and fell into the densest and fiercest area of the meteoroid. The mainframe crystal processors of all the starships were uttering ear-splitting alarms, one after another, indicating that countless debris and meteorites were about to hit the starship and that it was impossible to avoid them. Boom! 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 The debris and meteoroids hit the shell of the starship one after another, raising glamorous flowers of energy. The atmosphere inside the cabin was quite depressing. Everyone knew that Lu Qingchen's plan was not so simple. Since he was willing to build such a large-scale trap with the debris of the 2 supreme battle fortresses, he must have a lot of other tricks up his sleeve. As he expected, at the periphery of Ancient 13, where the meteorites were densest, almost 1,000 dazzling pillars of light darted close like spears, catching the exploration fleet unprepared. Then, a star fortress as long and narrow as a saber dashed out of the darkness and slashed at the exploration fleet. It was Sharpen Gold Fortress, the strongest of the 5 supreme fortresses, behind the exploration fleet, also covered by the meteoroids and the furious radiation. A deep blue star fortress that looked like a blurred mist was quickly condensed and floated to the surface, shining in a charming and evil brilliance. It was the Battle Fortress Phantom Sea, one of the 5 supreme fortresses that was best at stealth and mental attacks. The 2 fortresses were attacking the exploration fleet from the front and the back. They did not conceal themselves at all, nor did they calculate any route of retreat. Instead, they charged at the exploration fleet unstoppably at the highest speed and with the fiercest bombardment. A lot of space shuttles and crystal suits were released from the 2 supreme fortresses, too. They were like dense bees, trying to draw close to the exploration fleet under the cover of cannon fire and meteoroids in the most chaotic and time-consuming, boarding battle. Has Lu Qingchen gone mad? Liao's eyes were wide open, watching the absurd scene. He had no idea what was on Lu Qingchen's mind at all. Although the 5 supreme fortresses were impressive and the culmination of thousands of years of resources and technology of the Holy Alliance, in the end, they were just 5 idiots with only one function. Modern warfare was more complicated and precise than ever. What mattered most was cooperation and system. In order to bring out the best performance of the Supreme Battle Fortress, countless divine shields, arsenals, and giant god soldiers were necessary. Lu Qingchen had none of them. Even the maintenance and operation of the Supreme Battle Fortress were not very satisfactory. What was even more critical was that this was a ferocious place, where the meteoroid torrents were fierce and the magnetic field was extremely chaotic. The larger a piece of super-large magical equipment was, the more intense the spiritual energy reaction would be, and the more seriously it would be affected. Wasn't Lu Qingchen afraid that he would suffer the same fate as the Fortress of Earth and the Fortress of Fire, causing the two-star fortresses to collapse and be obliterated among the stardust? Although Li Yao and Li Linghai's exploration fleet did not carry the most powerful super arsenals, there were more than 100 of them. Naturally, they were not scared of Lu Qingchen's final struggle. He was willing to show up and court his own death, which saved everybody a lot of trouble. You think you can trap us with such a simple trap? Such childish ideas are not your style, Lu Qingchen, Li Yao mumbled to himself. Then he heard Li Linghai's command in the communication channel. Giant soldiers, move out. Swish, 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 swish. Led by Ding Lingdang, dozens of giant god soldiers were deployed to the battlefield. They turned into colorful streaks of brightness and charged at the two supreme fortresses in front and behind them under the cover of their own cannons. For the enormous and clumsy star fortresses, the giant god soldiers were their natural enemies. Once they crawled into the body of an enemy giant god soldier, they would be like a big dumb elephant whose nose had been dug by a small mouse. They would not be able to perform any techniques at all. The only thing that could stop the invasion of the enemy soldiers was their own soldiers. However, according to the information that Xiaoming and Wenwen gathered, the number of giant god soldiers that Lu Qingchen and the 5 supreme battle fortresses took away was not large. There were definitely no more than 10 of them. The people of the Sanctuary Alliance were never best known for their individual combat ability. The tactics of their giant god soldiers were rigid, and they lacked a distinctive personal style. It was very easy to figure out their pattern. Even in the counterattack of the Imperium, they were not at a disadvantage when they were outnumbered by the immortal cultivators. Right now, they were suppressed by the coalition army of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance. As he expected, in the next half hour, a one-sided slaughter took place in the stone belts outside of the gravitational ring of Gu 13. The Exos and the armed shuttles released by the 2 supreme fortresses did not have the giant god soldiers as their cores. Therefore, they were barely able to fight back when they were attacked by Ding Lingdang and the other crystal suits, armed shuttles, and battle puppets. Ding Lingdang's Great Fire Dragon Sparrow, Boss Bai's Extraterrestrial Pirate, Long Yangjuan's Crystal, and dozens of burning giant god soldiers tore apart the spiritual shield and the airtight gate of the warehouse of the supreme battle fortress effortlessly. They marched forward and started a massacre. With the intrusion and destruction of the giant god soldiers, especially the destruction of the enemy's defense array, the spiritual shields on the surface of the 2 supreme fortresses immediately dimmed, revealing shocking holes that looked like rotten black spots. The storm-like attacks became sparse, too. One turret after another was demolished by the giant soldier gods mercilessly. The giant soldier that Lu Qingchen took away did not show up in the battle. There was barely any force inside the 2 supreme fortresses that could stop Ding Lingdang and the other experts. They pierced through the plate armor and the cabin walls one after another as if they were tearing apart paper after paper. The 2 supreme fortresses have been completely suppressed by us, Ding Lingdang shouted in the communication channel, not entirely satisfied. The combat ability of the enemy is much weaker than we imagined. So far, we haven't found a single giant god soldier of the enemy, nor have we found enough crystal suits. Just like Lu Qingchen took away 50% of the combat ability of the 2 supreme fortresses in advance. Careful, Li Yao reminded him. I have a vague feeling that something is not right. There's no reason for Lu Qingchen to push out the remaining 2 supreme fortresses for nothing after losing 2 of them in the collision of heaven and earth. Be careful that he turns the battle fortress Phantom Sea and the sharpened gold fortress into powerful bombs and activates the self-destruction system of the supreme fortress, hoping to perish together with you. I know. I won't let him. Ding Lingdang burst into laughter. The supreme battle fortress is not a real bomb after all. The so-called self-detonation system is not designed to kill the enemy on a large scale. Even if Lu Qingchen detonated all the fuel and ammunition of the 2 supreme battle fortress, the blast would not have been able to travel far in the vacuum. The radiation and the high-energy particle streams alone would not have been enough to deal serious damage to the giant god soldier. Sacrificing 2 supreme battle fortresses for nothing just to cause the skin injuries of dozens of giant god soldiers? Is Lu Qingchen that stupid? Rest assured, we will not enter the core activities of the 2 supreme fortresses, especially their arsenals and fuel tanks. We will keep a safe distance from them. Whatever tricks Lu Qingchen has up his sleeve, we will cruise on the surface of the supreme fortress and knock out its firing points and defense arrays one by one. When all the firepower points, turrets, defense arrays, and power units on the surface of the warship have been destroyed so that it is unable to attack, dodge, or run away, we will retreat immediately and let the warship concentrate its fire from a distance, slowly wearing down its defense. However thick its armor is, it won't be able to resist for long. The only problem right now is that the battle between us has disrupted the balance of the spiritual energy. The torrents of meteoroids and the interference of the magnetic field seem to be even more furious and disordered, as if an unprecedented thunderstorm is brewing. Is this Lu Qingchen's purpose? Not to rely on the 2 supreme fortresses but to annihilate us with the power of nature, so that we will suffer the same fate as the Fortress of Earth and the Fortress of Fire? Liao thought of something. It was the only possibility. Otherwise, with the incomplete combat system of the 2 supreme fortresses, which did not even carry any giant god soldiers, they would be no match for the hundreds of giant god soldiers in the exploration fleet. Lu Qingchen was well aware of that. Then, what if he borrowed the strength of Ancient 13? For example, he could create another collision of the heaven and the earth on the Ancient 13, which would crush the Ancient 13, whose structure was very fragile in the first place, and set off a tide of matter, magnetic field, radiation, and high-energy particle streams. Theoretically speaking, it was indeed a surging tide that could engulf the entire exploration fleet and all the giant god soldiers. The real question was, how could Lu Qingchen blow up Ancient 13, a satellite more than 5,000 kilometers in diameter? Unless Lu Qingchen had the ability to drill a hole in the crust of Ancient 13th in advance and fill it with an astronomical number of crystal bombs, it would be impossible for him to blow Ancient 13th into pieces during the explosion. It was impossible. Lu Qingchen had only arrived 7 to 10 days ago. He had neither the time nor the crystal bombs to carry out such an absurd strategy. Even so, with Li Yao's reminder, Li Linghai still increased the surveillance between the battlefield and Gu 13 to ensure that no anomalies were overlooked. The astronomical parameters of the stone belts, the speed of the meteoroids, the density of the cosmic dust, the intensity of the electromagnetic interference, and so on were all under high surveillance. As of now, although the intensity of the interference and the density of the cosmic dust had caused significant damage to the spiritual shield and the power unit of the starship, it was still bearable. Lu Qingchen's 2 supreme fortresses, on the other hand, gradually slowed down and started spinning in an irregular pattern. It was obvious that Ding Lingdang and the other giant god soldiers had blown up the main power units, resulting in the imbalance of power output. The 2 supreme fortresses were like hippos and rhinos whose legs had been broken. No matter how thick their leather armor was, how powerful their impact was, and how sharp their front teeth and horns were, they were doomed. Bright fireballs were popping up on the surface of the 2 supreme fortresses at almost the same time. Even the last bit of their spiritual shield, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, was gone, revealing their pale and twisted plate armor. Cheers were echoing inside the communication channel. It turned out that Ding Lingdang and the other experts had successfully completed the task of breaking the main gun, the main defense array, and the main power unit. In the next moment, although the exploration fleet was small in size, the agile, fast-firing attack starships could swarm forward like piranhas and tear apart the 2 paralyzed giants. But Li Yao was frowning harder and harder. The ugly, malicious, deep, and crazy face of Lu Qingchen popped up in his head again. Loud thunder, small rain. Lu Qingchen, oh Lu Qingchen, did you spend so much time and effort to set up such a trap at the cost of 2 supreme fortresses and countless puppets just to buy us more time? Li Yao felt that it was impossible. Lu Qingchen was someone who would summon all his will and wisdom to fight to the end, even when a wisp of his remaining soul had been captured by Fuxi. How could he declare his abandonment with such a suicidal, idiotic tactic? Where was the supreme battle fortress and the withering wood fortress hidden? If Lu Qingchen had already entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, there was no need for him to bring such a huge fortress with him. Therefore, was the fortress hiding somewhere to ambush them? However, the Supreme Battle Fortress could not reverse the situation even if it joined the battlefield. So, cold sweat was appearing on Li Yao's forehead. Did you find any abnormal high-energy reactions between the battlefield and the Ancient 13? Traces of the withering wood fortress? He raised his voice and asked Li Linghai. No. We've sent out almost all the crystal cameras to monitor every inch of the space between the battlefield and the Ancient 13th. Even if a starship is hiding somewhere, we will still find it, not to mention the enormous star fortress. Li Linghai's voice was full of confusion and uneasiness. 2. It was a weird battle. Lu Qingchen's traps were too simple and weak. Was that all he could do about the 5 supreme fortresses, or... Right then, they both heard the ear-splitting alarms. Discovering the unusual super-high-energy reaction, the last fortress showed up, but it was not in the dense meteoroid belt in front and behind them, nor was it in the dark vacuum between the meteoroid belt and the Ancient 13th. Instead, it was in the space between the Ancient 13th and the Ancient Star, which was closer to the gravitational ring of the Ancient Star. In the fierce battle a few hours ago, everybody's attention had been attracted by the Fortress Phantom Sea and the Fortress Sharp Gold. Even Li Yao and Li Linghai, who could smell that something was not right in the battlefield, had spread all their attention between the stone belts and the Ancient 13th. They were worried that Lu Qingchen was planning to make use of the Ancient 13th, but none of them paid any attention to the side of the ancient giant. It was not until this moment, when the withered wood fortress released its strongest spiritual energy and spurted out magnificent exhaust flames thousands of kilometers long, that its high-energy reaction was detected by the exploration fleet. Shwa! 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 Countless monitoring crystal cameras turned to the direction of the ancient star and captured thousands of pictures from various angles, assembling a soul-stirring and unbelievable scene. The withering wood fortress was the weirdest of the 5 supreme fortresses in the first place. It did not seem to be made of metal. Instead, it seemed to have been refined by the Quafu clan in the primeval era with vines as thick as boas on the surface. But right now, the vines had been embedded into a giant meteoroid and tied the meteoroid to the fortress. The distance was too far for him to analyze the diameter and mass of the meteoroid. But judging from the comparison between it and the drywood fortress, the ratio of the two was at least 10-1. The meteoroid was 10 times larger than the drywood fortress. It was not a meteoroid at all, but an asteroid. Since the very beginning, the drywood fortress had been bound to the planet. It had been floating in the periphery of the ancient star's gravity circle quietly. It had even entered the ancient star's gravity circle and was slowly falling toward it. Since the surface of the drywood fortress was covered in a lot of exotic materials that were neither metal nor iron, it was very difficult to be detected by metal probe magical equipment. Also, with such a large meteorite as cover, nobody had expected that it would be hiding in this place. It was not until the Sharpened Gold Fortress and the Phantom Ocean Fortress jumped out of the darkness and attracted the attention of more than 90% of the firepower, computational ability, and probe magical equipment of the exploration fleet that the drywood fortress activated the main power unit and spurted out the strongest exhaust flames, pushing the meteorites 10 times larger than itself to accelerate toward the ancient giant. Stop it! Li Yao and Li Linghai's roars echoed inside the cockpit of every starship. Although they did not understand why Lu Qingchen would sacrifice the drywood fortress and push a gargantuan meteoroid toward the ancient star instead of Ancient 13th, whose structure was weaker and whose mass was smaller, Li Yao, Li Linghai, and all the experts in the peak of the nascent soul stage and the divinity transformation stage were all alarmed. Lu Qingchen was definitely not talking nonsense. What they saw was definitely his sharpest killing move. There was no time. Lu Qingchen had taken every detail into consideration and even captured their subtle thoughts precisely. He calculated that the exploration fleet would focus their attention on the 2 fortresses named Phantom Ocean and Sharpened Gold and Ancient 13th, and that they would not notice the vast vacuum on one side of the ancient star at all. It did make sense now that he thought about it. The ancient giants were the kings of the planetary families. Although they had suffered heavy losses in the two supernova explosions and were in the active period when their structure was extremely unstable, they were still not something that the insignificant human fortresses could shake. Therefore, none of the fast-attack starships were deployed near the gravity field of the ancient giants and could stop the furious advance of the drywood fortress. In the blink of an eye, thousands of colorful spears of light were released from the hundreds of fast-attack starships and darted toward the drywood fortress. However, they were too far away from each other. When the furious energy exceeded the effective range, the magnetic field under their control was soon gone. The fatal rays of light were scattered and blurred. Even though they could hit the drywood battle fortress, the supreme battle fortress had always been known for its thick skin and high defensibility. Just now, when Ding Lingdang invaded the fortress with dozens of giant god soldiers, it had taken her quite a few hours to destroy the defense system. The iron-like plate armor of the fortress had not been completely torn open yet, not to mention that spiritual energy weapons were merely tickling the plate armor of the drywood battle fortress at such a long distance. As for physical weapons such as spiritual bullets and space torpedoes, they were too far away and too slow to catch up with the drywood fortress. Besides, even if he did, so what? So what if the drywood fortress was riddled with holes because of the bombardment of the light beams and the explosive bullets? So what if it completely collapsed? Its acceleration had reached the limit, and it resonated strongly with the gravitational field of the ancient planet. It was like an unstoppable tide that had returned to the ocean. Nothing could stop it. Li Yao, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, Boss Bai, Long Yongjun, Ding Lingdang, all the experts could do nothing but watch the thousands of spears of light explode at the rear end of the drywood fortress, raising clusters of brilliant fireworks, which seemed to add a few points of acceleration to the fortress and accelerated the meteoroid that it was pushing forward. In the end, the meteoroid turned into a red light spot and pierced into the atmosphere where the ancient giant was filled with hydrogen, helium, and methane. The point of impact of the drywood fortress was one of the most conspicuous Great Red Spot on the ancient giants. The so-called Great Red Spot was the largest cyclone in the atmosphere of the ancient giants. It could be more than 10,000 kilometers in diameter. It was the most magnificent and the most intense weather change among all the planets with atmospheres. Since the atmosphere of the ancient giants contained a lot of red phosphorus and methane, the high-speed friction of the tornadoes would release burning redness. Therefore, if observed from the orbit, they looked like bloody mouths all over the ancient giants. Pushing the meteoroid into such a bloody mouth was like a bug landing in a swamp. At first, there was not even the tiniest splash. That's it. Li Yao and the other experts looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what the strategy was. Say if the supreme battle fortress was pushed to the ancient 13th, it was possible that the structure of the ancient 13th would be completely altered during the fierce collision. The furious energy stored in the core of the ancient 13th would be activated, and a new great collision of heaven and earth would be created. But attacking the ancient giant, the Great Red Spot, would be like tickling a dinosaur with a grass. There would be no reaction at all. However, 10 seconds later they realized that they were wrong. The Great Red Spot, which had swallowed the drywood battle fortress, suddenly expanded into almost 100 new cantilevers at a visible speed, as if the dynamic balance that it had maintained for hundreds of years had been broken and its speed of revolution increased by 3 to 5 times. Then, hundreds of deep purple threads appeared in the depths of the red spot, entangling, tangling, tearing, and melting each other, as if the bloody eyeballs were full of twisted blood streaks. When the blood threads were gathered to the limit, they were unstoppable like a volcanic eruption. They soared into the sky and tore apart the atmosphere and the gravity ring before they darted toward the battlefield precisely. All the experts, including Li Yao and Ding Lingdang, felt that their blood was freezing. Such terrifying thunderstorms and torrents of plasma were similar to the extreme weather conditions when they rescued Iron Fist. But the energy released this time was hundreds of times more than last time. Just think about it. The tens of thousands of raging lightning bolts, each of which was at least tens of thousands of kilometers long and almost 100 kilometers in diameter, had an immeasurable range of destruction. Yet, they were all condensed together and exploded into dazzling sparks. The brightness and the radiation, the interference of the magnetic field, and the flow of high-energy particles were comparable to the tongues of fire when a star was shooting at an entire galaxy. It was the unbelievable, apocalyptic scene that Liao and the exploration fleet were faced with. It's impossible. Such intense magnetic field disturbances and energy releases can only happen when a superlarge meteoroid strikes a planet. The drywood fortress and the large meteoroid are far from enough to trigger such a destructive thunderstorm. It doesn't make sense. The magnetic field released by the energy is too weird. It seems to be targeting us. Why? The atmosphere is the most suitable environment for the scourge of lightning. Why did the lightning condense into a torrent of plasma and soar into the vacuum? It doesn't make sense. 8,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, 50,000 kilometers. My God, this torrent of plasma is really high. It completely exceeds the calculations of all our lightning models. Says it really lightning? All the astronomers, meteorologists, and spiritual energy scientists screamed in shock. In the operation to rescue Iron Fist just now, the torrent of plasma had already made their building of faith on the verge of collapse. But the super torrent of plasma right in front of their eyes, which was hundreds of times more powerful and out of the atmosphere of the ancient giants, had blown the undefinable truth that they had built up over the past 100 years into smithereens. Careful! That's not lightning! Several meteorologists screamed at the same time. What else could it be other than lightning? No one knew, and no one had time to calculate or deduce. It was because, while everybody's attention was focused on the super plasma torrent, the remaining Fortress Phantom C and Fortress Sharp Gold exploded violently from the center as expected. Ding Ling Dang, Boss Bai, and the rest of them had been prepared for this. All the crystal suits and space shuttles that were relatively weaker in defense had hidden behind the spiritual shield of the starship or behind the giant meteoroids. The operators of the giant god soldiers had sensed the high-energy reaction at the center of the Supreme Fortress in advance and escaped before the explosion. The self-detonation of the two Supreme Fortresses did not deal much damage to the exploration fleet. It was even safe to say that the two self-detonations that Lu Qingchen had orchestrated were not designed to maximize the damage of the warship. Under the ravaging torrents of energy, the shells of the two Supreme Fortresses caved in at first, before they protruded out violently. After a few repetitions, tens of thousands of twisted gaps appeared, through which purple flames spurted out. Not only did the flames envelop the two Supreme Fortresses, they also released purple ripples that spread to the entire battlefield and dyed the spiritual shields of all the starships of the exploration fleet purple. Report: the defense magnetic field of our starship has been seriously jammed by the enemy's self-detonation. The spiritual shield is in a mess. There is no sign that the defense ability of our starship has been compromised. We cannot determine the form and model of the interference right now. It is being calculated urgently. Same here. Our spiritual shields have been jammed, too. But the interference did not damage our defense at all. How weird. Not just us. The entire battlefield is covered in weird spiritual waves. It is as if Lu Qingchen sacrificed the battle fortress Phantom C and the sharpened gold fortress and released all his energy, dyeing the entire space zone purple. But the spiritual waves are not aggressive at all, and we cannot find a neutral frequency to eliminate them. All the starships reported to him one after another. A non-aggressive spiritual energy ripple was like the eternal radiation of a star in the sea of stars. Since it was not very sharp, it was difficult to find a way to neutralize it and disperse it. Although the spiritual energy ripples were not aggressive by themselves, they were fatally attractive to the superplasma torrents that were bursting out of the ancient giants. When the superplasma torrents sensed the spiritual energy ripples, they were like sharks that had smelled the scent of blood. They were faster and more precise, and they lunged at the battlefield precisely. This lunatic! At this moment, Liao finally knew Lu Qingchen's entire plan. He sacrificed the last 3 supreme fortresses in order to lure the exploration fleet into the hunting range of the super plasma torrent. Then, he would use the blood from the self-detonation of the supreme fortresses to attract the devils lurking on the ancient giants and swallow the entire exploration fleet. What is this exactly? Every hair on Liao's body seemed to have been electrified. He noticed that the super plasma torrent had been completely separated from the atmosphere of the ancient star. It was like an energy storm in the form of a giant crab that was raging toward the battlefield. The hideous posture did not seem to be natural weather or astronomical phenomena at all. Instead, it seemed to be a living devil, one or a bunch of electric devils. Yen Liren, isn't your sword known for chasing wind and catching lightning, slaying gods and annihilating devils, and even slaying lightning with ease? Liao's voice changed. Are you interested in weighing such a thick lightning bolt? I am a sword maniac, not an idiot. Yen Liren refused without any hesitation. The plasma storm is at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter, which is enough to swallow an asteroid. How am I going to cut it? Not interested. What about you, Your Majesty? Liao continued questioning Li Jialing. Didn't you claim that you would be the Star Ocean Imperator and the dominator of the universe and that billions of stars, white dwarfs, and black holes would bow down to you? Everybody is following your lead right now. The Lord must not raise an army in anger. Li Jialing swallowed hard and said, I feel that the super plasma torrent is too weird. There's no need to fight it head-on. We might as well retreat as far away as possible. Or maybe, the Black Wind King, you are the real top expert of the Pangu universe and an invincible existence in the divinity transformation stage. Even I respect you very much. Why don't you go first and unveil the mysteries of the weird energy body for us? Not long ago, you said that you would devote your limited life to the infinite exploration of the universe. Even if we are just a speck of dust, we must march forward fearlessly in the face of the boundless universe. Right? All right. As I said, we don't need to be scared of the tiny universe strategically, but we cannot be careless about tactics. Therefore, taking a deep breath, Liao shouted at the top of his voice, Cut the crap! Run at 120,000 horsepower. In the face of the overwhelming torrents of plasma, the giant soldier, the crystal suit, the space shuttle, and the starship all had one thing to say, run. Unfortunately, it was not that easy to run away. The speed gap between the two parties was obvious. The super plasma torrent was an energy body, and its speed was definitely 100 times higher than that of the starship and the giant soldier. Although they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from each other in the beginning, it was already too late when they saw the lightning rush out of the atmosphere. Liao opened his eyes and watched the super plasma torrent split into 5 tributaries that snatched at the fast attack warship closest to the ancient star like the sharp claws of a devil. Dazzling electric arcs and fireballs were flying everywhere. The spiritual shield of the fast attack warship was cracking and disappearing like a thin sugar shell. The turrets, the power units, and the protrusions on the shell were all melting. The black plate armor had been burnt orange. The power of thunder was indeed terrifying. One claw was enough to paralyze a fast attack starship. Yang Wei! Yang Wei! Li Linghai called the fast attack starship that was wreathed in electric arcs and sparking in vain in the communication channel. The only response she got was the rattling noises of electromagnetic interference. The parameters of the starship that she was monitoring from a long distance were reset to 0-2, indicating that the enemy was out of the combat network and that all the crew members were likely to be killed. Attack freely and brutally. Li Linghai gritted his teeth and issued the command. The starships zigzagged in the stone belts and dashed forward, while they waved thousands of colorful spears of light and stabbed at the super plasma torrent. OC, however, when the thousands of spears of light pierced into the torrents of super plasma, they were like oxen made of mud sinking into an ocean. Not only did they fail to destroy the enemy's form, they even made the enemy appear clearer and larger. In the end, the enemy was even triggered and extended thousands of tentacles of lightning toward the entire exploration fleet from various directions. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of starships were hit by the lightning instantly. The energy contained in the tentacles was already much lower than before. The spiritual shields of the starships were still on the verge of destruction. Invisible radiation and high-energy particle streams pierced through the plate armor, the shell of the starship, and the walls of the starship through the spiritual shield. They stirred the vitality magnetic field of every crew member brutally, making their hair stand up, their fingernails explode, and their clothes splutter with sparks. The intense interference of the spiritual energy even disrupted and paralyzed the mainframe crystal processors of every starship. Even the communication channel was filled with roaring wind and thunder. Everybody had to shout at the top of their lungs in order to be heard. Hunting Falcon has been hit. It has lost 30% of its impetus. It is estimated that the spiritual shield can sustain 2 attacks of the same level. Stainless Steel Mouse has been hit and lost 25% of its impetus temporarily. What the hell is this? It is burning my mainframe crystal processor. It's too weird that Alloy Virus was hit. How did it lock onto us? It was as easy as a lightning bolt hitting a lightning rod. Crying and screaming echoed inside the communication channel. No one knew what the terrifying superplasma torrent or thunderstorm was exactly. In the next second, an even more unbelievable and appalling change took place. It was floating in the periphery of the stone belts like an enormous jellyfish. The thousands of lightning bolts that constituted its body were wriggling and dancing crazily in a weird pattern, turning it into a certain well-defined, rigorous, and man-made form. Withering Wood Fortress. Gasps were echoing in the communication channel. Yes, the cluster of living lightning, or electricity, turned into the appearance of a dry fortress after a moment of wriggling. The slender body of the fortress and the hundreds of roots were all vivid in his mind. Except for the fact that they were made of bouncing lightning, they were almost identical. Moreover, through the scanning of the high-resolution crystal cameras, the experts even noticed that countless blue light spots were floating around the withered wood fortress, which was wreathed in lightning. Every blue light spot had limbs and a head. They were tiny people made of electric currents and magnetic fields. A blue figure made of thousands of electric currents was floating in the dark vacuum, staring at the defeated exploration fleet. Such a scene would never have happened in the most absurd nightmare. Is it the army of ghosts? It was hard not to wonder whether or not Lu Qingchen had grasped some kind of evil secret art and sacrificed the lives of all the crew members in the Drywood Battle Fortress to a certain devil king lurking on an ancient star, turning the living soldiers into an army of ghosts. Even the Drywood Battle Fortress had been energized into a pure energy fortress. Ghosts existed objectively in the Pangu universe. Ghosts were a set of waves bound by magnetic fields. It was not impossible for them to be further energized and combatized. Are you kidding me? That's impossible. Liao could not accept such speculation. Even if the soul of a human being could be quantified and possess the power of lightning, how could Lu Qingchen command the energy puppets to attack the exploration fleet? Were the soldiers and workers of the Holy Alliance, whose bodies had been burnt to ash, going to listen to Lu Qingchen's command? Besides, even if the soul of a human being could turn into a lightning-like form, how could such a huge fortress turn into a gargantuan ball of lightning? It was impossible for Lu Qingchen to control everything. The best he could do was to discover that something made of lightning was lurking inside the atmosphere of the ancient giants and figure out a way to make use of it. Then what was it exactly? Some kind of life? Some kind of energy life that was made of lightning and lived inside the atmosphere of ancient giants? Such a life form was far beyond Li Yao's imagination. It was not because his narrow-mindedness dictated that he could only accept carbon-based intelligent life. Rather, it was because, even if he could accept the existence of energy-based life and even if he himself was gradually evolving in the direction of energy-based life, the foundation of energy-based life would always be carbon-based life. Moreover, he should live in a place with a more stable electromagnetic environment. The ancient giants were sweeping storms all year round. The furious atmosphere, which was full of lightning and thunder, was not a place for life, at least not for the intelligent creatures. Then, let's just consider you to be some kind of ferocious beast condensed from lightning. You should only have the instincts to hunt and devour. You don't have the conventional sense of wisdom, right? Because if you had the wisdom, we would all be dead. Liao was sweating hard. He mumbled to himself, "How did you take the form of the dry wood fortress and the crew members? Did you analyze the spiritual energy transmission routes and the vitality magnetic field of the crew members and simulate their appearance after you swallowed the dry wood fortress and all the crew members? Why? Were you studying? What were you trying to do? How did you discover and lock onto us, you animal with electric arcs?" The question was of paramount importance for the exploration of whether or not the fleet could get out of the hunting range of the electric fiend. Boom! 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 The torrents of lightning in the form of the supreme battle fortress and the crew members attacked again. The torrents of plasma hit every starship of the exploration fleet brutally. The spiritual shields of many of the starships were extremely lackluster. More than half of their impetus was lost. They were knocked over and dispersed by the ever more furious meteoroid showers. It is too fast for us to get rid of it. No lightning can survive in a vacuum for such a long time. What is it exactly? Fuel. More than half of the fuel on my starship has vanished into thin air, as if it has been swallowed by something invisible. Is it possible that it is not only releasing energy but also absorbing ours? The spiritual energy field is too unstable. The mainframe crystal processor and a lot of units on my starship are about to be paralyzed. The exclamations in the communication channel were louder and louder. In the meantime, the sound of electric current interference was getting sharper and higher, as if a ferocious animal made of electric current was rubbing its sharp tusks. Even Hunting Falcon, where Liao was, had been pierced through by the electric arcs multiple times. A lot of units and control chips burst into deep blue flames and dazzling electric sparks, and the cabins dimmed one after another. Liao himself was pierced through by invisible electric currents. It was a very strange feeling, like a sour wind passing through his limbs and bones, carefully scanning his every vein, nerve, and cell. The bioelectricity between the nerves and the cells, in particular, was clearly seen by the lightning. Liao smelled the scent of his burnt hair and felt like vomiting. Right then, an even weirder scene took place. Not far away from the exploration fleet, the ball of lightning that looked like a dry fortress suddenly split into almost 100 smaller clusters of electric arcs. Every cluster of electric arcs was jumping and wriggling as if they were alive. Very soon, they formed the narrow and long shapes of starships. It was exactly a one-to-one copy of all the starships of the exploration fleet, a deep blue exploration fleet that looked exactly like them except that it was made of lightning. Although they were smaller in size, they were faster and more agile. The exploration fleet, made of torrents of lightning, was marching toward the real exploration fleet from various directions, like haunting ghosts that were looking for a stand-in to the real world. Calm down and think clearly. They are definitely not intelligent creatures in the real sense. They must have weaknesses and loopholes. Otherwise, Lu Qingchen wouldn't have been able to run away after he discovered them and set up such a fatal trap. Looking at the army of lightning that was getting closer and closer, Liao bit his lips so hard that blood was flowing out. But soon he was burnt into smoke by the electric arcs. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was mumbling crazily. It is not an intelligent creature. It is merely imitating unconsciously. How can it lock onto its prey? It seems to be particularly sensitive to all kinds of energy reactions. Could it be? Liao's pupils suddenly expanded to the maximum. Through the fuzzy pictures captured by an insignificant probe crystal camera, he discovered something very strange. The starship that was unfortunately swept by the super lightning torrent in the beginning had completely lost its spiritual shield and power output. It was paralyzed in the vacuum like a cold coffin. However, although it was very close to the raging electric fiend, the super torrent of lightning did not touch it at all and did not intend to tear it apart at all. Liao even saw several bolts of lightning as thick as boas brushing past the paralyzed starship, only to lose interest in it and simply ignore it. Then, he thought of Lu Qingchen's series of actions, including the weird spiritual waves that he released at the cost of the two supreme fortresses, which entangled all the starships of the exploration fleet and marked their spiritual shields. Let's say that the terrifying torrents of plasma are really some kind of weird, living creatures. They are also completely different from the carbon-based creatures in the general sense. They do not have facial organs, and naturally, they do not have sight. In a vacuum, hearing is meaningless, too. It is very likely that they are scanning and locking onto their prey with spiritual waves. Liao's eyes suddenly shone. Therefore, as long as we restrain all our spiritual waves... Boom! Falcon was assaulted by the plasma again. It was suddenly enveloped in darkness. It was not until a long time later that the dim green emergency lights were turned on. There was no time to think about it carefully. Every vein in Liao's eyes was jumping like lightning. He thought quickly and ran through the battle plan in his head. After making sure that the success rate was 30%, he gritted his teeth and jumped into the giant god soldier that had just been repaired. Turn off the spiritual shield. Hardly had he opened the communication channel for everyone in the giant god soldier when he shouted desperately, Emperor, Empress Dowager, Ding Ling Dang, Boss Bai, Long Yang Jun, Lei Qinghu, and everyone else, there's no time to explain. Turn off the spiritual shield, the spiritual magnetic field, and the power output immediately. Turn off all the units on your starship that will emit the tiniest spiritual waves. Ask everyone to restrain their spiritual energy and lock their pores. Turn your starship into cold iron coffins. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There was nothing but silence in the communication channel. Then, Li Linghai's surprised voice came over. But we are in the middle of a surging stone belt. The gravity field of Ancient 13 was an extremely unstable stone belt. Every meteoroid the size of a grain of sand carried as much kinetic energy and damage as a starship cannon when accelerated to the maximum. Only by relying on the spiritual shield and the spiritual magnetic field could the kinetic energy be neutralized or thrown away. In order to turn off the spiritual shield and the magnetic field, they would have to rely on the plate armor to resist the torrent of meteoroids. But Liao had asked them to cut off the power output, which meant that they could not dodge at all and could only watch the endless meteoroid showers hitting their faces. However hard the composite plate of the starship was, how long could it withstand the bombardment? In such a perilous environment, it would be a catastrophe if a meteorite pierced through the plate armor. I know, but there is no other choice. Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and he gnashed his teeth. Haven't you noticed yet? This cluster of lightning creatures are searching for their target with energy waves. It is precisely because Lu Qingchun detonated the two supreme battle fortresses and created an extremely intense zone of energy ripples near our battlefield that it has been classified as a hunting zone. The spiritual shield, spiritual magnetic field, and exhaust flames of our starship are all releasing energy to the outside world unstoppably. It is as idiotic as dancing and shouting in a silent dark forest. It is a pure body of energy, and its speed is much higher than ours. If the stalemate continues, even if we activate all our defensive magical equipment, our spiritual shield and spiritual magnetic field will still be blown up by it. We might as well take the risk. How do I fight? Boss Bai joined the discussion, his voice unprecedentedly solemn. Turn off the spiritual shield and the magnetic field. We can only last half an hour to an hour in such a furious stone belt. If we cut off all the impetus, there is no way that we can get out. We are like dry leaves in the middle of a raging ocean. We can only drift with the current. In the end, won't we be blown to smithereens? Do you want to bet that it will perish or retreat in half an hour? If it were an ordinary lightning, half an hour would be enough for it to release all its energy. But for this extremely weird torrent of plasma, I really don't want to gamble. Of course, we have to gamble. Liao's lips curled into a crazy smile of confidence. However, I never like to let other people roll the dice. It's definitely not my style to wait for the enemy's victory. I'm going to roll the dice myself. Listen, what we are going to do next is of paramount importance. You must listen to my arrangements. This will determine the life and death of everyone and even the rise and fall of the entire civilization. Then, turn off all the magical equipment units on all the starships. Turn off the spiritual shields, the spiritual magnetic field, the power units, the external communication, and even the artificial gravity and life support system inside the starships. Make sure that no spiritual waves will spread out so that all the crew members can wear mustard suits and crystal suits and live on compressed oxygen. Boss by, just like in your ambush in the blue sky space zone, turn yourself into a cold meteorite and don't even fart. I know that the environment here is 10,000 times worse than in the blue sky space zone. Once the spiritual shield and the power output are turned off, you will be swept away by the torrent of materials released by Ancient 13 at any moment. However, there is no other choice. You have to hold on for half an hour to 45 minutes. Even if your starship is riddled with holes, even if somebody is seriously wounded by the meteorites, you must not move. In the meantime, I will try to lure the superplasma torrent to a safe distance. Then, you will turn on the spiritual shield and the power unit and march into the entrance of the tomb at full speed. I estimate that, since Xianxia is willing to sacrifice all the 5 supreme fortresses to set up this trap, he must have entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor with light armor. You must seize every second and capture him as soon as possible. He has completely gone mad. He sacrificed all the supreme fortresses without even batting an eye. He would do anything inhuman. We cannot allow him to control the core strength of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Liao, are you going to distract it? Ding Lingdong's voice joined in. Are you crazy? This thing is at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter. It's like a tiny sun. Its core temperature is at least 10,000 degrees. Once you are swallowed by it, you will immediately be burnt to ashes. Not even half of your telepathic thoughts will be able to escape. I know, but we don't have a better solution right now. Hiding in this place is a dead end. We might as well try our luck. Liao paused for a moment and said in a comforting tone. Besides, I know what I'm doing. After my most thorough calculation, the risk factor is not as high as it seems. It is searching for its prey with spiritual waves. As long as I can control the output of my spiritual flames precisely and conceal all my spiritual energy and vitality when necessary, I will be fine. I will be fine. Then I'll go with you. Ding Lingdang said without any hesitation. Let's distract it together. If anything goes wrong, we can make up for it. There's no need. You've seen its speed and energy level. If my calculations are correct, one person is enough to lure it away. If there are errors in my calculations, then it doesn't matter how many people there are. Liao smiled and said, You just entered the divinity transformation stage not long ago. You are the type to soar into the sky. Although the spiritual energy inside your body is immense, your control over it is still not good enough. It is very easy for it to detect the feeble spiritual waves that you release. You are all the same. Nobody is a match for me in the field of delicate control over spiritual energy and extreme micromanipulation. Therefore, you should focus on your mission. After I distract it, try your best to control the starship, enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and capture Xianxia. It is an equally important mission. As for me, well, I'm not bragging, but as the best expert of the Pangu universe, when I want to flee, I will not be stopped even if billions of deities work together. After Liao finished his speech, he cut off the communication without giving Ding Lingdang and the others any chance to argue. On the surface of the arsonist, interweaving fluorescent red lines appeared again. All the red lines gathered in his eyes and blossomed in glamorous colors. The airtight door below the launch platform slid open silently. After a short fall, he was already used to the weightlessness. Liao stood in the dark, deep sea of stars again, feeling free and refreshed. The stars were where he belonged. Fighting a torrent of plasma, more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter with a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees alone, was a battle worthy of his courage and wisdom. Of course, before the battle, he would have to borrow some toys from Falcon and the few fast attack starships nearby. Under Liao's suggestion and Li Linghai's command, all the commanders of the exploration fleet gritted their teeth and stopped all the operations of the starship. Could not be helped. In the unpredictable and brutal unknown space, the intuition of a division expert might be the only weapon that they could count on. The spiritual shields and magnetic fields of the starships immediately vanished. The power units that had been glittering and spurting colorful flames all over the starship dimmed, too. Inside the cabin, the artificial gravity field had been cancelled. The crew members in helmets and armor were all floating in midair, securing themselves to their posts with soft restraints and buffer gel. But they could not stop the water cups, mini crystal processors, and daily necessities from dancing in the air. The spiritual nexus and the tactical data link between starships had been cut off, too. They were now in the absolute communication silence. Every pathway and every cabin was plunged into darkness. Everybody could only adjust the emergency lights to the minimum brightness so that their blurred shadows would be illuminated. They prayed silently in the darkness, praying that Liao's judgment was correct, and that their plate armor was solid enough to resist the increasingly intense meteoroid showers. Bam! Bam 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 bam. Without the neutralization of the spiritual shield and the interference of the magnetic field, the meteoroid showers immediately hit the shells of every starship like hailstones. Ear-splitting noises were echoing non-stop, indicating that the shell of the starship, the keel, or the girders of the starship were under tremendous pressure and had reached the limit of metal fatigue. They were moaning in desperation. If one was unlucky, one could even hear the hissing noises, which indicated that the shell of the starship had been torn apart in an unknown place, and the gas inside the cabin was leaking out quickly. The sea of stars was boundless, and the stone belts were in chaos. Billions of tons of materials were spurting out of the broken crust of Ancient 13 every second and rushing into space like mudslides. The starships of human beings were merely dry leaves in the mudslides. Without any impetus, they could not control their own fate at all and were soon dispersed, losing their direction. The sweeping torrents of superplasma, on the other hand, created a terrifying accelerating magnetic field in the stone belts, which was equivalent to the creation of powerful electromagnetic cannons out of thin air. Not only did the meteoroids, which were already as fast as lightning, increase their speed by a level, their revolutions were also hundreds of times faster. They drilled through the shell, the cabin walls, the pathways, and even the entire starship without any trouble. The noises grew more and more ear-piercing. Many starships lost pressure and cooled down quickly. A thin layer of frost appeared on the mainframe crystal processor and the units. Some unlucky starships were hit by the fuel tanks. Liquid fuel and coolant leaked out like blood. At the rate of the damage, there was no way that they could survive 45 minutes to an hour. Half an hour was already his limit. But other than gritting their teeth and enduring the damage within the minimum range, there was nothing they could do, because the destructive superplasma torrent was right next to them, eyeing them covetously. What? An unparalleled beast. Maybe only those like Liao, who was floating alone in the sea of stars, could truly feel its soul-stirring beauty and danger when there was no barrier between the superplasma torrent and the vacuum. It was truly like a newborn sun, a certain creature that had broken out of its cocoon and turned into a butterfly. Billions of lightning bolts outlined its nerves, veins, bones, and muscles, and every lightning bolt was bouncing and changing into billions of forms every second, trying new methods of entanglement and condensation, which were mutations and evolutions. Thousands of mutations and evolutions were taking place every second, turning every lightning swirl on its body into ever-changing kaleidoscope. It was at least 1,000 kilometers in diameter. It was more magnificent than the largest and most furious tides. But the distance between them was too far away, and it gave the feeling of lightness and slimness. It was a hurricane, a tsunami, a thunder, a newborn star, a butterfly, a catkin, a smoke, a dream, and the most perfect work of art that the hand of the universe could make. Liao was deeply immersed in the dangerous blue dream. His eyes had been dyed blue and purple without him knowing. As he expected, the superplasma torrent was indeed searching for prey with the energy waves. Or rather, its instincts drove it to look for the objects that contained intense energy. Only by seizing all the energy could its life be continued. For the items that had run out of energy, such as the fast attack starship that had been paralyzed in the vacuum just now, it was meaningless, if not against its instinct, to waste its precious energy to crush them completely. It was just like how ferocious beasts would not attack a hard stone in vain. In the vacuum of the universe, Every drop of energy was more precious than water in a desert. Even though it seemed magnificent and beautiful, as time went by, it would gradually dissipate and eventually perish. It had to seize enough energy before it was annihilated in order to be considered a successful hunting. At this moment, it was hesitating, as if it was deeply troubled by the sudden disappearance of its prey. Even though Li Linghai, Ding Lingdang, and Boss Bai could turn off all the units of the starship in time, the remaining spiritual waves would not dissipate instantly. The temperature of the starship was also spreading out radiation nonstop. The spiritual energy ripples and the heat radiation were all keenly perceived by the superplasma torrent. It was merely calculating whether or not it was worthwhile to launch an attack at the cost of its own spiritual energy in order to reduce the energy source by several levels. Liao could not wait for it to react. He was going to help it make a choice. Liao snapped his fingers. Thousands of spiritual bullets of the main gun of the starship were floating around the arsonist. They were all designed to pierce through the heavy plate armor that was more than 10 meters thick. Some of them were even designed to attack the underground fortress that was hundreds of meters deep. The smallest of them was even larger than Liao himself. They were the toys that Liao used to attract the superplasma torrents. The first spiritual energy bullet exploded silently. Although sound waves and blast waves could not be transmitted in the vacuum, colorful spiritual waves were still spreading out like a tide, as if the most brilliant fireworks had bloomed in front of Liao. "Come on, big guy. Treat me as your prey. Let's bet whether or not you can catch me." Licking his dry lips, Liao mumbled to himself with a weird smile, his eyes sunken like those of a gambler who was taking a gamble. The superplasma torrent was indeed attracted by the explosion of the cannonball. For a moment, the millions of electric arcs that constituted its body all raised their heads and stared at Liao like vipers that had sensed the temperature of their prey. Even the vivid blue warships outlined by lightning were aimed at Liao's direction. It could be clearly seen that the electric arcs were sucking the meteorites and dust nearby and burning them into deep purple and deep blue flames due to the high-speed friction, making the warships even more hideous and ferocious. Faced with the horrifying scenes where the common nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators were all scared out of their wits, Liao, on the other hand, roared like a wild animal, his hair standing on end and his eyes bloodshot. "Come on. I am your real opponent. Let me see what you are capable of. Let me show you the most brilliant escaping expert in the 100,000 years of history of the civilization of mankind. Let's see how magnificent he is after he burns his life away, transcends his peak, and breaks his limits." Enhanced by the magical equipment, Liao's roars turned into sharp electric arcs and slashed at the superplasma torrent brutally. The thousands of cannonballs around him were accelerated by his life force, too. Dozens of them rushed out and exploded on the superplasma torrent. The incinerator of the giant god soldier, on the other hand, was emitting overwhelming spiritual flames, enlarging him into an awe-inspiring giant who was standing on the stars. Bluffing was Liao's specialty in the first place. Now that he was in the soul division stage, he had trained the technique to the acme of perfection. The spiritual waves that he released right now were as powerful as a small fleet. The superplasma torrent had indeed been fooled. After a moment of consolidation and transformation, it lunged at Liao like a lightning snake king with thousands of heads. When the lightning thousands of kilometers long suddenly expanded above his head into tens of thousands of kilometers long and hundreds of kilometers wide, it was not an exaggeration to say that every cell in Liao's body was about to melt. If the liquid crystal processor Little Black had not covered his body and protected every inch of his skin, his hair would have been burnt. "Run!" Liao screamed and stomped on a meteorite that had been locked onto for a long time. He suddenly accelerated and dashed forward in the stone belt. Behind him was lightning and thunder, and in front of him was a rain of meteorites. Riding the arsonist, Liao performed the most thrilling and marvelous escape in his life. Manipulated by him, the giant soldier weighing hundreds of tons was as light as a dry leaf, as agile as a butterfly, and as agile as a spark. It turned into a streak of redness and treated the meteorites as stepping stones. With the help of the energy from the annihilation of the meteorites, It accelerated, accelerated, and accelerated. The thunder was roaring. The sharp claws behind him reached out time and time again, only to brush past them narrowly. The hundreds of meteoroids were merely crushed, vaporized, and obliterated into mist that surrounded the plasma, adding to the unparalleled power and horror of the thunder. Calculating the trajectories of the meteoroids that were coming at him crazily and the route where he would jump and run away after using them as stepping stones consumed 120% of Liao's computational ability. After only 3 to 5 seconds of running, his brain was boiling and exploding like magma. In order to cool down his brain, he even asked Little Black to extract some professional cooling liquids for him so that he could cool down his brain. Although it was effective, his entire face was smeared with black charcoal. He did not dare jump out of the stone belt and run into space. In the empty vacuum, there was nowhere to run to. There was a limit to the speed of the giant soldier. There was no way that he could outrun the torrents of pure energy. Only in the extremely unstable ancient 13's halo, the material eruption belt that looked like a mudslide, could he borrow the momentum to accelerate or change his direction time and time again, or he could treat the gravitational field of ancient 13 as his own gravity slingshot. And he could kick large-scale meteoroids into the superplasma torrent to weaken the enemy's energy. Liao never believed in ghosts. He only believed in objective facts and natural laws. Conservation of energy was a truth that every existence in the Pangu universe had to abide by. Regardless of whether or not the superplasma torrent was a real life, it was bound to release a lot of energy when it was crushing and vaporizing the meteoroids. Then, it would not be long before it collapsed and perished. It was a race between life and death. Liao was going to kill it with himself as the bait. Hew! Hew 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 hew. Thousands of lightning bolts were released by the superplasma torrent, which jammed the scanning system of the arsonist, filling Liao's ears with the sound of wind and screams. The meteorites in front of him suddenly became sparse. Liao slowed down because he had nowhere to run to. The superplasma torrent appeared less than 50 kilometers away from him in the blink of an eye. Like a giant beast that had covered the entire universe, it bared thousands of crushing tusks. This was the most crucial moment. Their life and death depended on this. Liao's eyes bulged. Suddenly, he turned off all the units of the arsonist. Spiritual shields, magnetic fields, power units, and even the rune arrays to adjust the temperature inside the giant soldier were all turned off. Every pore on his body was locked tight, trying not to leak any spiritual energy. Liao's face was as pale as a corpse. The arsonist suddenly turned into a meteoroid that was drifting in the current. In the continuous collisions with the dozens of meteoroids, he staggered and walked in a weird route. Sure enough, the superplasma torrent halted the pursuit. Once again, it stretched out 10,000 snakeheads that were interweaved with lightning. However, each head was like a viper with extremely poor eyesight. It could only rely on its temperature to sense its prey. Once its prey found a way to lower its own temperature to the same as its surroundings, it could only turn a blind eye. The superplasma torrent flowed slowly from less than 10 kilometers away from Liao. Liao could even see that, at the center of the electric arcs, the lightning formed countless regular 3D geometric patterns, which were so beautiful that they vanished in the blink of an eye. If Liao were to let go of all his pores at this moment, his sweat would probably overflow into the spiritual residence of the giant soldier. After half a minute of suffering, Liao finally had a taste of what it meant to live a day like a year. It was not until a long time after the superplasma torrent passed by and the distribution and speed of the meteorites nearby were calculated clearly that he took a deep breath. The incendiary soldier was activated again. Boom! Flames surged out of the back of the arsonist and condensed into a giant foot. Liao kicked the ass of the arsonist hard and ran away with all his strength again. It took Liao only 0.5 seconds to go from absolute stillness to more than 5 times the speed of sound. Even the nascent soul stage cultivators and the divinity transformation stage cultivators, who were best known for their speed, could not be faster than him. Although the superplasma torrent had sensed his existence, the distance between the two parties was still hundreds of kilometers. Besides, the superplasma torrent had to change its direction by brute force. Naturally, more energy would be consumed. when it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, chasing after him again with a murderous aura, Liao did exactly what he had done. He turned off all the array glyphs of the giant god soldier, converged his spiritual energy to the point that not even a drop of water could leak out, and turned himself into an ordinary meteorite. It was a subtle tactic and a competition of patience and determination. Liao could not restrain his spiritual energy for a long time. If so, the torrents of superplasma would certainly abandon his target and look for the starships of the exploration fleet whose temperature had not dropped to 0 yet. However, he could not release his spiritual energy for a long time either. If so, his small boat, which was riddled with holes, would be wrecked in the sea of lightning at any moment. That was why Liao told Ding Lingdang that it was a mission that only he could carry out. It was because nobody else in the entire Pangu universe had such a thorough understanding of the giant god soldier and such precise control over spiritual energy as him. Come on! I'm releasing my spiritual energy again. Can you feel it? Come after me. Right now, I've retracted all my spiritual energy. Even the giant god soldier has been turned off to the useless state. What can you do to me, big dummy? Come on, I'm gonna jump out again. I'm gonna shrink back. Come and hit me. Torture me ruthlessly, idiot. I'm gonna jump out again. I'm going to shrink back. Liao was jumping and dancing among the meteorites, trying to attract the attention of the superplasma torrent so that the enemy would not have time to perceive the situation of the exploration fleet. It was a protracted tug of war. In only a few seconds, his spiritual energy had soared from the highly concealed state to the burning state. Both the human body and the giant god soldier were in excruciating pain. It was like heating a metal from -100 degrees Celsius to -2000 degrees Celsius in the blink of an eye, almost reaching the melting point, and then dropping to -0000 degrees C in the blink of an eye. The process was repeated dozens of times. Although it was not obvious on the surface, the metal elements, the spiritual energy fuel, and every cell on Liao's body were all covered in tiny cracks. Liao felt that he had turned into a blue and white porcelain bottle. If he was hit by the meteoroid again, he would be completely shattered. But the superplasma torrent was not any better. It's shrunk. Its size seems to have shrunk. Its brightness has diminished, and its central temperature and temperature have both dropped. Liao's eyes almost pierced through the arsonist's light beam. No, it was not an illusion. The probe magical equipment of the arsonist had recorded its parameters clearly. Its size, brightness, and central temperature were indeed much lower than before. Right now, it was only 700 to 800 kilometers in diameter. Its main color had changed from bright purple to deep blue. A lot of lightning had withered and perished during the bombardment. The hideous snakeheads had been chopped off by Liao's will. Every second, its energy was flowing and dispersing at a visible speed. Its magnetic field could no longer restrain its regular body. Like an out-of-control cancer, it released fuzzy halos and spread out. It was tired, hungry, exhausted, and on the verge of death. At this moment, 45 minutes had passed since the hunting and the escape began. Liao knew that it was the limit of the exploration fleet. After such a long time of bombardment from the meteoroid showers, all the starships were on the verge of collapse and wouldn't be able to hold on for another second. They had to activate the faltering spiritual shields and magnetic fields and drive out of the stone belts with the strongest impetus. Then, this was the moment of the final battle. As he expected, as soon as the thought popped up in his head, the arsonist detected that almost 100 light spots far away from him had suddenly exploded, shaking off the powder all over their bodies and opening their wings like fireflies. Ding Lingdang and Li Linghai have accelerated. Liao smiled and mumbled to himself, "Excellent. I knew that you could do it. No matter how dense and furious the meteorites are, they cannot destroy your starship. Now go. Start moving at full speed and run as far away as possible. As for the wretched animal, the unparalleled electric fiend, I will definitely stall it for you. Rest assured." The superplasma torrent was hesitating. It had also keenly sensed the spurting flames and the surging spiritual shield of dozens of starships in the distance, which were the most fat prey. However, Liao had lured it to the depths of the stone belts, close to the surface of Ancient 13. It was too far away from the exploration fleet. It was not sure whether or not it could catch up with the exploration fleet after a long journey, nor did it know how much energy it would consume to change its hunting plan and whether or not it could make up for it with the exploration fleet. Right then, Liao detonated all the remaining cannonballs. He also retrieved almost all the crystals inside his cosmos ring and threw them into the most brilliant fireworks, adding 100,000 colorful ripples to the blossoming fireworks. Is this all you can do? Hundreds of bombs and tons of crystals exploded at the feet of the pyromaniac. The tide of destruction lifted the pyromaniac high into the sky like a devil. Liao raised his arm and commanded the arsonist to shoot out saber auras hundreds of kilometers long, challenging the strong alien species with his own life. Don't look around. The battle between us is not over yet. Today or forever, you have only one enemy, and that is me, Vulture Liao. The sharp aura of arsonist pierced into the nostrils of the superplasma torrent like Liao's middle finger, if it had nostrils. The superplasma torrent was greatly infuriated. Even if it was a life form in a certain form, it was far from evolving intelligence or animalistic instincts. It was more like a primitive fungus that was controlled by commands that were more primitive than animalistic instincts. With its intelligence, it was still unable to understand what a trap was, nor could it have imagined that there would be such a wonderful carbon-based life in the world, and that there would be such a weird existence as Liao in the carbon-based life. It immediately abandoned its target in the distance and accelerated toward Liao. Thousands of lightning bolts were dancing, making it look like a glittering octopus or a jellyfish that had been magnified 100,000 times. Liao turned around and ran. Every cell and rune array on the body of the giant god soldier had been exploited to the point that they were about to collapse. Every meteoroid the size of a fist and even the dust the size of a grain of sand had been exploited. He had run in a route that was even weirder than lightning. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If he persevered, even if his flesh and blood were worn out, his cells burnt out, the giant god soldier fell apart, and every magical equipment unit was blown to pieces, he would still persist until the end. The longer he persisted, the more energy he would consume from the superplasma torrent would be consumed, allowing Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, and the rest of them to escape a safe distance. The longer he could enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the more hope he had to capture Lu Qingchen. Hee. Ha ha. Hoo. No one can capture me. No devils can capture me. No strength can capture me. When the coolant ran out, Little Black squeaked. Thick interconnecting veins protruded out of Liao's face. Every vein was glittering and emitting a terrifying redness, as if the blood inside had been replaced by magma. The converging magma seemed to be breaking the seal of his skull and preparing for a volcanic eruption. Liao felt that he was hallucinating. For a moment, he forgot where he was and where he was in the surging stone belts. He thought that he was racing against lightning, thunder, devils, Lu Qingchen, the Pangu clan, the maker of the Black Wall, the Flood Tide Legion, his own shadow, and his own creator. Run. He had to run even if his blood was being vaporized. He had to run even if his muscles were being torn apart and his bones were burning. He had to run even if his bones were being ground into powder. He had to run even if his cells were withering. Even if he was the only one left. Even if the sky and the earth turned black and white. Even if there was no end to the road ahead. Even if the finish line was just an even more rugged racetrack, he had to run. Because the journey of life was a never-ending and gratifying one. Sharp buzzes and screams echoed in his ears, which were the moans of the pyromaniacs who were about to be paralyzed because of Liao's fury. Liao had no intention of slowing down at all. He was still sprinting at the highest speed with his back facing the enemy at a frequency of 17 to 18 times per second. The corners of his mouth were curled into a smile, too, except for the dense white smoke that was spurting out. The superplasma torrent was no longer working. Liao had no time to calculate the precise time, but the life and death race with the stone belts as the racetrack had lasted at least 2 hours. During the long time, the superplasma torrent had not only had to control its own magnetic field to change its direction in a fixed pattern, but it had also crushed countless meteorites. Its life force was draining away at a visible speed. Right now, it was no longer as dazzling, enormous, and active as it had been in the beginning. It was as clumsy as a beached whale and as haggard as an old wolf that was marching forward in the cold wind, hungry. It turned from bright purple to deep purple, and from deep purple to deep blue. Occasionally, it would be mixed with orange ripples. In the end, all the colors faded away and turned into a lackluster gray. Its diameter had shrunk from 1,000 kilometers to dozens of kilometers, to the point that it could be cut in half by Liao's saber. Of course, even if it was only a few kilometers away from self-destruction, Liao could not even lift his little finger to cut it. It was the same. In the beginning of the chase, it had been releasing electric arcs extravagantly. As long as there was the slightest chance, it would release thousands of electric arcs to form an overwhelming electric net to capture Liao. But now, even at a distance within its reach, it was barely able to release even one miserable electric arc. There was no telling who was the hunter and who was the prey between the pursuers and the fugitives. Maybe they had forgotten the significance of chasing and hunting and simply ran and ran habitually. Suddenly, just before the super plasma torrent was about to be extinguished, the main power unit on the left side of the arsonist crystal reactor made a low noise and spurted out pungent black smoke, which condensed into a series of black balloons in the vacuum. Liao's well-trained muscles and bones were not even enough to support the iron body of the giant soldier. They collapsed because of him. His mind was in a mess, and his brain was almost blank. Liao, who was running for his life by instinct, did not have the time to foresee or deal with the paralysis of the left engine. The arsonist staggered and lost control of his direction. The result of the unilateral output force was that he was spinning quickly in the torrent of meteorites, hit by hundreds of them in the blink of an eye, and pierced through by the dying superplasma in the next second. Or rather, the two exhausted lives that were desperate to survive hugged each other tightly. Z, 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 Z. Every nerve in Liao's body was pierced through by the super-electric current and the indescribable pain. He was crystal clear because of the electric shock. Every bone, every vein, and every internal organ was clearly illuminated by the electric current. What was weirder than the super-electric arcs was the information. A lot of information flooded into his body through the electric arcs and his brain. Some of it even tried to crawl into his brain cells and leave a deep impression on his soul. It was a different feeling from possession. Liao didn't know if he was crazy or not, but he was well aware that the stranger had no intention of possessing him at all. He was merely recording Liao's brain and body as tools to record information, just like how human beings carved information on turtle shells, stone plates, and bamboo slips with sharp knives. It made sense. If the lightning creatures considered themselves to be the only natural life form in the universe, Liao's body of flesh and blood and his carbon-based life form might be nothing but a lifeless slate in their eyes. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Countless thunders exploded inside Liao's brain at the same time, as if ancient human beings were chiseling the slate with stone hammers and spears, carving out the brand of civilization. He had seen it. He had seen the origin of the superplasma torrent, a magnificent and soul-stirring epic, and an endless journey of struggling and exploring in darkness just like the civilization of mankind. His initial assumption was correct. The superplasma torrent, including the one that tried to attack Iron Fist earlier, was indeed a special life form born and raised in the atmosphere of the ancient giants. The atmosphere of the ancient giants boasted thousands of times more gravity than that of Imperial Terminus. They were full of fatal elements such as liquid hydrogen and methane. The superstorms that swept over the planet over the years even changed the appearance of the planet permanently, turning the surface of the planet into parallel giant ribbons. In the places where the wind congregated, enormous cyclones more than 10,000 kilometers in diameter were formed, each of which could last hundreds of years. In the extremely harsh environment, no carbon-based life forms, not even the archaea that could survive in undersea craters, could be born and live in this place. However, life would always find the most suitable form and stubbornly break out of the soil. In the Thunder Ocean, where even the anaerobic fungi could not survive, a new life form entirely different from the carbon-based life form appeared with lightning as the carrier. No one knew exactly how the lightning life forms appeared, just as no one knew how the organic molecules such as the original amino acids were born from the crazy collisions and intense reactions of inorganic objects. In short, in the atmosphere of the ancient giants over the past billions of years, intense energy waves had been released and detonated in the form of lightning countless times. By unbelievable coincidences, the lightning captured some unusual particles, which were rare elements from the depths of the ancient giants or from outer space, such as the helium element, etc. When the powerful lightning pierced through the core of the thallium, it was immediately vaporized by the high temperature into translucent, immaculate plasma balls. The free electrons that carried the negative charge formed its outer layer, and the ions that carried the positive charge formed its inner layer. The inner and outer layers formed an obvious boundary, but they also allowed the energy to circulate and transform freely. It was like the membrane and wall of a biological cell, a great yin-yang that could communicate with the heaven and the earth. In other words, countless lightning strikes had created a miracle of life, a gaseous, pure energy, plasma-like cell. Of course, such plasma cells were different from cells in the sense of a carbon-based life. They did not have any genetic material. However, the life form was colorful in the first place. Genetic information did not necessarily need genes to be transmitted. The 5 definitions of cells, the ability to self-replicate, the ability to transmit information, the ability to metabolize, the ability to grow on their own, and the obvious boundaries separating them from the outside world were all met by the plasma cells. Although its life could only be maintained for a short period of time in the beginning, during its short and glorious life, it could absorb energy from the outside world and expand or even divide. It could extend the tentacles of lightning and absorb the neutral elements nearby, such as lanthanum, and even methane and ethane. It could add its own energy reactions and emit colorful brilliance. It could even divide itself into 2 different plasma cells, each of which carried the same electromagnetic features. It could even transmit information by radiating the energy of electromagnetic waves into other plasma cells so that the atoms inside the plasma cells would be at the same frequency. If it was not a cell and not a life, what was the significance of the definition of life? Liao noticed that such a marvelous lightning elf had not been around for long, far less than the 100,000-year history of the human civilization. It was even less impressive than the civilization of the Panga civilization or even the Black Wall manufacturing billions of years ago. Their history was only 2,000 to 3,000 years old. 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, it was the time when the 2 high-mass stars near the ancient giants entered the last years of their life and started blossoming violently, showing signs of supernova explosions. Maybe it was the intense spurting of materials and energy before the death of a star that injected new vitality into the atmosphere of the ancient giants and led to the birth of the elves of lightning. They were out-and-out children of the sun. Although it was only 3,000 years ago, it was a journey that had taken billions of years to complete. Their lives were short and intense. Every lightning bolt that pierced through the sky of the ancient giants could only last several seconds to 10 seconds at best. In those 10 seconds, billions of plasma cells were born in the lightning. The lightning was their river of life and their eternal home. They had to absorb the various elements inside the atmosphere and try new discharge structures and electromagnetic force fields in order to prolong themselves and the lightning. If they failed to do so, they would divide and proliferate crazily, trying to jump to another lightning that had just been born before the first one was annihilated. Survival, survival, survival. Liao seemed to be able to hear the newborn plasma cells roaring in endless desire amid the spluttering electric arcs. It was true that the meaning of life was much more than survival. But if one could not even survive in the beginning, one would not be able to find any meaning no matter how hard one tried. At the origin of any life, especially at such a harsh and cruel place, survival itself was the only meaning. Every one of Liao's brain cells was wreathed in lightning. He appreciated the poem of life that had lasted for hundreds of years. He saw that countless plasma cells were absorbing the elements around them and trying to build the foundation of their life with the vibration frequencies of various elements and atoms. 99.99% of the attempts ended in failure. The plasma cells that absorbed the wrong elements and used the wrong vibration frequency were annihilated instantly. Not even a ripple was left. In exchange, 0.001% of the lucky ones were able to extend their life by 0.001 microseconds. Before they were annihilated, the lucky ones would immediately transmit the new elements, vibration frequency, and other information to their compatriots inside the lightning. In the meantime, the compatriots were either splitting crazily and increasing the number of the lightning balls exponentially, or jumping out of the lightning like moths to a flame, trying to find another newborn lightning in the ocean of methane and helium so that the entire species could have a few more seconds. It was in such a crazy attempt that tens of thousands of generations of people struggled and sacrificed themselves in less than 20 seconds. Gradually, the survival time of the plasma balls was improved from a few seconds to almost 1 second. The lightning that they lived in was modified to be different from ordinary lightning and could be maintained for several minutes, dozens of minutes, or even longer. They were even able to attract a few lightning bolts together and weave them into a marvelous 3D geometry in unbelievable ways. Everything they did was for the purpose of improving the survival time of the lightning in the atmosphere and the long-distance transmission ability. They were building their own space warships and spaceships. They were refining the lightning into their own starship. Liao saw that the plasma cells that upgraded the lightning into battleships gradually developed self-organization abilities in the intense battlefield of life. Their exploration of the entire planet was no longer limited to the places where the lightning was most intense. Instead, they drove the lightning around the magnetic field and spread to every corner of the ancient star. Then, they discovered the place where life could leap forward and evolve into a civilization, which was the most obvious red spot on the ancient giants. The Great Red Spot was a supercyclone more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter that could last more than 100 years. Inside the supercyclone, the intense changes in the air pressure could make the electric reaction of the lightning more violent, faster, and more possible. The supercyclones were stirring the materials nearby. A lot of materials that had been absorbed by the ancient giants were spurting out, too. They brought abundant energy and materials from the core of the planet like a volcanic eruption in a primitive ocean and became the cradle of life. They could also bring more abundant elements to the plasma cells. The red phosphorus, the special material that constituted the red spot, could even release glamorous, unpredictable flames in the high-speed friction of lightning. It was the carrier of this civilization. It was true that every fire of red phosphorescence could only last several minutes and a few hours at most. It was in the blink of an eye when measured in the timescale of human beings. But for the plasma cells, which could pass on their knowledge to the next generation after only several seconds, the burning of a single flame was long enough. It could be used to make books and pass on their wisdom like paper that could not decay for decades. Just like that, the plasma cells, riding the lightning, looked for the great red spot one after another and thrived, establishing the real lightning civilization. Of course, their civilization was completely different from the civilization established by the intelligent carbon-based creatures. At the very least, 99% of the information that Liao read was incomprehensible. He had no idea what the plasma cells were doing, what they were building, or what they were chasing after. On the other hand, if the lightning civilization could observe the debauchery, love, and hatred of human beings, the rise and fall of a nation, heroes and epics, and so on, they wouldn't be able to understand what the highly self-organized carbon constituents were doing, would they? However, there were some things that all civilizations shared. Liao saw that the plasma cells had ignited red phosphorus flames one after another in the depths of the red spot and recorded specific information with the bouncing flames. Maybe it was the discovery of their major research, their understanding of the universe and the universe, their secret arts to pass on their life, and the method to build a lightning warship that was even stronger. It was also possible that the poems in which they chanted belief and love were merely glamorous, useless show-offs, or even spells based on their origins that were based on the superstitions of the sun. Just like the lightning that they had tried to modify in the past, they were now modifying the super tornadoes that they were in right now. They controlled the electric current, electric charge, and voltage precisely, the clouds made of helium and methane, and the speed and angle of the storm, just so that the big red spot they were in would be larger, more stable, and last longer. Also, they could absorb more elements from the depths of the ancient giants and carry the more glamorous fire of red phosphorus. The natural big red spot could only last 100 years, but after their modification it could last 300 to 500 years. For the lightning civilization it was almost eternal. Then came the war. Wars, especially civil wars, were an integral part of the growth of all civilizations. The war between two large red spots, billions of lightning bolts, and immeasurable plasma cells had begun. It was a war that no human being or any carbon-based intelligent life could imagine. In the cruel battlefield where the standard gravity of the ancient star was thousands of times higher, two supercyclones, both more than 1,000 kilometers in diameter and even more furious than level 13 hurricanes on ordinary planets, collided brutally. At the edge where the two swirls touched, billions of lightning bolts pierced into each other's bodies like spears, building a bridge of death leading to doom. Countless plasma cells lunged at the enemy through the bridge of lightning. They burnt their life force, which was only several seconds long, and released the most intense electromagnetic radiation, bombarding the enemy with their own vibration frequency. If the plasma cells on the other side could not withstand the explosive bombardment of the attacker and changed the frequency of their atom oscillations to the same frequency without them knowing, they would be infected and transformed into one of the attackers. Just like that, the two clusters of plasma cells were engaged in a short-range battle. They swallowed and transformed each other or were evenly matched. Neither of them was able to transform the other. But after all the electromagnetic radiation was exhausted, they perished together in a flash. It was a slaughterhouse of melee combat. In the battlefield of a higher scale and a larger scale, there were still a lot of plasma cells that did not participate in the battle directly. Instead, they were trying their best to increase the wind pressure and wind speed of the red spot they were in. They released the arms of the storm, trying to shatter the enemy's red spot and swallow the supercyclone. Such war could often last days and nights. On the time scale of the plasma cells, it was an epic war that lasted hundreds of years. In such a protracted war, the fire of red phosphorus on both sides would be burning furiously, increasing the brightness of the two red spots by one level. Maybe they were the poets, singers, and historians of the lightning civilization who were singing, lamenting, and recording the brilliant, the cruel, the sad, the touching, the magnificent, the lamentable, and the meaningless war. In the end, one of them was defeated, and all the lightning was extinguished. The fire of red phosphorus dimmed, and the vibration frequency of all the plasma cells was changed to that of the winners. Even the red spot where they lived was shattered and swallowed by the red spot, turning into a super red spot more than 5,000 kilometers in diameter. The strong preyed on the weak. Survival of the fittest was a natural law even in the world of energy life. The war between the Great Red Spot and the Great Red Spot lasted 1,000 years. Countless civilizations in the Great Red Spot had been wiped out. More civilizations were born in the brand new Great Red Spot. Of course, the Lightning Empire, which had been flourishing for a long time, had developed to its limits, too. But the Great Red Spot, which had been thriving for a long time, had reached the limit of its life. It was on the verge of collapse, and the civilization that had lasted for billions of generations was destroyed. All in all, at the moment when Lu Qingqin, Li Yao, and the exploration fleet of human beings reached the periphery of the ancient star, the civilization of lightning had developed into an unprecedentedly prosperous civilization. Basically, the lightning creatures were already able to condense and control a lot of plasma cells and construct all kinds of delicate and complicated structures. They had also explored almost all the big red spots in the atmosphere of the ancient giants and occupied every fertile land that was suitable for the development of a civilization. They also boasted the preliminary ability of sailing in the Sea of Stars. They could build lightning warships that were almost 1,000 kilometers long, get rid of the attraction force of the ancient giants, and stop briefly near the ancient giants, which were the glorious and terrifying forms that Liao had seen. However, that was the limit. The world they were born in played a cruel joke on them. Their civilization had only just been established. 2,000 years was not even a moment in the universe, and they were about to meet their doom. Or rather, when the first plasma cell woke up from ignorance and struggled to survive, they had been sealed by the destiny of desperation. It was the omen of a supernova explosion that brought a lot of rare elements and special radiation to the ancient giants. That was how such a miraculous life form was created and evolved into a unique civilization. However, the complete explosion of a supernova would seriously affect the ancient giants and destroy the entire world that they relied on. They were creatures living in lightning, and the birth of lightning could not be achieved without energy, magnetic field, and atmosphere. The loss of atmosphere and magnetic field was already a catastrophe that they could not bear, let alone the collapse of the ancient giants. The lightning lifeform had keenly sensed the magnetic field changes of the ancient giants decades ago. A few months ago, the appearance of the Gold Saint, Heaven's Horizon, suddenly changed the gravity and magnetic field of the ancient giants and their satellite systems. The living environment of the lightning-type creatures was even worse. A few months were like thousands of generations of people for the lightning creatures. Of course, they were trying to save themselves, survive, and fight against the apocalypse. However, no matter how they changed themselves or the forms of the lightning and the Great Red Spot, they could not stop the collapse of the ancient giants and the annihilation of the magnetic field, much less the explosion of the two supernovas. In a sense, the lightning creatures were creatures on the micro level. How could they stop the supernova explosions and the destruction of planets on the macro level? Then, there was only one way. Run away. Run away. Run away without caring about anything else. Run away from the ancient giants and turn from planetary creatures into cosmic creatures, just like the carbon-based intelligent creatures such as human beings had tried before. Planets were merely the cradles of life. The sea of stars was the home of life. The lightning lifeform spent about a month experimenting with various plans to save the ancient planet, and came to the conclusion that it could not. Then, it spent another month and countless generations of people exploring various methods of sailing in the Sea of Stars. It was a pity that their lives were too short. Countless generations of people could not find a macroscopic answer. It was almost impossible for him to cross the resource-scarce zones that were hundreds of light-years away with pure energy alone. He would collapse, dissipate, and be obliterated within several 100 million kilometers. The mass of the ancient giants was too large, and their gravity was too strong, which prevented them from refining all kinds of materials into solid and stable shells that could carry extremely active energy. It was an unsolvable problem. However, the lightning creature had no other options except to try again and again, driven by its survival instincts. The appearance of Lu Qingchen, Li Yao, and the exploration fleet of human beings gave them a slim chance of survival. It was beyond Li Yao's expectation that his initial assumption was wrong. The lightning creature's attack on the exploration fleet was not hunting, or rather, exploration on a different level. It did make sense now that he thought about it. Endless energy was still stored inside the ancient giants at this moment. If it were just for temporary survival, the lightning lifeforms would not have had to leave the atmosphere and gravity and fly millions of kilometers away to swallow the exploration fleet. If the ancient giants were in a stable state, no matter how close the exploration fleet was to them, the lightning creatures would not be interested in human beings at all, just like human beings would not be interested in cold rocks. But right now it was different. The ancient giants were about to be destroyed. The lightning-like creatures, who had nowhere else to run, were not willing to let go of any chance of escape. The starships, crystal suits, and giant soldiers of human beings represented a brand new, stable, special magnetic field and spiritual energy circulation structure that could cross the Sea of Stars. The model of such a special magnetic field and the algorithm for the operation of spiritual energy were both unprecedented in the billions of generations of genetic mutations of the lightning creatures. Therefore, the fleet of the lightning creatures sent out their own exploration fleet, namely 2 superplasma torrents. They were not malicious at all, nor did they feel that they were attacking or destroying, because they did not realize that the exploration fleet of human beings was a kind of life at all. In fact, if they had a certain primitive and obscure religion, they might consider the exploration fleet of human beings as a blessing that the god bestowed upon them. The god would teach them a brand new structure that could allow them to flee from their home and march into the Sea of Stars, and the arche that could save them from the suffering. Therefore, when the torrents of superplasma passed by dozens of starships after they crushed the 2 supreme fortresses, they would take the appearance of the supreme fortresses and the starships. They were indeed learning and mimicking, hoping to find a way to maintain or store the lightning for a longer time. Li Yao and the exploration fleet, on the other hand, turned off the power source and the spiritual shield time and time again and triggered the most intense spiritual flames. Such a clumsy tactic would work, too, because in the eyes of the lightning life form, it was perfectly justified and natural. Naturally, the powerful energy would be extinguished after a brief outburst, which meant that death was no longer worth exploring. As for how the energy of death could be resurrected, it was far beyond their understanding and understanding. Even now, when all the plasma cells inside the super lightning torrent were about to be drained and annihilated, it was still carrying out its mission dutifully, exploring and learning how the neural bioelectricity inside Liao's body worked and condensing into a human figure. It did not realize that the magnetic field and the energy were not enough for it to jump from the microscopic level to the macroscopic level. It was just like a stupid but stubborn student who had put in 100 times more effort and was constantly trying, struggling in the wrong direction. This was the story of the lightning lifeforms born from ancient giants. Maybe it was the last words of a civilization, or at least a species before it perished. Such a short and brilliant civilization made Liao sigh with mixed feelings. Although he knew that a lightning lifeform based on plasma cells could not have the social form, emotional waves, and thinking style of a carbon-based intelligent lifeform, Liao could not help but imagine the attitude and resistance of the lightning lifeform when it was faced with the apocalyptic apocalypse, in a childish way. Did the lightning-type creatures have scholars, too? Did they have astronomers and energy scientists? Yes. Even if they could not understand the concepts of astronomy, they must have the concepts of energy science, too, and they must be 100 times more proficient than the carbon-based intelligent creatures. Then, decades or even 100 years ago, before the billions of generations in the time scale of the lightning, had the scholars sensed that they were doomed by the subtle changes of radiation and magnetic field? Had they hesitated, despaired, and worked hard to calculate every route of escape and 1/1000th chance of survival? Were there priests in the life of lightning, too? When all the scholars failed to rescue them, would the priests pray to the stars more sincerely, or would they discover in horror that their stars could barely protect themselves and that they might have been killed by the violent outbreaks long before they were born? It was even possible that they would discover that they were the products of a supernova explosion, that they were the souls of a star, and that they were not the children of the sun, but the children of demons who destroyed the sun. When the mission of destruction was completed, they would be destroyed, too. With such a cruel understanding, could the priests still firmly believe in the beginning, or would they transform and degenerate into believers of darkness, just like the strongest human beings who could not accept the dark truth of the universe and walked into the abyss? Will the lightning-type creatures have warriors, too? For the sake of their home and their compatriots, for the survival of their race and civilization, the warriors of the lightning-type creatures will sacrifice themselves without any hesitation. Yes, there will be. Their lives will only last a few seconds. They are destined to be a species that is more resolute, cruel, and desperate for a moment than the intelligent carbon-type creatures. In order to achieve their greatest goal, survival, the warriors of the lightning-type creatures will even fly to the failing neutron star in the enormous lightning-type starships, trying to ignite the sun of death with their lives as fuel and restore the stability of the entire galaxy. Liao could not help but imagine such a scene. Countless lightning bolts were launched from the ancient giants across the long distance and the chaotic radiation belts to the pale neutron stars. Even though the neutron stars were quickly collapsing and cooling down, they did not hesitate at all. They crashed, shattered, and perished time and time again, like moths darting into flames. But they could not give up. Then, during the decades, or rather billions of generations of people, how were the lightning-like creatures going to face their doom? Were they divided into homers and spacers like the human beings of the flying star sector in the old days? Had they tried countless times to condense a large-scale material starship out of the materials of the ancient giants and escape from the enormous attraction force? Did they have a clear understanding about the vastness, and barrenness of the sea of stars? Had they engaged in countless debates and explorations? How many heroic and touching stories had popped up in the debates and explorations? Lastly, the superplasma torrent in front of Liao. No, it was not it, but them. It was not one lightning creature, not even a bunch, but a combination of countless generations of lightning creatures, an expedition team, and an expedition army. Liao and the superplasma torrent spent at least 2 to 3 hours inside and outside the gravity field of Ancient 13. If every plasma cell could survive 10 seconds, it would be 1,000 generations of people. A great expedition across 1,000 generations. Liao could totally imagine the ecstasy and excitement of the lightning creatures when Lu Qingchen pushed the Fortress of Withering Wood into the red spot of the ancient star and detonated the Fortress of Sharp Gold and the Fortress of Phantom Ocean in the Sea of Stars so that the lightning creatures could perceive everything clearly. They must have thought that it was a sign from the gods. However, the enlightenment required endless courage and sacrifice. An army made of the best warriors who were not scared of death immediately gathered together. The entire race produced a gargantuan warship of lightning that was thousands of kilometers long with the purest and most furious energy. The warriors did not have the chance to bid farewell to their family and the plasma cells that boasted the same frequency of atom oscillation before they embarked on a journey of no return. For a single plasma cell, the ancient giants were too far away from the exploration fleet of human beings. The first generation, the second generation, and even the 10th generation of soldiers of the expedition army were annihilated in the few minutes when the lightning was rushing out. But in the few minutes, they split and created new warriors from the 11th generation to the 100th generation, passing on their mission instantly through electromagnetic radiation. Just like that, after hundreds of generations of plasma cells, they finally reached the exploration fleet, only to fall into Liao's trap and be attracted to the wrong direction. Locked in the observation blind spot at the microscopic level, they were doomed to fail to see through the traps and plans of human beings. They fell deeper and deeper into the mud. The speed of their annihilation was higher and higher, but the speed of their division was lower and lower. The ubiquitous radiation in the Sea of Stars had seriously interfered with the transmission of electromagnetic radiation. 2. The vibration frequency of the atoms inside their bodies was becoming more and more inconsistent. Some of the plasma cells gradually forgot their mission and even lost their wisdom. They fell into ignorance again and turned into ordinary, lifeless sparks. However, although thousands of generations had passed, even though countless warriors had perished, even though they had forgotten their mission and wisdom, even though they were getting further and further away from their home, even though they might lose the opportunity to return to their homeland and rescue their compatriots forever, even though the frequency of their atom oscillations was becoming more and more chaotic, even though more and more information was decaying and dispersing in the vast space, the last batch of warriors still remembered their mission and completed the impossible task. They poured all their energy into Liao's life magnetic field. At this moment, Liao's vitality magnetic field and the frequency of the lightning were gradually converging and resonating. Liao could completely understand their sad fate and was deeply immersed in the magnificent journey, unable to free himself. His eyes were filled with tears, which were instantly vaporized by the electric current, making the lightning even more dazzling. Countless plasma cells were revolving, groping, and simulating his limbs and nerves, which were the coil of his life magnetic field. Soon, they crawled out of Liao's pores and formed a small, haggard, shivering human figure in front of Liao, too, especially the brain. Billions of plasma cells rushed to the brain and divided and perished, condensing into a marvelous energy brain. Liao was very clear that it was meaningless. The brain and the body of flesh and blood of human beings were the most suitable carriers for the intelligent creatures that were based on carbon. But it did not mean that the energy creatures could have the same abilities as human beings just because they simulated the forms of human beings. Besides, even the super experts among human beings, such as himself, had to rely on the protection of starships in order to travel through the four-dimensional space. And as an enormous gas-liquid hybrid planet, the enormous attraction force and the overly thin materials were destined to be unable to refine a true warship on its surface. The vast majority of materials would be flattened when they reached the surface of the ancient giant. So how could it be refined and refined? Liao did not know what the lightning creature was going to do to break its destiny and escape. In his eyes, the poor imitation of the lightning creature was merely a waste of his precious energy and a step closer to the abyss of death. Such a conclusion made the movement of the lightning creature even more tragic. Liao could not help but extend his hand toward the lightning creature. He did not know what he was going to do. The lightning creature, on the other hand, sensed the subtle changes of the magnetic field inside his body and extended its arms that were wreathed in electric arcs. The fingertips of the carbon-based life and the energy-based life touched each other softly, producing indescribable sparks. Complicated and intense feelings popped up inside Liao's brain. They were not his own emotions, but the feelings that the lightning creature stimulated his brain cells. It was sorrow, jealousy, anger, desperation, envy, confusion, and all kinds of other feelings. Maybe they had read it in a certain way too. At the very least, they had vaguely perceived the information inside Liao's brain, recognized the vastness and cruelty of the universe, and learned the truth of the supernova outbreak and the ending of the ancient planet. Or maybe it was the long journey across 1,000 generations that made them realize their own insignificance and fragility, and that even the path of escape did not exist. They were desperate about the end of their civilization. They were envious and jealous of the carbon-based intelligent creatures such as human beings, furious about the natural law that created them and was about to destroy them, and confused about the existence of the natural law. What was the truth of the universe exactly? Did the heavenly Tao really exist? Were they some kind of conscious products, at least slaves, toys, or test subjects, or were they just insignificant coincidences? They wanted to survive. They released the strongest malice to Liao, hoping to annihilate Liao, human beings, and all the other intelligent carbon-based creatures in order to survive. But in the very next second, they sent the most pitiful prayers and the purest kindness to Liao, praying that the intelligent carbon-based creatures such as Liao could help them survive, such as the way they were stored in solid iron cans. If that was not possible, they prayed that Liao could at least remember their life form and the frequency of their atom oscillations and their history, their species, and their civilization. Watching the lightning life form struggling silently, Liao felt almost ashamed. He used to think that the universe was so unfair to human beings that, if there was a heavenly law, human beings would only be the slaves and toys of the heavenly law. The world in which human beings lived was so cruel that the resources of the Pangu universe were always scarce, forcing human beings to walk the path of self-destruction or suicide. But right now, from the lightning-like life of the ancient star, he finally realized what cruel was. Human beings, or most carbon-based intelligent creatures, were lucky. They lived on 2 stable planets. Such planets were everywhere on the scale of the universe. The natural advantage of carbon-based life meant that every one of them had a relatively long lifespan. They were also able to resist the storms that were passing through the 4-dimensional space and the pain of separation and consolidation, which made sailing in the sea of stars possible. When the advantages were combined, the fire of life on the carbon-based intelligent creatures spread across the entire universe and started burning furiously. It was very convenient for the intelligent creatures in various space zones and even in different universes to communicate with each other. Communication, even in the cruelest ways of war, slavery, and slaughter, would promote the advancement of a civilization. Just like the civilization of mankind today, they used to have a lot of brothers and sisters, and they had been marching forward in the internal strife with their brothers and sisters. They had also found their father, the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, who were also carbon-based life forms, and even the makers of the Black Wall. They had also begun to create the next generation of information life forms that could carefully and gradually get rid of the carbon-based shells. How happy and fortunate a civilization with parents, brothers, and children was, and how generous and extravagant the universe was about carbon-based life. But what about the lightning civilization? The planets that they were born on were the fewest among the families of planets. Besides, not every planet had an atmosphere, and not every planet's atmosphere could produce plasma cells. It would require 2 neighboring supernovas to explode at almost the same time and sweep countless kinds of matter and radiation into the atmosphere of the planet. The intensity of the radiation would not be strong enough to swallow the planet, which was the only miracle that could be achieved. With such harsh conditions, not just the Pangu universe, even in countless multiverse, Liao believed that the lightning lifeforms from ancient giants were unique. It meant that they were destined to be alone. They were natural-born orphans. It was impossible for them to receive the help and enlightenment of their predecessors. It was almost impossible for them to communicate with the outside world. They could only grope in the darkness until they fell into the abyss. Besides, the heavenly path left them too little time. Too little time. They were like children who had been infected with a fatal virus when they were still in their mother's womb. They were sentenced to death the moment they were born. 2,000 to 3,000 years later, even though their development and mutation speed far exceeded the limits of the carbon-based intelligent creatures, it was still not enough for the feeble creatures to defeat a giant planet, 2 supernovas, and the desolate, barren universe. Therefore, the struggle of the lightning creatures was destined to be 100 times more difficult, 100 times more tragic, and 100 times more splendid than the struggle of the civilization of mankind. Yet they were still struggling. After only a few minutes, the lightning that constituted the shape of a human became dimmer and smaller. They were still wandering around Liao, trying to crack the secrets of Liao's vitality, magnetic field, and brainwaves. However, human beings had been studying the secret for 100,000 years and failed to realize it. How could the lightning life form crack it in only several minutes? Sensing the electric currents passing through his brain cells, Liao was caught in a dilemma. Now that he had recognized the magnificent civilization of the lightning creatures and their magnificent fight against destiny, Liao's first reaction was naturally to help them. But his rationality also told him that, when he was in touch with an unknown civilization, it was necessary to assume that they were hostile. Intentionally or unintentionally, the previous 2 attacks had paralyzed many starships of the human exploration fleet and even killed many crew members. Just a moment ago, the lightning life form had been releasing undisguised hostility toward him, trying to possess him clumsily. The lightning life form was like an innocent child who did not hide his purpose at all. It was the purest, most ultimate evil thought. Liao had no doubt that, if destroying human beings could save their civilization, the warriors of the lightning civilization would definitely do it without any hesitation. He should annihilate them, shouldn't he? However, in the depths of the Pangu universe, in the multiverse where there were endless possibilities, how many life forms were as wonderful and magnificent as the lightning creatures? Was the civilization of mankind going to sweep across the entire universe and turn the entire universe into a barren desert with a sentence that read, "Those who are not of the same species will be disloyal," just like the flood? Was it possible that the so-called flood was a group of super-civilizations that believed that those who are not of the same species must have a different mind and strike first to gain the upper hand? All the unknown civilizations were hostile civilizations, and only the civilizations of destruction were friendly civilizations. Was the ultimate purpose of mankind's march into the sea of stars to become a second flood? Or was it to stand on the opposite side of the flood and fight against the flood together with countless brilliant species? To save or not to save? How could he save them if he had to? How could he destroy them if he did not? The ripples under Liao's eyes started trembling violently. Right then, he suddenly felt that several streaks of lightning, as thin as hair, had crawled into the depths of his brain and tied up his soul, merging with it. Some of the plasma cells crawled into the fuel tanks and the crystal reactors of the arsonists and vanished, too. Liao's pupils constricted violently. He really did not know whether it was another failed attempt of the lightning creature, or whether the creatures had grasped secrets that even he did not know during the arduous exploration of dozens of generations and turned his body, soul, and even the giant soldier into a brand new starship. Liao was dazed for a long time. Then he smiled. The muscles that were cramping because of the electric arcs all relaxed. He took a long breath in relief and mumbled to himself, "Yes, I was too arrogant to think that I could be your savior or destroyer. Compared to the supernova explosions and the collapse of galaxies that are going to destroy you, my strength is nothing. After fighting against such a cruel universe and fate for such a long time, you have become the strongest warriors. You don't need the rescue of other people at all. You can save yourselves. Also, how can I destroy you? Even the explosion of 2 supernovas, the supergiant storm, the supergravity, and even the natural laws of the universe failed to destroy you. How can I destroy you? Then let's do it. Let's continue fighting with everything we've got. Maybe this is the most efficient way of communication and mutual salvation between 2 different civilizations. Or maybe This is the greatest respect that a warrior struggling on the road of survival and resistance can offer to another warrior in the same trade. At this moment, Liao closed his eyes and burnt his life, trying to drive out the lightning-like creatures that had invaded his body. But it was also possible that he was not expelling them but releasing all the information about human beings, the Pangu clan, the Black Wall manufacturing, and other carbon-based intelligent creatures. He was also sending his precious energy into the body of the lightning-like creature to prolong its life. It was hard to define whether it was destruction or salvation between different life forms. By the same logic, the lightning life was shaking violently inside Liao's brain. Carving and imprinting it was perhaps malicious. It was trying to erase all the memories and consciousness in Liao's mind in such a way, while it moved its entire civilization inside. It was also possible that he was trying to teach Liao, a fellow traveler on the endless journey, the delicate secret arts of manipulating energy when he sensed that his life was about to end. It was also possible that it still did not recognize the full picture of a carbon-based intelligent life, nor did it have the concept of good and evil. It was merely trying its best to build a tomb and a monument for its premature civilization between Liao's brain cells and the electric current. Liao fell into a trance again, not knowing how long the process lasted. In the face of two civilizations whose timescales were so different, time itself was meaningless. In short, when he gradually woke up from the never-before-seen, exquisite and marvelous lightning energy model, the first picture he saw was the lightning life form in the shape of a human gradually drifting away from the spiritual residence of the giant soldier and sinking into the depths of the sea of stars. It seemed to have completed its mission and was ready to welcome its doom. The bouncing electric arcs were dimming, rippling, and dispersing, but the lightning that should have been the most furious was as tranquil and clear as a stream. It opened its arms and floated further and further away, becoming smaller and smaller, as if it had really let go of its long hair and sunk into the ocean quietly. No, not the undersea, not the depths of the sea of stars, but in the direction of the ancient giants. Even though it was so far away from its home, even though its minimal energy was not enough to support a plasma cell to return to the ancient planet, it was still deeply attracted by the magnetic field of its home. It was not falling, drifting, or sinking, but returning to its home. Liao's nose and chest were blocked by something sour again. With the last bit of his strength, he extended his trembling hand, controlling the arm of the steel giant to bid farewell to the withering lightning. Goodbye, my friend. Although there is not even 1/1000th of a chance, I still hope that part of you, or at least one plasma cell, can return to the ancient planet and spread the story of our wonderful encounter. I should have saved you or destroyed you, but I was struggling for my own survival and destruction, too. I was going to a more mysterious and dangerous place to find my origin, my destiny, and my answer. Therefore, let's part ways here and look forward to meeting again in the future. After all, today's encounter was too hasty and embarrassing. I really look forward to the day when we or our descendants can get in touch with each other in a more dignified, calm, and wise way. Or maybe, we can put on an even more spectacular and splendid war. Anyway, goodbye, goodbye. The lightning life was getting smaller and smaller in Liao's vision. It gradually melted into the enormous shadow of the ancient star and was no longer visible. Liao had run out of spiritual energy during the life and death battle and the communication later. He didn't even have the strength to shake his little finger. Fatigue and sleepiness gradually flooded into his brain like a black, thick tide and consumed his every brain cell. Before he passed out, he had only had time to turn on the automatic navigation system of the giant god soldier with the movement of his eyeballs and the release of his brainwaves so that the arsonists could search for the signs that Li Linghai, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of the team had left and catch up with the main team to the entrance of the tomb. Liao did not know whether or not the broken, paralyzed giant soldier could complete the task. Just like the lightning creatures, he was faced with desperation and hope. Liao slept for a long time. His dreams were filled with lightning, thunder, and endless energy models. When he gradually woke up, his condition was no better than before. He was still tired, sleepy, and hungry. Every cell in his body was screaming. A lot of high-nutrition drugs had been stored inside the giant god soldier. Little Black should have injected and treated them in time. However, the high-nutrition drugs had been electrolyzed and vaporized by the lightning-like life form. There was barely any nutrition left. Liao checked the navigation log of the mainframe crystal processor and was surprised to find that he had slept for 7 days. Such a long period of loss of control and coma was rarely seen in his entire training career. Thankfully, according to the log, the giant god soldier had carried out his instructions dutifully while he was in the coma. Besides, the signs left by Li Linghai and Ding Lingdang were clear enough, too, making him closer and closer to the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Considering the damage of the giant god soldier and his remaining fuel, it was an out-and-out miracle. "Is it you?" Liao rubbed his aching head and felt that lightning was still dancing inside. He did not know whether or not the lightning-like life had crawled into the fuel tank of the giant god soldier and changed the structure and constituents of the crystal fuel, squeezing out more energy in a way that the carbon-based intelligent life could not understand. He did not know whether or not the flashing nerves deep inside his brain carried the features of a lightning-like life. However cruel the universe was, life would always find a way out, wouldn't it? Liao laughed, looking at the ancient giants that were drifting behind him for 7 days and 7 nights and the giant planet that was as brilliant as the sun. Liao suddenly felt that the desolate and lonely universe had become livelier and livelier. Who said that human beings were lonely? Maybe there were countless wonderful and splendid creatures living in different levels of the universe. Human beings simply needed to find them by rubbing their eyes. It was like a lush forest. On different levels there were towering trees, shrubs, and grass. There were wolves, tigers, leopards, antelopes, and deer. There were also reptiles and insects, and even fungi and bacteria. It was possible that the wolves, tigers, and leopards had never realized that countless well-organized ant nests and ants might exist in the soil below their feet. The wars between ants were as solemn and magnificent as the battles between ferocious beasts. They were merely hunting and killing blindly. But human beings were not predators. Nor should it. Never. Liao suddenly felt that the word, dark forest, was contradictory and groundless. The vast majority of plants require sunlight in order to achieve photosynthesis. Therefore, the existence of the forest itself means the existence of light. No matter how dark the forest appears to be, there will certainly be light outside the forest. Even if there is an absolutely dark environment, the natural creatures born in the absolutely dark will never evolve into light-sensitive organs such as eyes in the first place. Then, what's the significance of darkness for them and what's the trouble? Even if they haven't evolved into eyes, they must have ways to perceive the information around them and communicate with their companions or even other species. Whether they are willing or not, they are the best, if not the only motivation for their evolution. As long as we can communicate with each other, light is destined to be born in darkness no matter how dark it is. The civilization of mankind is a product of light in the first place. Right now, we only need to spread the light and pass it on. Liao extended one of his fingers. Crack! Crack! An insignificant ball of lightning appeared on his fingertip. It was no more than 5 millimeters in diameter, but it was changing into all kinds of delicate forms and hundreds of complicated 3D structures. It was even blossoming like a flower and dancing like a butterfly, inadvertently displaying the energy structure and manipulation ability of Liao that surpassed all the intelligent carbon-based creatures, such as human beings and the Pangu clan. It was a gift from the lightning creatures, just as he had given them the ability to smelt metals and manipulate materials. If the lightning life forms, whose history is only 2,000 years and whose individual lifespan is less than 10 seconds, have never given up hope in the face of the supernova explosion and the catastrophe of the collapse of galaxies, what reason do we, human beings, have to give up hope when we are faced with a flood? Liao smiled. He pulled the lightning back to his palm and charged forward on the giant god soldier. An hour later, the pearl floating quietly in the sea of stars at the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor appeared in his vision again. He had also received Ding Lingdong's message from a crystal processor floating near the entrance of the tomb. Liao, it will be great if you can see the message. Inside the light beam, Ding Lingdang was exhausted. The cockpit behind her was burning with smoke. The meteoroid storm and the electromagnetic interference were too severe. Our fleet suffered tremendous losses. Many starships lost the ability to sail or fight. What's worse is that the navigation and communication of many starships have been completely wrecked and have drifted to God knows where. Right now, we have only found a dozen starships. The rest of the starships will not arrive until they repair themselves. Time is of the essence. We can't wait any longer. Right now, we have to enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor to capture Lu Qingqian. Therefore, we have set up an information node here. If there are any abnormal changes inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, we will send out the information as soon as possible. If there are no anomalies, it means that we are still in the process of capture. Liao, or anyone else who has read the message, please enter the tomb of the Supreme Emperor to reinforce us immediately. The message had been sent 5 days ago. Then, there were scattered, messy messages that were squeaking and hissing. It seemed that Ding Lingdang and the rest of them had been seriously jammed in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and that the messages they sent had been sabotaged. 5 days ago, Ding Lingdang and the rest of them had entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and still hadn't come out. Had they failed to capture Lu Qingqian or Liao did not dare to think any further. He accelerated and approached the entrance of the tomb. The ball of mercury and pearls had entirely different features from the ancient planet. If the ancient giants symbolized primitiveness, nature, wildness, and brutality, they were the symbols of absolute precision and control. They were man-made products of the super-civilizations. The arsonist was less than 100 meters away from the entrance of the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor. But at such a close distance, Liao was still unable to detect any flaws or bumps on its surface. On the surface that was more than several kilometers in diameter, there was not even a fluctuation of 0.001 micrometers. With Liao's knowledge of material science and metal processing, even processing solid metal into such an accurate sphere was absolutely impossible. Besides, it was not a solid at all, but an unknown material that looked like liquid metal but was hundreds of times more marvelous. It was an entrance that could be passed through freely. Just like that, it was quiet, indifferent, and aloof from the world. It was blossoming with its own brilliance, displaying its strength and making all the latecomers feel that they were looking up to a high mountain. It was no longer appropriate to call it the entrance to the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Liao was certain that even the Supreme Emperor of the human civilization did not have the ability to build such an entrance. Moreover, judging from the relics of the Pangu clan and the warships of the Nuwa clan, their metal refinement and processing ability were far from that. Li Linghai was right. The relic was neither the work of the Supreme Emperor nor the Pangu civilization. It could only be a product of the Black Wall. It was the work of the super-civilization that blocked billions of stars and sealed the Pangu universe. Liao scanned the surface of the entrance of the ancient tomb carefully, but he found nothing except for his own clear reflection. Just like Li Linghai, he did not know what the so-called entrance was. Was it a man-made celestial body, a super-teleportation array? Or was it because the Black Wall Maker captured one wormhole or 100 wormholes and condensed them together? Liao's attention was completely occupied by the entrance of the tomb. He could not help but manipulate the giant god soldier to touch the mercury-like surface. Ripples immediately spread out on the surface of the entrance of the ancient tomb, as if it were a tunnel leading to the unknown. Before Liao was ready, an inexplicable attraction force pulled him and the arsonist in. It was not a simple absorption. A lot of mercury that seemed to be alive surged out and enveloped, melted the giant soldier god. The feeling was similar to the space jump, which was a three-dimensional breakdown of the space jumpers. Warm, but compared to the simple and crude technology of space jumps, which had tremendous side effects, the technology employed by the Black Wall Makers was much more advanced. The entire process was very warm, gentle, and comfortable. The warm mercury not only enveloped the giant god soldier, it also enveloped Liao's skin and every cell in his body, giving him maximum protection. Without him knowing, he had passed through the barrier of time and space and arrived at. Liao felt that he was falling rapidly. and he seemed to have appeared out of thin air among the blue sky and white clouds, falling towards the lush land. Pooh! Pooh pu pu pu. The power spurts of the giant god soldier emitted an ugly noise. The intensity of the power unit, the metal fatigue of the overall structure, and the consumption of fuel had all reached the limit. Liao could not even activate the anti-gravity unit. He could only spurt out a few feeble flames. Together with his own gravity manipulation technique, he was able to help the giant god soldier decelerate. In the end, he fell to the ground with a bang-bang and fell flat, creating a human-shaped crater. Thankfully, it was not hard metal or concrete below but soft soil, which reduced the impact by more than 90%. Chi! The protective cover of the spiritual residence opened automatically. Liao crawled out on all fours. Little Black, who had followed him since childhood, had also condensed into a form suitable for high-speed movement and exploration. It was a fat ball that looked like a ball made of black sesame seeds and sticky rice. It flapped its short wings and circled around Liao's head. Is this the legendary tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the Gold Throne, and the Firmament Sector? Liao scratched his messy hair and tried to open his swollen eyes. He sniffed the air and felt that something was wrong. This was a somewhat successful landing. Although the appearance of the giant god soldier was terrible, at least its main structure was not damaged. With the right materials and fuel, Liao could restore more than 70% of its fighter jet energy. The gravity inside the ancient tomb was somewhere between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Empyrean Terminus Sector, which was the most suitable for the survival of the 2-meter-long, carbon-based intelligent life forms. In the meantime, although the air was filled with an unpleasant smell of sulfur, the composition of the poisonous gases such as sulfur dioxide was still within the tolerance of ordinary people for a short period of time. There were no earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, or tornadoes. The humidity of the air made Liao believe that there should be lakes, oceans, or water systems nearby. Generally speaking, this place could be called a paradise for carbon-based intelligent life. It wouldn't be strange to say that the first carbon-based intelligent life originated from this place. And that was exactly what happened. This place was full of vitality. No, the word lively was not enough to describe the abundance of creatures here. A great explosion of creatures had just taken place. As far as one's eyes could see, there were primitive forests everywhere. The plants, dozens of meters tall, were tied up by vines and weaved into a complicated three-dimensional ecological network. From the depths of the forest came the howls of various animals and the cries of birds. Even in the transition zone between the forests, which was Liao's landing point, there were large areas of grassland. The grass here was different from any other plants that Liao had seen on any planet. Their moisture content was shockingly high. With a light step, they would spurt out thick and dense sap, filling the air with a fresh and sweet smell. The cracks would even grow at a visible speed and soon recover to their original state, becoming even more robust. Even though the giant god soldier had fallen from the sky and burnt a large area of the prairie to death 5 minutes ago, more grass was wriggling to cover the giant god soldier right now. Good heavens! They were even extending their roots from the wet soil, trying to climb onto the body of the giant god soldier and drown him. How did this happen? Liao could not figure it out at all. He flew to the sky with Little Black and looked down at the land from a height of approximately 200 meters. As far as his eyes could reach, there was nothing but colorful, lush green, and covered by primitive jungles and boundless grasslands. As far as the eye could see, it was the same even to the end of the horizon. But it was impossible. Li Linghai had told Liao and everyone else very clearly that, although the environment inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor was suitable for the survival of human beings, it was definitely not as vigorous, primitive, and natural as this. Instead, it was full of man-made traces. According to Li Linghai's speculation, 10,000 years ago, at the peak of the Star Ocean Imperium, the Supreme Emperor had wanted to gather the strength of the entire civilization to explore this ancient tomb. Therefore, the Supreme Emperor had spared no expense and transported a large number of warships, carriers, shield machines, mobile laboratories, military camps, and even metal smelting bases as well as fully automatic puppet production lines, turning this place into a copper-cast, iron-cast, an armed forward base. When the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God suffered heavy losses and he was ready to hibernate in the depths of the ancient tomb, he should have brought a lot of people with him. It was not like he had only one commander, was it? Li Linghai should not have lied about the matter. Even if she wanted to sabotage Li Yao, it was unlikely that she would sabotage her own son, Li Jialing, too. Besides, Li Yao and Li Jialing had both inherited part of Wu Yingqi's remaining soul, which had wandered in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor for hundreds of years. Therefore, Li Yao and Li Jialing both had vague memory pieces and flashbacks, which proved that Li Linghai was not lying. Li Linghai had excavated a lot of treasures from the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, such as Emperor Flame Beads. In fact, they were all retrieved from the forward operating base. They were all pure gold and could not be faked. But right now, right in front of Li Yao's eyes, the forward base of the Supreme Emperor era, as well as the forward base that Li Linghai established in order to explore the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, were all gone. Or rather, it had been swallowed by the primitive forest. It was a clear blue sky with white clouds. Yet, Li Yao felt gloomy and miserable. Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, Long Yongjun. Li Yao screamed hysterically in the communication channel. However, noises were echoing non-stop in the communication channel. The interference was too serious. The magnetic field here was in an extremely disordered state. Even the electromagnetic frequency was fluctuating. It did not seem to be a natural magnetic field at all. Not only was it difficult to conduct electromagnetic communication, it was also hundreds of times more difficult to manipulate spiritual energy and trigger spiritual flames. In other words, any expert who came to this place would be significantly weakened. It doesn't make sense. It's been less than 30 years since Li Linghai last visited the tomb. How could such drastic changes have taken place in the tomb in such a short time? Li Yao pondered for a long time before he turned around and asked Black Wing. Little Black, if you were really brought out of this place by foster father 100 years ago, then do you still remember what this place was like? It was also like today, lush, verdant, primitive and boundless. Black Wing desperately flapped its wings as a crooked 8 flew out. Li Yao and Black Wing had known each other for a long time. He immediately knew that Little Black was expressing no. In other words, Li Linghai was not lying. There were indeed a lot of man-made traces inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. There were not so many animals and plants in the forward operating base left by the Supreme Emperor. This time, Little Black drew a giant circle to express its affirmation. Then what's going on? Where did Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Boss Bai, and Long Yongjun go? Those people are all seasoned warriors. They cannot have been swallowed by the forest without leaving anything behind. Also, what about their starships? Li Linghai said that the entrance of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor could accommodate warships several kilometers long. There were no traces of starships outside, either. Therefore, they must have driven dozens of starships in. Where are they hiding? 10,000 question marks popped up in Li Yao's head. Naturally, his first thought was that Lu Qingchen had set up a trap inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and killed Ding Lingdang and Li Linghai. However, Lu Qingchen had left the 5 supreme battle fortresses outside. Li Yao did not think that he had the capability to annihilate Ding Lingdang, Li Linghai, Li Jialing, Yan Liren, Boss Bai, and Long Yongjuan's splendid lineup without alarming anyone. Even if a fierce battle had taken place, the traces had already been swallowed by the crazily growing plants. So Li Yao sighed and looked at the world in confusion. Then, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Yao discovered something terrible, serious, and weird. The entrance to the tomb was gone. It was not very accurate to say that he did not see it, because Li Yao had been dizzy since he fell from the sky and did not see the inside of the entrance clearly. However, according to Li Linghai's experience and the memory pieces of Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi, there should be an almost perfect ball of mercury inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, which was floating in the sky like an eternal moon. The Supreme Emperor had built a forward base around the entrance, and so had Li Linghai. He had stationed his camp right below the entrance all the time. Therefore, Liao should have been able to see its coordinates when he entered the tomb. Of course, the precise coordinates of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor were in the depths of the four-dimensional universe. Amid the raging tides, its entrance appeared and disappeared in the three-dimensional universe. Chances were that it had already disappeared in the three-dimensional universe. But the possibility was slim. According to Li Linghai, the harsher the astronomical environment outside was, the larger the crack in the three-dimensional universe would be, and the more stable the entrance to the tomb would be. This time, they had calculated the coordinates of the entrance and arrived before the tomb was opened. How could it be closed so quickly? What is going on exactly? Why is everything different from the exploration experience of Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi? If there is no exit, will I and the entire exploration fleet be locked in this godforsaken place for decades or even hundreds of years until the next exit appears in the three-dimensional universe? Liao was soaked in sweat. Even though the environment here was very suitable for the survival of human beings, considering the capability of the experts here, it would not be difficult for them to survive for decades. However, the idea that all the elites of human beings in the Panga universe would be sealed here for decades was still too absurd. There must be a way out. Let's see what this place is exactly. Liao made up his mind and put the broken giant god soldier back into his cosmos ring before he leapt into the air. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp chirp. Although Little Black had a round head and a cute appearance, it had been in the form of Black Wing's sword for decades. It was one of the fastest flying swords in the Star Glory Federation. Naturally, flying in the air was not a problem for it. However, it turned into a streak of blackness and enveloped Liao, accelerating him to the maximum. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Liao accelerated. The land below his feet gradually blurred. The green forest, the blue ocean, and the red mountains were as distinct as chessboards. Liao was dying to know whether or not he would break out of the atmosphere or even break through the clouds if he kept accelerating toward the sky, so that he could get a clear view of the tomb. Or maybe he would touch an invisible barrier like most world fragments. But what happened next was beyond his expectation. When the earth and the ocean below his feet were covered by clouds that looked like a thick fog, and a brilliant starry sky was about to appear above his head, he suddenly felt that the magnetic field of the universe had flipped over. He felt that his head was heavy, and his feet were light. He was jumping upward, but he was falling at an accelerated speed. What the hell? Liao's pupils constricted violently. The clouds above his head parted, revealing a land that was exactly the same as the one below his feet a moment ago. Yes. He remembered the demarcation line of the seashore, the wilderness, the jungle, and the mountains very clearly. Judging from the shape of the demarcation line, it was exactly the land that he had just set off from. How was it possible? He was supposed to be jumping upward. How did he end up falling down? How did he end up in this place when he had started from this place? Floating in midair, Liao stared at the ground more than 1,000 meters below his feet in a trance. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he changed his direction and flew toward the sky again, back the way he had come. As it turned out, after flying for about half a minute, he experienced another reversal of the magnetic field. The attraction force below his feet suddenly turned into a force above his head. He went from rising into the sky to falling from the sky, and, should be below, was still the familiar land. Liao was dazed for a moment. He flew to the horizon at the highest speed, while he observed the land and drew a map of the place. If the tomb of the Supreme Emperor was really a planet, judging from the gravity and the natural environment, its mass and radius should be similar to those of Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's Origin. It should be no larger than twice the size of Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's Origin. With Liao's current cultivation, it was not difficult for him to circle around such a planet. However, weird things happened again. Liao had noticed that the land and the ocean here were both slightly curved, like the surface of a planet. But when he set off from the east coast of the continent, crossed the continent and the west coast, and crossed a vast ocean, he had returned to the starting point without even circling the planet once or even a quarter time. The magnetic field here was too chaotic for him to distinguish between east, west, south, and north. However, Assuming that the journey was in the east-west direction, the situation in the north-south direction was the same. Liao had planned to look for the Antarctic and the Arctic, but after a moment of dizziness, he returned to the starting point. All right, if the interference of the magnetic field was not so intense that it jammed my brain, my crystal suit, and Little Black's navigation system at the same time, it would have been the legendary ghost hits wall. Liao pondered for a moment and said, or, let's put it in a more sophisticated way. The concepts such as space folding and space distortion were intentionally disrupted by somebody who set up a maze that nobody could get out of. Well, it's not unusual that the maze was used as a shield for the Black Wall Control Hub. The problem was, the last time Li Linghai and Wu Yingqi explored this place, it was not like this. At that time, the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor was no different from ordinary world fragments. It had a fuzzy boundary, and its structure was very stable. It looked harmless and honest. Could it be that something, or even someone had activated a certain system or defense measure deep inside the tomb? Whatever it was, it gave Liao an ominous feeling. No wonder Ding Lingdang and the rest didn't return to the outside to look for me after setting up the forward operating base. It's because the space here has been distorted, and they can't find a way out. Liao continued pondering. However, is space the only thing that has been twisted? While exploring north, south, east, and west, Liao took a lot of pictures with high resolution and collected a lot of climate and magnetic field data. The gift he had received from the lightning life form not long ago gave him a sensitivity thousands of times higher than that of a pigeon. His perception and understanding of the magnetic field could infer a lot of things from the traces of the anomaly. Liao noticed that, in this small, enclosed world, there was not just one climate system, but dozens of entirely different environments. The place where he landed was indeed peaceful and pleasant, but some other places were covered in snow and ice. In other places, including the depths of the ocean, volcanoes were erupting. The plate movement was extremely intense. What was weird was that, no matter how intense the climate and the geological changes were, they did not affect the neighboring areas nearby at all. Even though they were only 100 meters away from each other, with the volcano eruption on one side, the earth was shaking, and the mountains were shaking, the other side was covered in snow, and the icebergs were absolutely still. That's impossible. Liao inputted all the climate data he collected into his brain and made a complicated calculation. Then he came to a very absurd conclusion. The environment of this world is simply like the different stages after the birth of a planet. The most obvious is the content of various constituents in the air. Some areas are like the stages when a planet has just been born, which are filled with fatal venomous gas. Some places are too high in oxygen, like the early years of the primeval era when plants were just born. Some places have relatively normal air, which is the most perfect stage for a habitable planet. However, isn't the flow of air the strongest? The atmosphere here has obvious convection. How can the air on one side belong to a primitive planet, the air on the other side belong to a desolate planet, and the air on the other side belongs to a modern planet? It doesn't make any sense. Liao could not figure it out at all. He made bold assumptions and verified them carefully. At first, he imagined that there was an invisible barrier in the air that blocked the air in different areas and created different labs. But what about the air, the abrupt changes of the magnetic field, and the discontinuity of the crustal movements? What kind of barrier could make the Earth shake 100 meters away and everything calm down? Besides, such an assumption was too simple and crude. It seemed to be completely inconsistent with the exquisiteness, perfection, and shock that the Black Wall Maker had established at the entrance. It was the approach of human beings, not a super-civilization that could build a black wall. What kind of place is this exactly? I feel like I'm on a different planet every minute. Liao mumbled to himself. Then his body stiffened, and he shivered coldly. Yes, different planets. The immaculate world in front of his eyes seemed to be made of hundreds of different planets. Is it possible? Liao asked himself softly. Cut the space from hundreds of different planets, as if it were a cake, and put it back together without leaving any traces of joints? Let's put it in a simpler way. The so-called tomb of the Supreme Emperor, Gold Holy Sea, Heaven's Horizon, Is not a world fragment but a collection of hundreds of other world fragments? Liao was shocked by his crazy speculation. Splitting a piece of space from hundreds of worlds, combining them seamlessly, maintaining the stability of the space and the circulation of air, and producing normal animals and plants, it sounded like a story from legends. However, since the super-civilizations had developed to the peak, the techniques that could move mountains and seas were the source of the myths. Wasn't the Pangu civilization and the Nuwa civilization worshipped by human beings in the future, too? The Pangu civilization was already able to utilize the energy of stars and neutron stars efficiently. The black wall manufacturing would only be more marvelous and unbelievable than them. Then, Liao examined the animals and plants. The abundant evidence supported his speculation that he was not in a world fragment but had passed through hundreds of worlds and entered parts of the habitable planets. Although Liao was not a zoologist or a botanist, he could still tell that the plants in many places seemed to have been born in the primeval era. They were the earliest spore plants and ancient ferns. In some other places, the form of the plants and the way they photosynthesized were closer to modern times. Often, dozens of plants that were hundreds of millions of years old were growing less than 100 meters away from each other. Some of the ferns should have gone extinct a long time ago, but they grew together with the later species in perfect harmony. No, it was wrong to call it harmonious and orderly. When a plant took root and continued expanding its territory, it was inevitable that it would step out of its native space and invade a completely different environment. It was an environment that it could never adapt to. Often, it would wither, and rot at a visible speed. Under the influence of fungi and bacteria, it would turn into a humus and provide endless nutrients for the growth of new plants. Therefore, this is not a primordial forest, but a museum of a certain plant where all the plants that appeared during the billions of years of evolution of a habitable planet were displayed and annihilated. Liao mumbled to himself. From the rising and collapsing of the plants, he sensed an abundant, even intimidating vitality. The flow of time here seemed to have been accelerated by thousands of times. Everything was growing and dying crazily. Plants and animals were the same. Liao discovered a very ancient fish in a swamp. They were the pioneers of the march of animals from the ocean to the land and had appeared billions of years ago. In the depths of the forest, he also discovered spiders the size of basins and centipedes that were almost as large as boas. In the distant past, almost every habitable planet had a plant explosion. As a result, the air was filled with too much oxygen. The higher the oxygen content, the larger the size of the living creatures. It was quite common for arthropods and crustaceans to grow to 2 to 3 meters. As for all kinds of ancient animals such as saber-toothed tigers, marsupials, giant boars, and even mammoths that had gone extinct a long time ago, they were everywhere. It was not unusual at all. The appearance of the ancient creatures was not strange enough. If the biochemical technology of human beings was enough to achieve such a feat, the creatures that appeared in front of Liao's eyes could almost be called legends. It was a tall, muscular elk, or rather, a creature that looked like an elk. It had dazzling bright gold hair and radioactive sun stripes on its body. On the two sides of its head were helical horns that looked like the horns of a lamb, on which colorful flowers were blossoming. Liao could see very clearly that the flowers were not climbing on its horns like creepers, but growing out of the horns directly, as if it were a combination of plants and animals. Liao stared at the golden moose for a long time. The beautiful creature seemed to have never seen a human being before. It stared at Liao curiously for a long time, too, until countless butterflies were dancing on its horn. Then it jumped into the forest agilely. If Liao hadn't gone through the training of 3,000 mortal dusts external incarnation and was still in the divinity transformation stage, he would have doubted whether or not he had fallen into a dream again and everything around him was imaginary. However, right now he had reached the soul division stage. Not only had his soul experienced 3,000 reincarnations in the world of mortals, it had also been tempered by the lightning-like life form and was sharper than before. He should be able to distinguish the difference between virtual and reality. Or rather, if there was a certain existence who could create such a vivid illusion that even the division experts were completely fooled, the technology and resources behind it would absolutely not be much less than building such an ancient tomb. At Liao's level, the boundary between reality and illusion was gradually blurred. If an illusion could fool him, it would be real in a sense. For the rest of the day, Liao explored almost every different space and analyzed the plants and animals there, including the undersea volcanoes thousands of meters deep. As it turned out, as more and more data was collected, the seemingly random, twisted maze gradually revealed its full appearance. Liao discovered that there was a pattern to the arrangement of most spaces. They seemed to be arranged in the order of one ring after another, as if there was a certain center or origin. The further away from the center of the circle or the origin, the more ancient the air constituents, crustal features, and animal and plant forms would be. The closer to the center of the circle or the origin, the higher the level of evolution would be, and the more colorful and explosive life would be. The center or origin was at the center of the continent below his feet. Liao retrieved all the strengthening drugs and nutrition drugs inside his cosmos ring. Whether or not they were affected by the lightning life force or not, he simply swallowed them all. Then, he captured a few giant octopuses that were more than 20 meters long and animals that looked like whales. After examining them and making sure that they were harmless, he wolfed them down and started chewing. He found an open beach with no obstacles and set up a cordon. With the help of deep meditation, he absorbed all the nutrition and nourished his dry cells, nerves, veins, and nerves. 3 hours later, the pores all over his body were emitting hot streams again. After countless simulations and calculations, the vitality magnetic field had been adjusted to be more suitable for the chaotic space. Liao suddenly rose up and marched toward the origin of the chaotic space. The closer he got to the origin, the more chaotic the magnetic field became. Flying in the sky was too dangerous. Besides, he wanted to observe the world at a closer distance, too. Therefore, he chose to walk in the dense forest. The closer they got to the origin, the more colorful the life forms were. Countless weeds, bushes, vines, and trees were growing rapidly. The fungi were wriggling, expanding, and rotting at a visible speed, as if they were living carpets. There were also animals, all kinds of weird animals that seemed to have escaped from a nightmare. They were fighting hard in the depths of the forest that was growing and dying crazily. The instincts carved deep inside their genes were burning, bringing a strong scent of blood to the forest. There was no road in front of him at all. Liao had to pave the way with his saber of flames. Occasionally, when he entered an area where the oxygen content was too high, a small spark would burn furiously and beyond his control, burning down the entire forest. But he didn't care too much about it, because new plants would be born in a few minutes, half an hour tops, and cover the rotten wood that had yet to be burnt up. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps suddenly echoed in front of him, as if thunder had risen from the underground for the first time. Liao had a premonition of danger. Something big seemed to be coming. Liao immediately withdrew all his spiritual energy and aura. He rolled on the ground, covered himself in mud and humus, and crouched below a giant tree. He even allowed the vines on the trunk to hang down and wrap around his body. Crack! Crack! Boom! The moment he finished his disguise, the giant tree in front of him collapsed. A figure that looked like a gray iron tower appeared in front of him. It was solemn, magnificent, majestic, barbaric, and a symbol of ferocity and violence. It was a giant reptile that looked like a tyrannosaur. So beautiful! However, with Liao's combat ability, he was not scared of any giant reptiles. It did not matter even if 30 to 50 real tyrannosaurs attacked him together. But the ancestral memories hidden deep inside his cells still made him exclaim in admiration in front of such an ancient tyrant. In Liao's era, almost all the habitable planets in the 3000 sectors had been occupied by human beings and modified to be suitable for the survival of primates. Ancient reptiles such as dinosaurs could not exist naturally. It was true that the biochemical experts of the blood demon sector had developed some enormous, brutal biochemical beasts with the genes of dinosaurs. But no matter how enormous and brutal the biochemical beasts were, They could not have been more intimidating than the natural tyrant in front of them. The body of the tyrannosaur-like beast was full of lumps, as if it were wearing a solid armor. There were bright purple stripes on its body, either natural colors or feathers. But it seemed to have reached the end of the road and was on the verge of death. After a few painful roars, its heavy feet staggered, and it lost its balance all of a sudden, crashing into a giant rock that was full of vines and moss. After an ear-splitting explosion, the rock was dented, and it fell to the ground. Liao blinked and immediately understood. Due to the enormous size and the relatively primitive structure, dinosaurs had a high demand on the oxygen content in the air. They could only live in a certain oxygen saturation state, and it would not do if their oxygen content was even a few percentage points lower. It was also one of the reasons why many giant beasts that looked like dinosaurs had gone extinct on countless habitable planets. The ferocious beast that looked like a tyrannosaur must have been born in the periphery of the space far away from the origin, and in an even more ancient geological era and ecological environment. But it had left its home by accident and trespassed into a space where the oxygen content was lower. It must have been suffocated to death. It was lying on the ground like a hill that had collapsed in an earthquake. The rise and fall of its stomach had not calmed down yet. Its red eyes were now covered in a layer of gray-brown haze. The scent of life was pouring out like a broken hourglass. Liao slowly stood up from his hiding place and quietly walked to the front. He observed this untimely prehistoric ferocious beast. Perhaps even in death, it would not understand what had happened and why the surrounding world had become so terrifying. Before it was completely dead, a lot of vines and creepers were already crawling on its body like hungry insects. The lumps on the surface of its body were shivering weirdly, too, like plump fruits. They exploded and flew out, producing clusters of bright purple and dark gold butterflies. Butterflies flew into the sky. Gold and purple smoke rose up from the corpses of the prehistoric beasts. Liao was dumbfounded by the scene and could not calm himself down for a long time. He extended his fingers subconsciously, trying to catch a butterfly that flew out of the dead body of a dinosaur. But he felt that his fingertips were numb, and his every cell was itching as if the gene strands deep inside his cells had been broken, minced, and reassembled. The scraps were embedded into different forms. Liao felt that countless butterflies were hidden inside his fingers, too, which were about to explode and soar into the sky. Moreover, his entire body seemed to be made of billions of butterflies and could collapse at any moment. Liao was greatly shocked. He hurried to suppress the feeling with his spiritual energy and managed to stop it from spreading out. Is this some kind of virus? No, it's not a virus. Rather, it's a kind of special radiation. It's a radiation that is rarely seen in nature and even in the entire universe. It can trigger the division, collapse, reorganization, and mutation of genes, allowing the vast majority of cells to break through their limits. In a short span of a few days, a few hours, or even a few minutes, they become completely unrecognizable. They can even combine the genes of different species and create all kinds of strange new species. No wonder the life in this world is growing and changing so crazily. It's like the brakes have been lost. They are rushing forward and evolving toward the abyss of destruction. What should I call the special radiation? Light of life? Maybe it was the intense radiation that accelerated the growth of creatures and turned the tomb of the Supreme Emperor into a boundless forest in only several days. But the acceleration is too fast. While Liao was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed a reflection from the corner of his eyes. It did not seem natural but more like the reflection of the plate armor. Slightly dazed, Liao was overjoyed. He stepped over the rapidly decomposing body of the tyrannosaur and looked at what he thought was a giant rock. As he expected, under the cover of moss, vines, and creepers, he discovered a large plate armor of a starship. As it turned out, what was standing on his left side was not mountain rock at all but the remains of a starship. The starship had crashed not long ago. It had been covered by all kinds of plants and fungi. There was not even a gap the size of the tip of a needle. Also, the interference of the magnetic field here was too intense for even the metal detectors to work. No wonder Liao did not notice it just now. The tyrannosaur staggered close and crashed into the debris of the starship, denting the broken shell and wiping off a large part of the creep and moss before it was able to see the light of day again. In his crystal suit, Liao waved the heated axe and the flaming saber and burnt all the weeds, vines, and creepers that covered the debris of the starship. Finally, it was revealed that the starship had been crushed into a heap. Judging from the number and emblem on the two sides of the starship, the fast assault starship was named Crystal Light. It was Long Yangjuan's ride. Its surface was covered in shocking, enormous tears, and its turret had been blown off. There were also traces of the blast that had collapsed inward. The damage was so severe that it seemed to have been savaged by an ancient star. Liao found the constituents of the meteorite fragments in some of the giant cracks, but he found traces of blood and biological tissue in other cracks. It meant that crystal at the speed of light had not only been assaulted by the meteoroid shower while it was escaping from the lightning creatures but also engaged in a battle after it entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Besides, the latter battle was the main reason why it crashed in this place. Were they giant reptiles similar to tyrannosaurs? Liao shook his head. What a joke. If the strongest warship of the human civilization could not even deal with dinosaurs, what was the point of exploring the universe? Then was it Lu Qingchen? It did not seem to be the case either. The damage to the shell of the starship did not seem to indicate that it had been attacked by a giant soldier. Instead, it seemed to be something more primitive, brutal, and furious. Shua! 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 On Liao's retina, all the aggressive magical equipment inside his crystal suit and cosmos ring rolled down in the form of lists, making sure that every piece of magical equipment could be retrieved within 0.01 seconds and activated in the obliteration state. Long Yangjun? Long Yangjun. Liao activated the communication system again, but there was still no response. He entered the starship carefully along a giant tear that almost cut crystal at the speed of light in half. The interior of the starship was packed with all kinds of vines, moss, and creepers, as well as a lot of weirdly shaped, colorful snakes, insects, and rats. One of the rodents looked like a hybrid of mice and sandworms. It had a circle of mouthparts that looked like a rock crusher and could spurt out corrosive acids. No metal could escape its biting. Such animals had gnawed on the debris of the starship and left nothing of value behind. Thankfully, Liao did not find the crystal suits and bodies of the crew members, especially those of the important figures such as Long Yangjun. It seemed that they had escaped before the starship crashed. He hoped that Ding Lingdong's starship was the same. Although he did not have much hope, Liao still groped his way to the cockpit. As it turned out, the mainframe crystal processor was beyond recognition, too. Nest after nest of super mice was crawling on it. Liao searched for a long time before he finally found a few memory chips with burnt surfaces. Holding his breath, Liao tried his best to polish the lines of the storage chips with the super microgrinding and engraving techniques. After connecting them to his crystal processor and browsing through the garbage data for a long time, Liao took a long breath in relief and finally found a message from Long Yangjun. Fortunately, it was a message for him. Unfortunately, the memory chip was too corrupted to recover 2/3 of the information. The remaining 1/3 was mottled and intermittent. The legends are true. There is indeed a certain method to freeze time deep inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. In the picture, Long Yangjun was in a trance and shouted, "Time and space are like a frozen river. This place has been frozen for too long. Right now, the upstream is gradually thawed, and the downstream is still blocked. It is like a flood that is unstoppable." Liao did not understand what he meant. Time freeze? Time thaw? What kind of nonsense was that? The critical explanation that followed was swallowed by the unrecoverable garbage. When the picture was clear again, Long Yangjun's face was even weirder than before. The camera was shaking violently, too, with the sounds of cannon fire and fighting echoing far away. It is alive. There was no telling whether Long Yangjun was mad or excited. She repeated mysteriously, "It is alive. It has woken up from the hundreds of thousands of years, no, billions of years of hibernation." What was the meaning of this? Liao could not wait to punch the light beam into pieces. Then, the picture changed and became even more blurred and gloomy. Long Yangjun was more anxious than ever. Listen, Liao. We were all wrong. We were all wrong. About my hometown, the ancient sacred world, and the Nuwa battleship and the Pangu underground palace that have been bothering me for half of my life. We have always believed that a cutting-edge biochemical research center is hidden inside the Pangu underground palace. It is a place where the Pangu clan studies how to pass on their civilization, isn't it? Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, two experts in the divinity transformation stage, were attacked by the monsters inside the underground palace while they were exploring the Pangu underground palace. Their bodies of flesh and blood kept expanding, and they almost turned into the new Pangu clan, didn't they? Hehe. No, that's not right at all. We have completely mistaken the purpose of this cutting-edge biochemical research institute. Do you remember how Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun described how they felt when they were injected with the biochemical drugs by the monsters? They felt that their minds were melting and disintegrating, their emotions stripped away layer by layer. In the end, they were almost turned into killing machines. If this is the way that the Pangu clan preserved their civilization, what can the biochemical drugs do even if they can produce countless killing machines that look like the Pangu clan in hundreds of thousands of years? The Pangu clan is not a natural-born homicidal maniac. They are civilized people with a high level of rationality and socialism. Their purpose is to pass on their spirit, will, wisdom, and way of thinking. They are definitely not creating a bunch of ghosts that have nothing but skin and no soul. No. What is being carried out in the underground palace of the Pangu clan is not an inheritance experiment at all, but an experiment of destruction. It is something that can destroy the primeval civilization. It is too dangerous and can only be tested in the ancient saint world, which is enshrouded in dark nebulae. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately, the experiment of the Pangu clan succeeded in the end. The terrible biochemical drugs or genetic viruses destroyed the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and all the prehistoric species. Only human beings survived and opened a whole new page. But right now, right now, Long Yangjun was going to continue when an intense fire exploded behind her. The heat wave and blast destroyed the entire picture. But deep inside the fire, a raging black shadow was dancing crazily. It was the only useful information that Long Yangjun had left for Liao. Liao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He combined all the information he collected in the past into a glittering necklace. Firstly, the legends were true. There was indeed a certain technique or magical equipment deep inside the tomb that could freeze time. Maybe it was something that was 100 times more delicate than the hibernation system of the Pangu clan that they had seen in the Kunlun mysterious realm, a certain super hibernation system. It was possible. Very possible. It was because the hibernation system in the Kunlun mysterious realm had only been built by the Pangu civilization. The hibernation system deep inside the tomb of the Supreme Emperor was most likely built by the Black Wall Maker, a super civilization from the primeval era. It was even possible that the living Black Wall Maker had been frozen. That's right. Assuming that this is really the Black Wall Hub that controls the brightness of billions of stars, it is quite reasonable to assign a few of our compatriots to control the switches. What better way to monitor the functioning of the Black Wall than prolonged hibernation? Liao pondered for a moment. There was nothing wrong with the logic. According to the legends, the Supreme Emperor entered the depths of the ancient tomb when he was heavily wounded and on the verge of death in an attempt to find a time freeze so that he would be in a non-living, non-death superimposed state to forcibly save his life. This could also indirectly prove Liao's speculation. Then there was the light of life, the weird radiation that could accelerate the cell activity and gene division. Liao estimated that it was meant for freezing time. The reason was simple. If a piece of meat was frozen into a hard rock for a long time, how could he thaw it quickly? Naturally, he would have to set it on fire. The hibernation technology employed by the Pangu civilization and the human civilization, when a person needed to be woken up after sleeping in the hibernation chamber for too long, would inject some stimulating constituents into the hibernation drugs to accelerate the metabolism, circulation, and brain oxygenation so that the hibernator could be woken up slowly. If something had been frozen in the depths of the ancient tomb for billions of years, What could provide better stimulation and freezing than the weird radiation such as light of life? However, once the radiation spread out, it was not as friendly to creatures that were not hibernating for a long time. As far as Liao could see, all the creatures were growing, splitting, mutating, and perishing crazily on the genetic level, which was the reason for the terrifying forest. In the end, Long Yangjun mentioned the virus. The Pangu underground palace in the North Pole of the ancient sacred world was the place where the Pangu civilization developed the most advanced biochemical weapons. It did make sense. Liao had thought that it was too simple and crude to pass on such a terrible virus. Since human beings were the brand new, perfect carbon-based carriers that the Pangu clan had created for the purpose of passing on their civilization, there was no need to transform human beings into tall, clumsy giants with high energy consumption. It would make sense if he was studying a biochemical weapon that could attack the genes directly. When Liao was fighting against Fuxi on Ultimate Rescue, the latter had mentioned that the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and all the other intelligent species of the primeval era had all been destroyed by biochemical weapons. The virus that was meant to attack the enemy had undergone unexpected mutations after countless releases and dissemination. It had evolved into an apocalyptic weapon that could annihilate most creatures and the entire primeval era. Only a few human beings were immune to the virus and survived the disaster. Right now, there were only two questions. Firstly, if human beings were immune to the virus, how did Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun contract it? Was the virus unstable in the beginning, or had human beings not been immune yet? It was an important question because it would determine whether or not Liao, Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Li Jialing, Li Linghai, and all the exploration teammates who entered the ancient tomb would be infected by the same virus. Secondly, and more importantly, shouldn't the depths of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor be a shelter for the Pangu civilization? Why was there a virus in this place that was guarded by the other half of the Fuxi civilization? Liao was confused, but he finally saw the light. He could only hope that he could find more evidence and traces to piece together the truth. After leaving the cockpit, he searched the debris of the starship from top to bottom and found some supercompressed high-nutrition drugs and components that were not corrupted at the rear of the starship. There was a giant hole near the engine compartment. It seemed that the power unit had been fully functioning and exploded, blowing up the ass of the starship. Liao walked out of the hole, trying to search for traces of the crew members. Then he saw 3 dark shadows in the forest outside. The blood all over Liao's body was about to be frozen, but it boiled in the next second and rushed into his brain like magma. He crouched, unsheathed his saber, and released Little Black, which flew to the top of the 3 figures with a few monitoring crystal cameras. The 3 figures drew close from above, but they were still absolutely still. Upon closer inspection, Liao discovered that they were not human beings but 3 broken crystal suits. There was no flesh and blood inside the crystal suits, but they had been filled up by the wriggling weeds, vines, and fungi. Supported by the vitality of 100 times, the objects were like the internal organs that had been exposed to the air. They were hissing and trying to grow colorful flowers through the gaps of the crystal suits. Such a weird appearance gave Liao a sour feeling that was neither disgusting nor mushy. Compared to the real horror, he hated the inexplicable strangeness more. Right then, heavy footsteps echoed in front of the starship again. All the animals in the forest were fleeing. Even the plants inside the crystal suits were wriggling faster, trying to drag the heavy crystal suits away from the place. Another dinosaur is not coming, is it? Liao slightly frowned. But it was quite possible. It was because, if there weren't even more ferocious beasts chasing after it, how could the first dinosaur flee from its territory in panic? Besides, if it had not been chasing and fleeing for a long time, the first dinosaur would not have run out of oxygen so quickly and suffocated itself. Liao entered the deep slumber state again. He crept around the debris of the starship and looked ahead. He saw someone. A giant was holding the neck of the dinosaur corpse with his knee and digging out its internal organs. The giant was about 15 meters tall. His skin was gray and brown, with wrinkles and stripes all over it. If it were not for the clear facial features on his round head, he would have looked no different from the dinosaurs below his knees. His figure was slightly hunched, and there was not an inch of clothing on his body. Crack, 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 crack. He did not use any tools, but he broke the bones of the dinosaurs one by one with his amazing brute force and dug out their abundant internal organs. He wolfed down the food without doing anything. Pangu clan. Liao could not believe his eyes. The blood that was boiling just now was frozen again. He had never expected that he would run into a living Pangu clan member under such circumstances. Although the appearance of the Pangu clan changed subtly according to the living environment after they occupied the 3,000 sectors, although the Pangu clan seemed to be feasting on raw meat and blood, and did not seem to be a highly civilized intelligent species at all, but Liao was still sure of his identity. The secret was the organ in his lower body. The Pangu clan was the same as human beings. They were creatures that reproduced both sexes. There was a difference between men and women. However, since a long time ago, they had awakened the ability of brainwaves to communicate directly. They were adept at large-scale spiritual communication and could get great pleasure from the collective telepathic thoughts. Therefore, they had been training their brain cells and the strength of their mind all day. They were not very interested in the affairs between men and women. After the expedition army of the Pangu clan returned from the multiverse in failure and discovered the horror of the black wall makers or even the flooding tides, they had also listened to the advice of Fuxi and sealed their own feelings. Naturally, they could not allow the so-called romantic feelings to disturb the survival of the entire civilization. Therefore, in the later years of the Pangu civilization, the organs below the Pangu clan gradually shrank and degenerated. Only the most basic functions were retained, and it was fine as long as they could output the life seeds. Liao had seen a lot of corpses of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious land and the Pangu underground palace. Although most of them would be obliterated the moment they met the air, some precious pictures and files could still be kept. Therefore, he knew the body structure of the Pangu clan very clearly. The giant's body shape, the wrinkles on his skin, and the disproportionately small organ below all proved that he was a member of the Pangu clan, or from the era when emotions were completely sealed under the suggestion of the Fuxi clan. How did this happen? Liao felt that time and space were in a mess. What was worse was that his incendiary soldier had not been repaired yet. Now that it was riddled with holes and running out of fuel, it could not be activated at all. How could a crystal suit deal with a living member of the Pangu clan? Liao's heart skipped a beat. Although the Pangu clan member was naked and looked like a barbarian, his keen senses did not diminish at all. He immediately sensed the changes in Liao's heartbeat and brainwaves. Holding the internal organs of a tyrannosaur, he turned around and stared at Liao warily. Liao immediately felt that an invisible chisel had pierced through his brain and turned his neural network into an interweaving torrent of magma. He had been discovered and locked onto by the Pangu clan. The indifference on the Pangu clan member's face immediately collapsed, replaced by wariness, excitement, and brutality. As if he were a human-shaped tyrannosaur, Liao thought of something and noticed subtle changes. The Pangu clan should not have such obvious and intense expressions on their faces. Were their emotions not sealed? It was just like the Pangu clan member who had fought against him in the Kunlun mysterious realm. Even at the most intense moment of the battle, the anger on his face was only fleeting, as if he was scared that he might be triggered. But the Pangu clan member in front of him was completely unrestrained, releasing primitive, and animal-like emotions to his heart's content. Had his seal been broken? Had he regained his emotions? Before Liao figured out the question, he already felt that a brutal, stinky wind was blowing at him. Good heavens! The powerful Pangu clan expert had grabbed the hind leg of the tyrannosaur, picked up the enormous beast that weighed dozens of tons, and smashed it at Liao. Liao's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. He turned into a streak of brightness and dashed almost 100 meters away. Boom! The body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was smashed to the place where he had been standing a moment ago, resulting in a blast that seemed to be real. The mud that was splashing was more than 10 meters high. Who? The Pangu clan roared in fury when their attack failed. They jumped up and down like gorillas and bashed their chests in fury. What the hell? So barbaric. Liao's head was in a mess. Since his opponent had apparently unlocked the shackles that bound his emotions and will, Liao did not want to kill him brutally. He had no ill intentions toward the Pangu civilization as a whole. They were the continuity of a father-son civilization and even different stages of the same civilization. Was there no chance for them to work side by side in front of the desolate universe and the flood that could destroy everything? Couldn't they at least sit down and talk peacefully? I don't want to fight you. Liao gritted his teeth and opened his hands, gesturing to the Pangu clan. Can you understand me? At least look at my posture. I mean, you no harm. Let's talk. Talk. For a moment, there was confusion on the Pangu clan's face, but his eyes were soon filled with the redness of killing. He picked up a giant rock and threw it at Liao. Idiot! Liao cursed in his heart. He did not know whether he was cursing the Pangu clan that he could not communicate with or himself for his childishness, but he turned into a phantom and dodged the giant rock agilely. Thinking for a moment, he sealed a brainwave with the new energy structure that the lightning creature had just taught him and sent it to the Pangu clan. Let's talk. If we really have to fight, it doesn't stop us from talking in 1 minute. At least we can talk while we fight. Liao sealed such thoughts in his brainwaves. The Pangu clan was best at telepathy. If human beings were their creations and their slaves, they would certainly have the ability to command and receive feedback from human beings. The two parties would definitely be able to communicate. But Liao's brainwaves were completely unresponsive. No, there was no reaction. A moment later, an invisible lightning hit Liao's head brutally like a burning giant axe, almost splitting his brain in half. The Pangu clan had launched a mental attack on Liao. Liao was in so much pain that he could barely contain his fury. He was deeply confused. Why was there such a deep hatred between the two parties that the Pangu clan wanted him dead the moment they met? Or rather, the Pangu clan member had been infected by the virus that Long Yongjun described. The price to be paid for unsealing his emotions and will was to unleash his instincts of killing and destruction to his heart's content. He was not targeting Liao, but all the creatures in his vision. There was no time to think. The enemy attacked again like a tyrannosaur that was hundreds of times more agile. If it were Liao in the nascent soul stage in the Kunlun mysterious land, he would not have been able to resist such a dual attack without the help of the giant soldier gods. But right now, Liao, who had reached the soul-splitting stage, could manipulate his body to dodge the attacks of the Pangu clan while he established a brainwave shield to resist the mental attacks with the energy structure that the lightning lifeform had just taught him. He could even spare part of his computational ability to analyze everything in the battlefield calmly. The combat ability of the Pangu clan member was far weaker than that of the one in the Kunlun mysterious land. It was not because of his cultivation or his absolute strength, but because the Pangu clan member in the Kunlun mysterious land was apparently a rational, civilized man who had grasped unbelievable techniques such as drawing runes in the void and dictation of law. He could perform powerful killing moves with his bare hands. The Pangu clan member in front of him, on the other hand, had been fighting recklessly with his amazing physical strength from the beginning to the end. Even the mental attacks that he performed were not organized at all. His brainwaves were triggered to the maximum and bombarded Liao brutally. Barbarian. He was simply a barbarian wearing the skin of the Pangu clan. Besides, Liao noticed that, less than 3 minutes into the fierce battle, the Pangu clan member's chest was already fluctuating violently. His skin turned from gray to deep purple, and steam was popping up from the wrinkles on his skin. Several obvious red spots were floating on his bare head, as if countless scorching flames were about to burst out of his brain. The magical axes that he was slashing at Liao with became disordered, too. Many of his attacks were not aimed at the target at all, and his precious mental power was wasted. Liao thought quickly and immediately understood. Although the conclusion was quite absurd, the reason should be the same as the cause of death of the previous dinosaur. The Pangu clan member was not adapted to the environment. The gravity here was very comfortable for a human being around 2 meters tall, and the oxygen content in the air was just right. On the other hand, for a giant carbon-based life form more than 10 meters tall, the gravity was too heavy, and the oxygen was too thin. Maybe the air even contained ingredients that were highly toxic to the Pangu clan. The Pangu clan had always been picky about the living environment and was relatively delicate. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need to produce the universal, all-terrain, versatile tools in place of the 3,000 sectors. When the Pangu clan member was chasing after the dinosaurs, he had crossed countless different ecological environments and absorbed a lot of lethal impurities. Like the dinosaurs, he was already exhausted and on the verge of collapse. When he saw Liao, he launched a high-intensity mental attack without bothering about anything else. However, although he had brute force, he did not have the ability to control brainwaves and mental power. He was about to be burnt to death when his brain cells were triggered. Hey, you must be joking. Liao didn't know what to say. He jumped from branch to branch agilely, dodging the increasingly furious and chaotic attacks of his opponent, while he continuously released the brainwaves that he had sealed. Are you really in a conscious state? Do you know what you are doing? This is not your battlefield. Moreover, your spiritual flames are not surging. You are not even wearing a strengthened exoskeleton to protect yourself. You are resisting the super high gravity with your flesh and blood. Stop it. Stop it now. If it goes on like this, you will play yourself to death. Stop stimulating your brainwaves and mental power without restraint. You are completely overdrafting your life and burning your entire brain at the fastest speed. You are committing suicide. Do you understand or not? Obviously, the stranger did not understand at all. The giant turned a deaf ear to Liao's exhortations and continued attacking futilely. He knew that his skin had turned deep purple, and the white mist spurting out of his wrinkles was intermittent. His entire skull had been heated to the point that it was translucent, and he could vaguely see his brain. It was as if his skull had turned into a piece of transparent glass. Liao had no idea what to do, but he understood the reason why the seemingly insignificant human beings were the ultimate winners in the primeval war. In the competition of survival, the winners and the losers were never distinguished by their size and strength. Even though the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan were both giants who could summon wind and rain, they still had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. The larger the body size and the higher the mass, the more serious the gravity restriction would be. The metabolism and energy circulation system would be more precise, and the more likely it would be damaged. More energy would be consumed, and more waste would be excreted. In order to release intense spiritual lightning, his brain had to be burnt. One moment of carelessness, and his entire brain would be burnt. If he performed techniques that were too complicated in high mass, high gravity, low oxygen, and relatively short of resources on a high-intensity battlefield, it was very likely that he would be crushed just like what was happening right now. Boom! After unleashing an earth-shaking mental attack that seemed to be real and brushed past Liao, the Pangu clan member finally collapsed. From beginning to end, Liao had never taken the initiative to attack him. It was purely because he had overexhausted his brain and physical strength in the extremely harsh environment. He had drained himself, burned himself dry, and played himself to death. What the hell is this? This guy doesn't even have the slightest bit of intelligence. He completely doesn't know how to control his own enormous strength. He is literally an idiot and a barbarian. Liao observed from afar and pondered calmly. But judging from the organs in his lower body, he is clearly from the later stages of the Pangu civilization. He should know the basic knowledge about how to control the body and the brain. The Pangu clan member was still struggling. There was not the slightest hint of enlightenment and wisdom that a civilized man should have in him. Instead, he was filled with the simplicity, recklessness, and barbarism of a prehistoric beast. He was not scared of death at all. Instead, he squandered the last bit of his vitality and tried to stand up on all fours, only to fail again and again. In the end, he completely collapsed. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he roared like a bull. The voice gradually weakened. He was dead. No more brainwaves were sent out. The arrogance, brutality on his face were frozen into confusion and loss. Liao waited patiently for a long time. Then, he asked Little Black to check and make sure that the body functions of the Pangu clan member had been completely cut off. Standing in front of the hill-like body, Liao pondered for a moment and decided to perform an autopsy. There was no need to really cut open his stomach. He could simply simulate the ultrasonic waves with the high-frequency vibration of his hands and check whether or not something had been implanted into the body of the Pangu clan member, which made him go crazy. Liao circled around the Pangu clan and returned to his head. The head of the Pangu clan was as thick as Liao's. Liao tried his best to press his hands against his temples. His hands immediately turned into 2 streaks of gray mist. Weak bioelectricity spurted out of his palms and flowed into his body through the temples of the Pangu clan, while he sensed the brightness of his brain, which was gradually dying down, and every meridian inside his body. It was a typical member of the Pangu clan, no different from the corpses that the Star Glory Federation had found in the Kunlun Mysterious Land and the Pangu Underground Palace. What was special about them compared to human beings was that third brain was embedded between the 2 halves of their brain, which was similar to the pineal gland of human beings. Or rather, they were born with spiritual roots that were visible to the naked eye. The third brain was the material foundation for the Pangu clan to release powerful brainwaves and realize super long-range telepathy and a large-scale mental network. It was also the natural gift that allowed the Pangu clan to communicate with the intelligent creatures on different carbon bases and become the leader of the Pangu Civilization Alliance. It was a pity that there were pros and cons to everything. Any advantage of evolution had a high price. The Pangu clan was on the wrong path of evolution. Or rather, their brain evolution was too extreme. It was true that the third brain could release brainwaves and achieve high-speed telepathic thoughts. But the heat, oxygen, and energy consumption were all astronomical. Maybe the Pangu clan in the beginning accidentally discovered the mysteries of mind communication and mental attacks. The Pangu clan, which was best at mind communication and mental attacks, took the advantage in the fierce competition for survival and evolved in such a way over the long years, in order to carry the third brain, which was getting larger and larger, and to process the tremendous data that was transmitted telepathically, they had to evolve the left half of the brain and the right half of the skull that were getting larger and larger, including a cooling system that the human brain did not have, as well as a special energy transmission and storage system that supplied the superbrain. In order to accommodate the system, the Pangu clan grew larger and larger. In the end, they were all more than 20 meters tall on average, almost as tall as the largest reptiles. In other words, the Pangu clan did not need such a huge body. It was only because they had a super large head that they had to match such an enormous and clumsy body. Then, was it possible to change the way of evolution and only grow an enormous head while keeping the body exactly the same, or even completely regress? Such bizarre creatures had appeared in many fantasy novels, including Lu Qingxin's Phantom Plan. However, the body of a carbon-based intelligent life form was a very delicate and compact system. The so-called body was not just meant to support the movement of the brain. It was also responsible for the absorption and digestion of the nutrition that the brain required. The brain of the Pangu clan, in particular, had to be constantly supplied with burning oxygen. The brain of the Pangu clan often required high-intensity operation in order to achieve mental communication and mental attacks. The temperature was often raised to almost 100 degrees. In order to lower the temperature, the Pangu clan also had a kind of body fluid that was different from blood and similar to cooling liquid. The body fluid had to circulate at a high speed throughout the body and be cooled by the hot stream emitted by the wrinkles on the skin. Only with a huge body and a large enough area of wrinkled skin could the cooling liquid be restored to an extremely low temperature after one round of circulation and protect the heated brain again. The brain, the reliance of emotions, the carrier of thoughts, and the residence of the soul, although less than 1/20th of the weight of a human body, consumed more than 1/3 of the oxygen and nutrition. For a cultivator such as Liao, his brain might consume almost all the oxygen and nutrition. How could he live without a strong body? Therefore, the freaks who only had brains but no bodies could never evolve in nature unless they were supported by a full set of machines and biochemical circulation systems. Just like life in nature could never evolve into seemingly efficient organs such as wheels. Liao estimated that the enormous, heavy, and clumsy body was not a big problem on the original planet of the Pangu clan. Many biologists, cosmologists, and archaeologists believed that the original planet of the Pangu clan was likely to be a planet with low density and mass, high oxygen content, and low temperature. The lower the mass, the lower the gravity. Together with the high oxygen content, creatures could grow unscrupulously. Even if they weighed dozens of tons, they could still move as fast as swallows. The low temperature was naturally conducive to the cooling of the brain, which made the Pangu clan less worried about the brain overheating. Just like that, the Pangu clan thrived on their native planet, developed a brilliant civilization, and flew out of their mother planet. After they flew out of their mother planet and explored countless habitable planets, they discovered that their mother planet, the low-mass, low-gravity, high-oxygen, and cold-air planets, was a rare exception. Most of the habitable planets were standard planets from the perspective of human beings such as Empyrean Terminus and Heaven's Origin, which meant high mass, high gravity, low oxygen, and relatively high temperature. It was already too late. They had walked so far on the road of evolution. It was safe to say that their entire civilization was based on telepathic thoughts and mental attacks. How could they chop off their most powerful techniques and restart them, thereby changing their life form completely? It was possible. It was also the reason why the Pangu clan wanted to create human beings. Compared with the bodies of the Pangu clan, the bodies of human beings might have 100 shortcomings, but the three advantages of low energy consumption, high adaptability, and great potential were enough to win the competition of survival with a deadline of 1,000,000 years. Liao sensed every organ of the Pangu clan carefully, especially the marvelous cooling system. It was a fluid circulation system that was hundreds of times thinner and more complicated than the veins and nerves, including the heat dissipation pores that were hidden inside the wrinkles of the skin. The heat dissipation efficiency of the power unit was comparable to that of a starship. It was indeed an unbelievable direction of evolution. As I expected, my brain cells have been completely burnt. My entire brain is a mess. Even the gods can't save me. It was not easy for the Pangu clan to survive, build, and fight on countless planets with such a clumsy and redundant body. Liao sighed. The more he learned about the Pangu clan, the more he felt that the Pangu clan was not killed by the Nuwa clan, and certainly not by human beings, but by the shortcomings of their own evolution, or rather, by the heavenly law that restricted the intelligent life of the carbon-based creatures from exceeding the limits and the universe. While he was pondering, Liao suddenly sensed that there were uneven stripes on the inside of the left wrist of the Pangu clan member. It was a very delicate rune hidden among the wrinkles, which looked like the overlapping of countless complicated patterns. The standard language of the Pangu clan looked like a human tattoo. The 3D tattoo stunned Liao. Although he did not know the specific content of the tattoos, he had seen many similar tattoos in his research files, including the ones on the wrists of many elite warriors of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun Mysterious Land and the Pangu Underground Palace. It seemed to be a symbol of the bravery of the Pangu clan, which had been passed on after the earth-shaking civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. In other words, the Pangu clan member was indeed from the prehistoric era and a well-trained elite warrior. He was definitely not a primitive barbarian. How was it possible? The elite warriors of the Pangu clan were adept at all kinds of mysterious techniques. They could use large-scale armor similar to crystal suits and terrifying magical equipment. Their mental attacks should be more organized and targeted. They should be able to respond to Liao's telepathic thoughts. At the very least, they should have a high level of understanding about the status of their brain and know when to cool it down instead of launching mental attacks recklessly and burning themselves to death. Looking at the dirty eyes of the Pangu clan, Liao was deeply confused. He had thought that the Pangu clan member was a barbarian who had been living on his own in the natural environment, just like the human beings who grew up in the jungle. But the tattoo on his wrist irrefutably indicated that he had once been a member of the tribe and possessed great wisdom. Could it be? Deep in thought, Liao mumbled to himself. It's true that the Pangu clan regained their emotions and their will, but the price was the complete loss of rationality and wisdom. It's like emotions and will are a river that is too violent. They were originally sealed and strangled, but when the seal is completely broken, the torrent is unstoppable, and even rationality and wisdom are washed away. It was the only reasonable explanation, but it was definitely not the answer that Liao had hoped for. Of course, he was not the only member of the Pangu clan who went mad after his resurrection. Long Yongjun, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of them had probably fought against the infuriated Pangu clan a long time ago. The crash of Long Yongjun's starship was proof of that. Then, where were the remaining Pangu clan, Long Yongjun, Ding Lingdang, and the rest of them? With the crash of Crystal Light, and the location of the Pangu clan as the center, Liao launched a search with a radius of more than 100 kilometers. As it turned out, when he discovered the mysteries hidden under the vines, weeds, and creepers and set them on fire, he found a lot of debris of starships under the lush, living plants. Azure Dragon, Tiger of the Sky, Gold Hammer, Nine-Headed Dragon. They were all terrestrial warships that could move freely in gravity-free vacuum and high-gravity atmosphere. The warships, like light-speed crystal, turned into twisted debris and were swallowed by the crazily growing plants. There were not many valuable discoveries inside. However, Liao did find a lot of scattered bones near the debris of the warships. They were several meters long and dark gold, indicating that they belonged to the Pangu clan instead of human beings. Maybe there had been a lot of human corpses in this place too, but they had been swallowed by plants and fungi just like the flesh and blood of the Pangu clan. Only the thickest, most solid golden femurs that could carry dozens of tons of weight were hard to destroy. So, when Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, and Li Linghai's leading human exploration fleet entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the first thing they encountered was not Lu Qingxin's ambush but a bunch of crazy Pangu clan members. Liao examined the damage of every starship carefully, leaving no traces behind, and inferred the cause of the wounds with his abundant experience in refining. He discovered that most of the shocking wounds were caused by very low-level personal magical equipment, such as oversized chainswords and vibration sabers. There were even traces of dark gold blood around the irregular cracks, which seemed to have been torn apart by the Pangu clan barehanded. It did fit the description of the Pangu clan's brute force. If it were an established battle squad of the Pangu clan, they should not have been carrying only individual magical equipment such as chainswords and vibration sabers. They should not have been fighting human beings' warships with their fists without any magical equipment. Therefore, Liao suspected that the Pangu clan encountered by the exploration fleet of human beings were the same as the previous Pangu clan. They had lost their memories and rationality and degenerated into ignorant barbarians. Was it the effect of the virus that Long Yongjun mentioned? Or the light of life that could thaw time and accelerate the growth of plants? Or was it the result of billions of mutations triggered by the light of life? Liao had no idea. Although he was anxious that the answer would be revealed in the next second, he managed to hold back his anxiety and found all the crashed starships in the 200 to 300 square kilometers nearby. He also collected enough components, high-nutrition drugs, and crystal fuel from them. He was quite lucky. The maintenance workshop of a multipurpose support ship was mostly intact, and the maintenance platform was still usable. Although it was impossible for the giant god soldier to be reborn, it was fortunate that the main structure of the arsonist was not damaged. Its shell had merely been torn apart by the meteoroid storm. After replacing the crystal suit with hundreds of colorful metal patches and filling it with crystal fuel, it ignited a dark and stubborn flame. Before marching toward the origin, Liao took a night's rest. There was no real day or night in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. After the blue sky and white clouds lasted for almost 15 hours, the sky would be enshrouded in dense fog, which would last almost 10 hours before it was replaced by a new blue sky that was exactly the same as yesterday. Liao had a vague feeling. This primeval relic, whether it was named Emperor Tomb, Divine Tomb, or Black Tomb, was not prepared for the Pangu clan but for human beings. The reason was obvious. The gravity here was the most suitable standard for the survival and combat of human beings, as were the oxygen and the impurities in the air, including temperature, humidity, and even plants, animals, and fungi. Liao tested the toxicity of many kinds of plants, animals, and fungi and found that most of the creatures in this place were not poisonous at all. On the contrary, they were very beneficial for the body's replenishment and recovery. It was truly a paradise where heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be found everywhere. Even if an ordinary person lived a life of raw meat and blood in this place, ate a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and breathed the freshest air, they would slowly strengthen their flesh and blood, awaken their spiritual root, and become a cultivator. Also, 1 day and 1 night, which was close to 24 hours, was also the standard planet most suitable for the survival of human beings, with the most average rotation time. For the giants that required cold air and low gravity such as the Pangu clan, their day and night were much longer than 24 hours because of the smaller density of the planets. It was definitely not a comfortable place for the Pangu clan. Why? Liao mumbled to himself. If this is really the control hub of the makers of the Black Wall, why is it so suitable for the survival and training of human beings? What is the so-called Black Wall maker exactly? Just like the previous questions, the answer to the question could not be revealed until Liao reached the real entrance of the ancient tomb. While he was resting, Liao released Little Black and scanned the 500 square kilometers nearby with the monitoring crystal camera. After eliminating the interference of the trees and the fungi, he compared it with the map that Li Linghai had drawn in his previous explorations. As he expected, the origin where the light of life was the strongest and where the plants were densest was the real entrance to the ancient tomb. When the sky was painted with an intense blue color again, Liao led the way with his flaming saber and marched toward the deepest part of the forest. A lot of plants and fungi were squeaking and shivering in the burning flames. But more branches and vines lunged at the ash behind Liao and swallowed him instantly. The nightmare-like picture did not stop Liao from exploring the truth at all. He trudged forward in the depths of the forest. 3 hours later, after more wrecked starships were discovered, he finally found the remains of a camp left by Li Linghai during his previous exploration. It was a piece of a metal anti-radiation tent with deep sea on one corner. Such tents were meant to be used to build mobile laboratories. They could block all kinds of tiny radiation and ensure that the experiment results were accurate. Li Linghai told Liao that she had tried to carry and unfold a lot of tents in the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. The two words deep sea naturally meant the deep sea fleet. They were Li Linghai's personal weapons. Having said that, Li Linghai did not want too many people to know such an important secret as the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Therefore, she only brought a lot of spiritual puppets as her assistants during every exploration. When Liao dug out 3 multipurpose puppets that had run out of energy and a lot of scraps of engineering magical equipment from the Star Ocean Imperium from the depths of the soil, he was even more certain that this was Li Linghai's camp, the forward base of the Supreme Emperor, and the real entrance to the Supreme Emperor's tomb. Then what about the door? Li Linghai told Liao that there was a literal gate at the entrance of the tomb. It was a black steel 9 meters high, 4 meters wide, and 1 meter thick, 9:4:1. The square ratio of 3:2:1 was very solemn and perfect. The gate, or rather the black steel, was as precise as the first entrance. No matter how precise Li Linghai's measurement equipment was, he could not calculate the slightest error. He had reached the peak in mechanics, material science, and refinement. However, the first entrance was always open to all. Any living creature that touched it would immediately be assimilated, melded, and absorbed. The second door was an extremely solid black steel. No matter how hard Li Linghai tried to stimulate or ram it, he could not open it at all. Had he not received the information from the Supreme Emperor's forward operating base and Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's firm belief that it was the real entrance, Li Linghai would not have been able to connect a solid steel to the gate to the ancient mysteries. The black steel further solidified Liao's speculation that the primeval relics were prepared for human beings. A gate that was 9 meters tall and 4 meters wide was too cramped for the Pangu clan, or rather a behemoth more than 10 meters tall like the Pangu clan. But for human beings, the two contradictory concepts of solemnity and exquisiteness were perfectly combined. Besides, the unit of length named meter was most suitable for human beings. Any intelligent human being would think of the length of their arms first when they set the unit of length. Therefore, the 1 meter of the Pangu clan was much longer than that of human beings. In the primeval era billions of years ago, did a certain super-civilization leave a gate to the future for human beings billions of years later in units of rice? Liao thought to himself. But now the gate was gone. Li Linghai told Liao that her camp and the forward base of the Supreme Emperor were right in front of the black steel. The distance between the three was no more than 100 meters. Liao wouldn't overlook a 9-meter-tall black steel no matter how tall the weeds and bushes were. But Liao extended his telepathic thoughts and scanned in the direction where the black steel should have been. His heart was suddenly beating fast beyond his control. Humming noises were echoing inside his brain, as if they were the most sacred and mysterious chants in the ancient times. What the hell is this? Looking at the latest form of the black steel right in front of him, Liao was dumbfounded and exclaimed. The place where the black steel should have been was empty, but there were a lot of black gaps floating in the air. Liao did not know how to describe such things. They were like the branches of a tree that had been dug out and burnt into carbon powder before they were consolidated into the weirdest and most twisted form. They were also like the burnt corpses of a lunatic artist who had been inspired by a nightmare. Hundreds of real black gaps in the three-dimensional world were not affected by gravity at all. They sent out spider-net-like ripples as if they were embedded in the air. The smallest gap was about 3 to 5 meters long and sent out multiple waves and tentacles. The biggest gap had dozens of roots, with a length and width of more than 100 meters. Is this a wormhole? Liao found it hard to believe. When he was performing a space jump, he had seen or scanned wormholes with his magical equipment more than once. The so-called wormholes were not really round holes. Most of the wormholes were in the form of extremely twisted cracks, which were very similar to the black cracks in front of him. However, the wormhole was a gap between the three-dimensional universe and the four-dimensional space. It shouldn't have a real body. It shouldn't even be visible to the naked eye and could only be scanned by telepathic thoughts and spiritual waves. How could it be like this? Visible? Touching? Liao even felt that the solid wormholes were the marks of some bizarre-shaped alien species that had been burnt by the flames in the depths of hell. Liao swallowed hard. Manipulating the muscles that he had trained countless times, he activated the magical equipment mechanically and performed the scanning and exploration procedures. Yes, the scene in front of him was not a 3D illusion. It was indeed some kind of material that was neither gold nor stone but extremely hard. It was embedded in the air, and from the depths of the material intense radiation was being released continuously, which could accelerate the ultimate division, mutation, and failure of cells. The light of life was released from the black gaps. The community of black crevices was almost 5,000 meters in diameter. Liao circled around the community of black crevices and found more traces of human exploration squads, including magical equipment, crystal suits, used strengthening drugs and cans of high-nutrition drugs, blood-stained medical gel, broken shells, and so on. Besides, judging from the distribution of the traces, they were gradually shrinking and eventually disappearing below the black gaps. What do you mean? Looking at the twisting black gaps floating in midair, Liao mumbled to himself. Did Ding Ling Dang, Long Yang Jun, and Li Ling Hai arrive at the Black Steel after they took care of the rampant wild Pangu clan, only to find that the Black Steel had split into thousands of cracks and that they had crawled into the gaps. Liao was not sure whether or not the black gaps in the air were the broken pieces of the Black Steel, or whether or not they were the real entrance to the tomb and the correct way to open it. After scanning again and making sure that there were no other fatal radiations other than the light of life, Liao held his breath and bound the smallest black gap with his telepathic thoughts, trying to move it with the technique of controlling objects remotely. After he reached the divinity transformation stage, Liao's life magnetic field had become stronger than ever. He could even manipulate the magnetic field of a planet and absorb the gravity for his own use. When his telekinesis ability was activated to the maximum, he could move objects weighing more than 500 tons. Even the giant god soldiers and starships could be lifted and pushed easily. But no matter how he pushed and pulled, the black gap remained firmly fixed in the air, not moving in the slightest. Liao switched to 3 clusters of black gaps and exerted all his strength, but he failed to move them at all. This is impossible. Liao was breathing hard and sweating hard. He observed the black gaps with wide-opened eyes, not knowing how they were fixed in the air. They were like the brand of the three-dimensional universe. Shua! Liao unsheathed his chainsword and held it high with both hands. The aura of the sword soared into the sky and turned into a crimson dragon more than 10 meters long. Liao's face was extremely solemn. It had been a long time since he had poured all his mental power, will, and strength into one sword aura and slashed it so seriously. Hew! When the sonic boom echoed, the crimson dragon had already turned into a streak of redness and slashed at a black gap. It was a perfect attack. Even if sword addict Yen Liren came close, his control over speed, strength, and rhythm would not be any better than Li Yao's. Whatever was blocking the attack, crystal suit, giant soldier, starship, or even a star fortress, Li Yao was confident that he could cut them in half. However, clang! The crisp sound of something breaking did not come from the black gap, but from Li Yao's chainsword. The moment the aura of the sword passed through the black gap, a blade of space seemed to have dashed out of the gap and shattered the chainsword easily. Since Li Yao had poured too much spiritual energy into the attack, the broken chainsword did not stop reacting. It continued splitting into hundreds of pieces and exploded. Li Yao held his sword and breathed heavily. He was dazed for a long time before he raised the broken sword to his eyes. The chainswords that were qualified to be used by him were, of course, the ultimate weapons that boasted the most cutting-edge technology of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, and were made of the most solid super alloys that would not break even if dozens of crystal suits were cut apart. But such a marvelous weapon was shattered by the black gap the moment it was unsheathed. And on the black gap, there was not even a tiny gap. Li Yao's eyelids twitched violently. His pupils constricted to the size of two glittering needles. He retreated hundreds of meters without saying a word. Taking a deep breath, he opened the cover of all the remote magical equipment on his crystal suit one after another. Hundreds of beams of light interweaved and bombarded a cluster of black gaps like a storm. Boom! 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 The cluster of black crevices was immediately wreathed in flames, blast, and dust. A giant fireball hundreds of meters in diameter gradually rose up, causing the vines and creepers nearby to shriek. In Li Yao's most terrifying attack, the extreme temperature in the deepest part of the fireball was close to the burning of a star. However, when the fireball was extinguished and the smoke dispersed, all the black gaps were still intact. There were no traces of them being burnt at all. The products of the ancient supercivilizations talked about their strength and the ignorance of their latecomers quietly. Damn! Impenetrable! Li Yao spat. After the fury and frustration, he calmed down quickly and sat cross-legged. Pondering, he found that he had made a mistake. The black gaps could not be cracked by brute force. In terms of violence, Ding Lingdang might be on par with him, but Li Linghai and the other experts in the exploration team were definitely no match for him. However, since all of them had crawled in successfully, it meant that the black gap was in a certain open state. Right, I've been making the mistake of thinking that we have the key to the real entrance of the ancient tomb. I have half of it and Li Linghai has half of it. But the two half keys are supposed to be combined. If they were the key to the real entrance, Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi would have been able to open them 800 years ago. There's no reason that Wu Yingqi's remaining soul could not find what Li Linghai and his foster father found. At that time, Wu Yingqi's explanation was that his remaining soul was too weak, and he was afraid that the depths of the ancient tomb were too dangerous, so he did not dare to take the risk easily. However, no matter how you looked at it, Wu Yingqi did not seem to be such a rational and patient person. But is it possible that the key is not meant to open the black steel, but for other purposes? The real entrance to the ancient tomb, be it in the form of a black steel or a black gap, is not entered by a key but by something else. Wait, what did I just say? Drill. Li Yao stared at the black gap. The black gap gazed at him too. Li Yao's soul was deeply attracted by the bizarre-shaped, raging, dancing black gaps. The drumming that originated from his heart and the whispers that originated from his eardrums seemed to be calling from the depths of his brain again. He suddenly had a very strange feeling that this was not an exploration but a return home. The depths of the black crevice were his hometown, the starting point for all human beings in the Pangu universe. Li Yao's eyes locked onto a cluster of black crevices more than 10 meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters wide. There was no reason other than his intuition. This is mine. Li Yao walked to the bottom of the cluster of black gaps and pressed them with his hands, applying pressure evenly. He was not pushing the gaps but trying to squeeze himself through them. At first, the black gap did not move at all. The material could not be separated by Liao's bare hands, even though it was made of the hardest alloy and the most furious spiritual energy. However, when Liao's impetus reached its limit and every cell in his body was activated, the extremely hard material turned soft and thick like super-dense glue. First, his 10 fingers, then his 2 hands, then his 2 arms. Liao was squeezed into the black gap. Arms watching his arms disappear as if they had been swallowed by the black gaps was a very weird feeling. It was like the wall-piercing technique in the ancient legends, where one solid object pierced through the other. Then again, even the hardest superalloy material, when observed from the micro level, was empty except for the tiny nuclei and electrons. As long as the internal and external balance could be changed, why couldn't the solid pass through the solid? The so-called entities simply don't exist. Even if 99.99% of the space inside an inseparable atom is filled with empty force fields and energy, and investigating the essence of the 0.001% nucleus and the electrons is just a collection of countless energy strings. Matter is energy. The stars and the brilliant universe have nothing except the endless strings of energy waves. The black gaps are ripples. The crystal suits are ripples, and my body and soul are ripples. Then, as long as the ripples are adjusted to a special frequency. Liao gritted his teeth. Countless marvelous curves burst out in his brain. His every cell and even every gene strand rippled and dispersed on the curves, gradually melting into the black gaps. It was an indescribable feeling. Every atom that constituted his body was squeezed into the dense material that constituted the black gaps. As his head sank in, the world outside suddenly disappeared. In front of his eyes was a world of absolute darkness. His sight and hearing had been swallowed by the darkness. Only his sense of touch and perception had become particularly sharp. Liao felt that he was a 4-legged snake that had crawled into a crevice. The deeper he went, the narrower and more twisted the crevice became. He was forced to change the shape of his limbs, to the point that he almost broke his bones into pieces. Only then could he adapt to the wrinkles deep inside the crevice. For a moment, Liao was hesitating, not sure whether it was the gate to the primeval relics, a fatal trap, or even the throat of an enormous beast. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. As his entire body sank in, he felt a gentle but firm impetus behind him. The rock around him was full of invisible thorns, too, making him unable to turn back. Besides Ding Lingdang, Li Jialing, Long Yangjun, Boss Bai, Li Linghai, and most of the other experts had been involved, too. What was the point of him retreating alone? Taking a deep breath, Liao gritted his teeth and squeezed deeper into the darkness. Crack! 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 All kinds of noises and alerts of faults came from the crystal processor, as if millions of tons of pressure were crushing him from all directions. The lighting system had been wrecked a long time ago. The heat-resistant and oxygen-circulating systems were struggling, too. The twisted readings on the modeled light beams were making Liao hallucinate. He was not sure whether he was walking in the center of the planet or on the surface of the neutron star. Ah! The heavy pressure was haunting him and savaging his limbs. First his limbs, then his torso, and finally his head. Liao felt that he had been pressed into a deformed monster whose limbs were dozens of meters long and whose head was oval in shape. He couldn't help but scream, but this was far from the end. The pressure permeated into his flesh and blood like black venom and directly compressed and reshaped his cells. Every cell was like a plump grape that had been stepped on and burst forth with bo-bo-bo-bo-bo-bo sounds. At first, they turned into a pile of mud, and then they grew without restraint like cancer cells. What have I become? Although Liao had experienced hundreds of battles and countless unpredictable dangers, he still felt cold to the bones. If he was given a mirror right now, he would definitely not dare to look at himself right now. The omnipresent, irresistible compression lasted about 10 minutes, or 10 hours, or even 10 days and 10 nights. Finally, Liao couldn't bear it any longer. Colorful fountains appeared in front of his eyes, and a curtain of rainbows made of billions of rays of light unfolded slowly. All kinds of hallucinations and auditory hallucinations flooded his mind. his life, the laughter of his family and friends, and the appearance of his home. Naturally, the mysterious Earth was no exception. This was an incomparably clear near-death experience. Then, like a roller coaster that was slowly reaching its peak, everything suddenly plummeted and accelerated to the maximum. Liao felt that he had reached the speed of light. All the illusions and glamorous rainbows were dragged into infinitely extending rays of light that interweaved and formed an endless maze without entrances and exits. Shwa, 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 shwa. On every wall of the labyrinth, dazzling white brightness was shining at first, before black ripples spread out and formed vivid 3D pictures that turned from black and white to glamorous. All the pictures reflected a splendid city that seemed to be made of silver and mirrors. The shape and the style of the city were similar to that of the city of the Pangu clan that Liao had discovered in the mysterious realm of Kunlun. The skyscrapers were all square-shaped without any redundant lines or unnecessary decorations. However, the city of the Pangu clan in the Kunlun mysterious land was a lifeless black. Other than the solemnness, it gave a very depressing feeling. Although the City of Silver adopted the same architectural and planning style, the buildings were generally taller, slender, and slender. Together with the glittering silver brilliance, it gave a feeling of lightness, sharpness, and future. Liao had never seen such a beautiful city. He had never sensed such intense research, exploration, and decryption in any city either. It was truly a city that belonged to the Sea of Stars and the future. It was a pity that it was just what the City of Silver used to look like in several 3D pictures. In most 3D pictures, the City of Silver had become a battlefield where explosions, collapses, and screams were everywhere. In some of the other 3D pictures, the City of Silver had even been reduced to a lifeless graveyard. The glittering future had been corrupted by dried blood and brains. Liao didn't understand why so many shocking scenes had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. It was as if some kind of force had directly interfered with his optic nerves and even his brain cells and transmitted valuable information to him, allowing him to observe the fall and destruction of Silver City from various different perspectives. However, both the guards and the attackers rendered Liao speechless for a long time. He had thought that it would be a great war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. But the guards behind the city wall were the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, the Kwafu clan, and the Hui clan. The 13 species of the Pangu Civilization Alliance had all arrived. They were wearing the most advanced prehistoric armor, a powerful magical equipment flying platform that was comparable to the giant god soldier. Even Liao could not see through the various magical equipment in their hands. Behind them stood floating fortresses more than 100 meters in diameter. The electric arcs rippling on the surface were like dragons that were alive. But none of that scared their enemies, because the attackers who were about to destroy the entire Silver City were not intelligent creatures at all, but ferocious beasts more than 20 meters tall. It was like the product of combining hundreds of the ugliest and ugliest reptiles and arthropods and then magnifying them hundreds of times with radiation mutations. Their ugly skin was full of wrinkles. They were naturally able to release powerful electric arcs, interference fields, and spiritual shields, which granted the hill-like beasts the ability to be invulnerable. In the meantime, they could destroy a city wall with high-voltage electricity or a skyscraper hundreds of meters high with a simple collision. It was perhaps the most ferocious beast tide in the history of the Pangu universe. As long as there were 3 to 5 such beasts in the Blood Demon sector, it would be enough to break into the capital city of the Star Glory Federation. It was an out-and-out epic battle. Although the ferocious beasts were enormous, brutal, and hideous, the defenders were still guarding the last defense line with unbelievable magical equipment and dazzling attacks. Their sabers could trigger a temperature of almost 10,000 degrees. Their shoulder-mounted crystal cannons could fire a barrage that was even more powerful than the super arsenals of human beings, and there was even a special thunderpalms that could swallow all the spiritual energy reactions within several square kilometers instantly and collapse the interference force fields and the anti-gravity fields that supported the body of all the beasts. As a result, the 100-meter-tall beasts collapsed because of their own weight, and the pressure of the atmosphere pushed their internal organs out along their throats. According to this fighting style, no matter how large the ferocious beasts were, No matter how berserk they would not be able to break through the defensive line. Eventually, civilization would prevail over barbarism. However, soon after every beast collapsed, intense reactions seemed to be taking place in their internal organs, brains, and blood, making their stomachs and shells bulge up and explode into clusters of bright purple, crimson, and gray mist. The defenders were extremely wary of the strange mist and did not dare to get close at all. However, the two parties were now engaged in a head-on clash. No matter how powerful the magical equipment of the defending side was, their bodies were inevitably stained with the brains and blood of ferocious beasts, and their heads were inevitably enshrouded in mist. Therefore, not long after, a shocking scene unfolded before Liao's eyes. A soldier of the Pangu clan, who was on the defense team and wearing a helmet and plate armor, had his skin covered by the armor perfectly. Besides, it was obvious that there was compressed oxygen behind the armor. He had been dwelling in the mist for too long, and his armor had been crushed by the ferocious beasts, leaving tiny cracks that were invisible to the naked eye. The mist crawled in through the gaps like invisible bugs. He was about to slash a ferocious beast with his saber when he suddenly twitched violently and started dancing crack, 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 crack. The indestructible armor was torn apart from the inside, revealing the gray skin that was full of lumps and wrinkles. At this moment, countless bright red sprouts grew out of the wrinkles and expanded into thick tentacles at a visible speed, which tied up the warrior of the Pangu clan. This is impossible. Liao opened his eyes and watched the tentacles surging out of the body of the soldier of the Pangu clan, entangling his limbs and torso. Then, after a series of disgusting wriggling, they expanded into new muscles, nerves, and veins, making his body expand by almost 10 times until he was almost 50 meters tall. As it turned out, all the ferocious beasts attacking the City of Silver were mutations of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, or the other carbon-based intelligent species of the Pangu civilization. However, such a mutation was too appalling. From a height of more than 10 meters to more than 100 meters, its mass had increased by thousands of tons or even 10,000 tons. Where did such an enormous mass come from in such a short time? It was true that energy could be transformed into mass, but there was a limit and a source. Were there tiny wormholes inside the bodies of the ferocious beasts that allowed them to retrieve energy from the unknown space? No matter how Liao questioned them, the facts were right in front of his eyes. The ferocious beasts must have grasped some incredible mass energy conversion technique in order to complete the fall from civilization to barbarism within several seconds. Who? The mutated beasts roared ear-splittingly and waved their tails, which were full of thorns and spurs, at their comrades a moment ago. Several warriors of the Pangu clan were blown away and smashed into the skyscrapers. More ferocious beasts crowded in through the breach. The Silver Guards were immediately routed. Dragging such a heavy and clumsy body would consume a lot of energy, which would be a great burden for the body. Therefore, many ferocious beasts often collapsed when they were fighting, just like the dinosaurs and wild Pangu clan that Liao had seen outside. But more guards were corrupted by the mist and turned into new beasts. It was destined to be a hopeless defense. The only thing that the guards could do was stall for time, so that the City of Silver could resist the beast tide for a while longer, only to be savaged even more miserably. The skyscrapers that were thousands of meters tall collapsed one after another. Dust and smoke mixed together, making them look like the surging tides in a tsunami. The spiritual energy transmission tubes below the street all broke apart. The supercompressed spiritual energy that was spurting out was released rapidly, turning into shocking eccentric flames. The ferocious beasts looked even more hideous and enormous against the mist and the eccentric flames. Their roars and every stomp seemed to be hitting Liao's brain cells brutally, making him feel that he was in a nightmare that he would never wake up from. He did not know how to get rid of them. The skyscrapers in the City of Silver are generally more than 1,000 meters tall. Judging from the size of the doors and windows, they are not designed for human beings, but for giants more than 10 meters tall. Therefore, this is not a city of human beings or the Black Wall Makers, but one of the Pangu civilization. Why did the Pangu civilization build such a splendid city in the depths of the ancient tomb? I can't see the edge of the city at all. It is simply a city of the future. How many people can it accommodate, or can it accommodate all the elites of the Pangu Civilization Alliance? What happened to the ferocious beasts that attacked the City of Silver? Fuxi and Long Yongjun both said that a terrifying genetic virus went out of control and mutated, which destroyed the Pangu civilization and the entire primeval era. Is this the effect of the virus? But that can't be right. If the City of Silver is the laboratory that the Pangu civilization established in the depths of the ancient tomb, and a certain virus is being tested in this place has gone out of control, chaos should be breaking out from the inside. But the ferocious beasts are clearly pushing inward from the outside. They are enemies from the outside. Who exactly is attacking the cutting-edge laboratory of the Pangu civilization? Liao was greatly confused. Suddenly, his heart twisted violently, and he could not help but shout, "Ding ling dang!" That's right, it was not his eyes playing tricks on him, nor was it an illusion, nor was it a mental disorder. Liao found his wife, Ding ling dang, in a vivid, immersive picture. Ding ling dang was trapped in the City of Silver, which was full of fire and beasts. She was almost 20 meters tall on the big fire dragon sparrow. But in front of the enormous beasts that were almost 100 meters tall, she was as small and feeble as a doll. She could only crawl and crawl among the broken walls under the cover of smoke and dust to avoid the death rays of the Pangu clan and the trampling of the ferocious beasts. With Ding Lingdang's appearance, more experts of human beings appeared in other pictures, too. Liao found Li Jialing, Li Linghai, Long Yongjun, and Boss Bai. They were all struggling in the surging flames of war caused by the collision of the Pangu clan, the Nuwa clan, and the ferocious beasts, like animals that were fleeing in fear when two dinosaurs collided. Liao had thought that the siege of the City of Silver had taken place at the end of the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago. The war had been settled a long time ago. The ruins of the City of Silver might have decayed a long time ago, too, except that they had been recorded by special magical equipment and played for the latecomers. In many relics of the primeval era, such holograms were quite common. However, after witnessing a human expert and his crystal suit being stomped into minced meat by a 100-meter-tall beast that looked like a hybrid of a giant turtle and a gorilla, Liao had to change his opinion. Everything in front of him was real. The siege of the City of Silver was still on. Right now, right here, and most of the experts of human beings had been involved in it for no reason. They were on the brink of death. Ding ling dang! Ding ling dang! Ding ling dang! Liao's eyes were bloodshot, and he was roaring crazily, as if he were about to throw the communication magical equipment at the picture. In the picture, Ding Lingdang was not aware of his arrival at all. She was still moving among the debris and the death rays, trying to find a chance of survival. I'm here. I'm here to save you. Liao activated the power unit of his crystal suit without caring about anything else and tried to crawl into the picture where Ding Lingdang was. But although he accelerated to the maximum speed, the distance between him and the picture was not shortened at all. No matter how hard he tried to touch Ding Lingdang, he could not touch her shadow at all. It was as if Ding Lingdang and everyone else had been sealed in a 3D painting. Even if Liao could see and touch them, he would never be able to crawl in. Was this what the so-called different people and ghosts meant? Where were Ding Lingdang and the rest of them? What were they exactly? Liao's anxiety and fury almost made his crystal suit explode. However, the pictures around him were spinning fast, making him lose Ding Lingdang's coordinates. He was like a small boat that had fallen into a giant space swirl and could only be carried into a random space wrinkle. No, maybe it was not random. Gigi, Little Black cried out. Considering that Little Black came from the depths of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and that it might have a natural sense of the environment, Liao did not put Little Black back into the Cosmos Ring when he entered the Black Gap. Instead, he asked it to change its shape and hide inside the Cosmos Ring. Little Black had been silent the whole time. It was resisting the tremendous pressure like Liao did. At this moment, Little Black suddenly exclaimed in excitement. It even leaked out of the gaps of the crystal suit and covered the crystal suit quickly, forming 4 helical wings on the back of the crystal suit. When the last gap of the crystal suit was filled by Little Black, Liao suddenly felt that he could move freely in the wrinkles of space. Little Black. Before Liao was surprised by Little Black's new technique, he was deeply attracted by the giant soldier in the picture. It was rescuers. Liao gnashed his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Yes, he would recognize it even if it was burnt to ashes. The golden giant soldier in the picture in front of him was exactly the savior without a cockpit, the giant soldier specially designed for the super artificial intelligence that Lu Qingchen had stolen from him. When enemies met, their eyes were particularly red. All the cause and effect had been caused by Lu Qingchen. If he had not been insane enough to risk universal condemnation, Liao and the rest of them would not have been so hasty to carry out the exploration of the tomb of the primeval deities, which even led to Ding Lingdang's failure. If Ding Lingdang, Long Yangjun, Li Linghai, and the rest of the human experts perished in this place, and the terrifying ferocious beasts broke through the tomb of the Supreme Emperor and spread to the entire Pangu universe, Lu Qingchen would be the culprit who destroyed the civilization of mankind. Liao felt that it was his own fault that he failed to capture Lu Qingchen in the battle of ultimate rescue. But this time, he would not make the same mistake again. Liao's telepathic thoughts flashed across countless pictures, but he could not find Ding Lingdang at all. Then, let's finish the mission first and capture Lu Qingchen for questioning, in case the lawless guy caused more trouble. On the back of Liao's crystal suit, Little Black's black wings flapped hard, sending out black ripples. He flew toward the picture where Lu Qingchen was. In the picture, Lu Qingchen was in a sorry state too. He was fleeing in the middle of the overwhelming tide of ferocious beasts. The magnificent giant soldier was now riddled with holes and covered in dust. There was no hint of the dignity of a Fushi at all. There were no more companions behind him either. He was alone again. Liao sniffed. After he realized how crazy Lu Qingchen was, he no longer cared whether the guy lived or died. However, Lu Qingchen could not die yet. The guy still had a lot of data pieces of the Fuxus that Liao, the Fist King, Little Ming, and One had never grasped. They were also the key to driving Lu Qingchen to explore the ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor, the Divine Tomb, the Black Tomb. Liao flew toward the picture where Lu Qingchen was, as if he had passed through an invisible space membrane. The ever-present heavy pressure gradually dispersed, and he sensed the attraction force again, which gradually changed from flying to falling. The world around him became clearer. Towers of silver rose up from the ground one after another, blocking the sky and the sun. They were like primitive forests where silver flames were burning, and he was just a tiny ant in the forest. Liao was in the city of silver. There were still fuzzy ripples around him. The explosions and roars were still far away and dull. When he touched the broken walls or the dead bodies of the ferocious beasts, he could pass through them directly when he sensed the feeble resistance, just like when he passed through the black gaps. It meant that his integration with the City of Silver was not very close yet. The space he was in had not been fully melded with that of the City of Silver yet. In the meantime, Liao continued observing Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen fled among the broken buildings stealthily and dodged most of the sweeping flames and the trampling of the ferocious beasts. However, as more and more defenders were transformed into ferocious beasts, the intensity of the tide of the ferocious beasts suddenly increased. He finally failed to dodge and was discovered by a ferocious beast waving hundreds of fluorescent tentacles. The fluorescent tentacles of the ferocious beast were like transparent electric eels. With a casual wave, thousands of sharp electric arcs were released and tied up Lu Qingchen's rescuer. The metal skeleton of the rescuer was almost torn apart. Lu Qingchen was in so much pain because of the electric shock that Liao could hear the collisions and explosions of the units of the rescuers, even though he had not fully melted into the space yet. Lu Qingchen seemed to be gritting his teeth. Boom! 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 The cover of the cannon on the chest of the rescuer spread out helically. Light that looked like a supernova burst out and flooded into the abdomen of the beast. After a brief stalemate, the beast was blown to pieces. Its internal organs were all vaporized, leaving a shocking hole. The beast screamed and collapsed on the savior. However, the electric arcs between the tentacles did not diminish. Instead, They were brighter and more intense. The rescuers were so shocked that they could not stand up for a long time. Lu Qingchen did not have a real body. He was just an imaginary ghost, an extremely complicated database, and 1 or even 100 million pieces of complicated information. He was not scared of the attacks that could tear the giant god soldier apart. But he was not immune to attacks such as high-voltage electric arcs, magical equipment, or information interference. When he finally kicked away the dead body of the ferocious beast that was emitting intense electric arcs, a ferocious beast more than 100 meters tall that looked like a giant crab had appeared in front of him. Almost 10 wrinkles appeared on its head, revealing dozens of glittering eyes that were staring at him. The rescuers, who were more than 30 meters tall, were shivering like shrimps whose shells had been peeled off when they were faced with such giants. In the previous phase of the battle, Lu Qingchen had slain almost 100 ferocious beasts. The price he paid was that he ran out of ammunition and food. The metal fatigue of the savior had reached the limit, and his soul had been burnt to the point that it was on the verge of collapse. Without a real body, he could not even spit even if he wanted to. The giant crab raised its bone hammer that was more than 10 meters in diameter. Every joint and every gap on its shell spurted out white smoke, which was then transformed into a tremendous impetus. Even the air was twisted by its potential energy, and crimson flames enveloped the bone hammer. Right then, boom! Liao had completely melted into the city of silver. The first thing he did was to summon the arsonist, a giant soldier, from his cosmos ring. With Little Black's help, he loaded and docked the weapon as quickly as lightning. Thunderous flames spurted out of the giant soldier's feet and helped him smash into the back of the giant crab like a meteorite. He raised his saber, which was almost 20 meters long, and stabbed it into the gap between the head and the torso. The furious spiritual energy was immediately poured into every attack rune array on the saber, causing the saber to release thousands of streams of brightness due to the high-speed friction with the air. They all flowed into the body of the giant crab, together with the edge of the saber. Liao held the handle of his saber tightly. Every joint of the arsonist was spurting dazzling flames in the opposite direction. With the tremendous impetus, his saber turned into a jammer and savaged all the organs inside the giant crab. Although the internal organs inside its body did not have much sensitivity, and the nerve transmission of such a giant beast was extremely slow, the giant crab still felt the excruciating pain. It waved its bone hammer and pincers, trying to sweep Liao off its back. Liao took the opportunity to pull the saber and half of the shell on the back of the giant crab out, only to discover a bloody hole right to the center of its body. Voila! The entire right arm of the arsonist was suddenly dissected, revealing the delicate mechanical structure and the glittering marrow crystals. The terrifying energy that was enough to destroy a city was controlled by countless attack rune arrays. Right now, the attack rune arrays were all revolving, disassembling and reassembling. Bloodthirsty tusks were revealed in the boiling energy. Liao stabbed the right arm of the arsonist into the wound on the back of the giant crab, until the entire arm reached his shoulder. Boom! 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 10,000 bolts of lightning exploded inside the body of the giant crab. Electric arcs surged out of the gaps and wrinkles on its shell. The greenish-black shell turned crimson in the blink of an eye and was cooked by Liao's soaring flames. The giant crab collapsed to the ground, shocking the entire street. Stepping on the burning head of the giant crab, Liao looked at the rescuers not far away coldly. Manipulating the rescuer to sit up, Lu Qingchen seemed to chuckle from his metal chest. But the next second, his laughter was interrupted by thunder. Liao manipulated the arsonist to withdraw his right arm from the body of the giant crab. However, the electric arcs and mystic rays on his right arm did not go out. Instead, they were even more furious and terrifying. Balls of lightning and balls of flames burst out of his palm and knocked the rescuer to the ground again. Boom! 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 Liao unleashed a torrent of destruction with every step he took. When the arsonist stepped on the savior's head was almost blown to pieces. What did you do exactly? Liao narrowed his eyes. His voice was extremely cold. On his raised right arm, electric arcs and flames condensed into a blade of light that was almost 5 meters long, ready to pierce through the savior's chest and chop off its head and limbs at any moment. What the hell is this place? What are the ferocious beasts and the crazy forest outside all about? What are your traps? What are your plans? What did you do to Ding Lingdang and the rest of them? Speak now. Don't you dare play any tricks. I won't kill you. I'll just throw you into the vicious beast tide. Let's see where your remaining soul can hide after your iron can is completely torn apart by the ferocious beasts. Hee hee. Hee. Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingchen was stomped on by Liao. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter so hard that he was barely able to catch his breath. The giant soldier was cramping, too. Then he said in a weird, desperate tone, "You've finally shown up. Liao, I knew that you wouldn't miss such an interesting occasion. Don't look at me so maliciously, as if I'm the cause of everything. To be precise, it's not what have I done, but what has Ding Lingdang done? That's right. All the chaos in front of you is caused by your wife." "What?" Liao sneered. "What are you up to now? Is it necessary?" Lu Qingchen gestured at his surroundings with his hands. "Under such circumstances, do you think I still need to play any tricks? Believe it or not, such a mess is not in my plan. I had everything under my control. The whole thing was carried out calmly, methodically, and precisely. I entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor smoothly, reached the center of the tomb smoothly, activated and connected to the main database of the other half of the Fuxi, and melded with the other half of the Fuxi with my identity and authority as the new generation of Fuxi. As long as the integration is completed, I will be able to take over the entire primeval relics. All the knowledge of the Supreme Emperor, the Pangu civilization, and the makers of the Black Wall will be mine, the Federation, and even the entire civilization of mankind. I will be able to save myself, the Federation, and the civilization of mankind. In the end, at the most critical moment when I was merging with the other half of the Fuxi, when the database of the other half of the Fuxi and I were both fully opened, your wife showed up and bombarded me indiscriminately, interrupting my integration and leading to the complete collapse of the other half of the Fuxi. You should know what the other half of the Fuxi means, don't you? It's true that, in the primeval era hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Pangu civilization established a state-of-the-art laboratory in this place in order to study the relics of the makers of the Black Wall and the captives of the Floodtide Legion. The Fuxi, the most advanced supercrystal processor of the Pangu civilization, was divided into two halves. The so-called other half of the Fuxi is the mainframe crystal processor of the state-of-the-art laboratory. Ding Lingdang sabotaged the integration of me and the other half of the Fuxi, which led to the total loss of control of the laboratory. All kinds of bizarre-shaped nightmare beasts were released. What could I do? If there were irreparable consequences, such as the civilization of mankind being destroyed by the ferocious beasts, it could only be called the will of heaven, right? Cut the nonsense. Are you trying to mess with my mind? Liao scoffed. It's obvious that the ferocious beasts were attacked from the outside and not released from inside the laboratory. Therefore, even if Ding Lingdang sabotaged the integration of you and the other half of the Fuxi and caused the mainframe crystal processor of the laboratory to malfunction, it is impossible for it to lead to such chaos. There is only one conclusion. You are lying. Besides, you've completely lost your mind. Everything in the past aside, just the fact that you set up a lightning trap at the cost of 3 supreme fortresses and everyone inside them in order to set up traps to stop us from entering the tomb of the Supreme Emperor shows that you've lost the last bit of your humanity and become a real devil. For a devil such as yourself, the stronger you are, the riskier the civilization of mankind will be. How can we allow you to meld with the other half of the Fuxi civilization and control the cutting-edge laboratories of the Pangu civilization? Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Jialing, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and I all have only one choice in such a situation. We will blow you up on the spot. The arsonist exerted more force on his feet. The iron feet that were spurting scorching flames caved in from the rescuers' chests, making Lu Qingchen scream and cramping. You are talking nonsense again. Righteousness, evil, heroes, devils, Liao. How come you still don't understand? Lu Qingchen smiled miserably. So, you've met the marvelous lightning creatures in the ancient star, the Great Red Spot? Oh, not only that. You must have had close contact with them and even exchanged some information with them. Haven't you? I can sense that your life magnetic field is different from before. It seems to have undergone an unbelievable upgrade. It seems that you've received a lot of gifts from the lightning creatures. Then you should know that these wonderful elves are real energy life forms. They have social forms and ways of survival that are completely different from the carbon-based intelligent life forms. Their individual life force can last from a few microseconds to a few seconds, and in a few hundred years, they can undergo earth-shaking changes, allowing the entire civilization to take a big leap forward. Although they are still very primitive right now, the lightning creatures boast endless potential. If they were not wiped out in the catastrophe of the supernova explosion, it is very likely that they would have rushed out of the original galaxy, occupied the entire Pangu universe, and destroyed the civilization of mankind. Yes, such a possibility does exist. Now that I've figured it out, you certainly can, too. In that case, I'm going to ask our great hero, Liao, whether or not you've completely destroyed the lightning creatures. At the very least, have you tried your best to extinguish their hope of survival? Have you eliminated the possibility that they will rush out of the mother planet? The answer is no, isn't it? Our big hero, Liao, was merciful and merciful again. He spared the lightning-like life and even enlightened the enemy on a certain level, increasing the odds that the enemy would rush out of the mother planet by 1/1000th. Didn't he? Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Don't deny it. In the virtual space of ultimate rescue, we fought against the Fuxes together. Our soul fragments have been deeply melded. Nobody in the entire Pangu universe knows you better than I do. Liao. Then, let's say that the lightning lifeforms really embark on a brand new path of evolution under your enlightenment in the near future. They will march out of their mother planet, embark on a journey of expansion in the Sea of Stars, conquer the entire Pangu universe, and annihilate the civilization of mankind. Who is the real culprit and who is the bigger devil? Of course, their life forms are very different from each other. It is very likely that the lightning life does not have the concept of conquering in the sense of a carbon-based intelligent life. It is even possible that they will be closely integrated with the civilization of mankind and become the best helpers for the expedition army of mankind to march into the multiverse. But that is not the point. The point is, when you make the choice to exchange information with the lightning life, you cannot be sure whether it is kind, malicious, or even unintentional. You also don't know what your choice will bring to the civilization of mankind, whether it will be destroyed or saved. You are just gambling that you are a crazy gambler whose eyes are burning like mine. Then stop flattering yourself and comparing yourself to me. Liao sneered. I am different from you. My hands have never been stained with the blood of the innocent. I will not sacrifice billions of people for the purpose of justice or holiness. The only difference between us is that you were lucky enough to win all the time. Lu Qingchen turned a deaf ear to him and continued his train of thought. You enlightened the information life forms and created monsters such as Xiaoming and Wanwan. You gambled that they would not betray the civilization of mankind. You also helped the revolutionaries seize the power of the Imperium and single-handedly pushed Li Jialing to the throne. You gambled on his rationality, wisdom, and loyalty to his allies. You were lucky and won the gamble temporarily. The situation is developing in the direction that you hoped for. But who can guarantee that you can keep winning and that they will never change? If they do change one day, thousands upon thousands of citizens of the Federation will be killed. Your so-called not stained with the blood of the innocent is just the psychological comfort of self-deception. When you fall to your doom, perhaps in the eyes of the population of the Federation, you will really become a devil 100 times more stupid, evil, and crazy than me. Admit it, Liao. Faced with the boundless universe and the mysterious tides, there is no such thing as a firm will, fearlessness, or wisdom. Only lunatics, the craziest gamblers such as you and me, have a 1 in a billion chance of winning the game. Do you know how gamblers increase their odds of winning? Of course, they place their bets on both sides. For the future of the civilization of mankind, you and I will place our bets in 2 different directions. In essence, is there any difference? Therefore, if you are willing to put aside your ridiculous prejudice and the ignorance of mortals and have a constructive dialogue with me to solve our mutual problems, I will be more than happy to accompany you. If you insist on sealing yourself with the moral laws of mortals and even trying to kill me to vent your anger, please be quick about it. In short, stop with the silly platitudes about your greatness, justice, and kindness and wasting each other's time. Because Lu Qingchun suddenly stopped talking and looked at Liao's back. Liao was greatly alarmed. He sensed that a giant python almost 1,000 meters long and more than 10 meters in diameter was hovering on the nearest skyscraper and staring at them coldly. Crack, crack, crack. The giant python twisted the skyscraper brutally. The upper half of the skyscraper was smashed at Liao and Lu Qingchun like a collapsing cliff. Swish, 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 swish. Under the cover of the stones and smoke, the boa rubbed the scales on its body at a high speed, triggering dazzling electric arcs and turning its body into an intimidating electric whip that could sweep thousands of soldiers. If they were hit by it, both the arsonist and the savior would be melted into two piles of garbage. Every muscle on Liao's body was surrounded by electric arcs and swelling. The arsonist ignited the prairie fire. The interference field froze all the stones in midair. Under the surging spiritual fire, almost 1,000 stones turned into silver powder, which was then refined into a silver saber that was as thin as a cicada's wing but hundreds of meters long. The silver saber and the electric whip split into hundreds of shadows and tangled with each other. The blast spread out crazily like ripples in a pond in a storm. While Liao and the beast were fighting fiercely in midair, Lu Qingchun was lying on the ground like a dead pig that was ready to be butchered. He did not care about the electric arcs and sparks that were bursting out from the two parties at all. He did not even bother to move when the shadows of sabers and swords exploded half a meter away from him, leaving deep cracks on the ground. Maybe you think that the lightning traps that I set up with the lives of all the soldiers on the 3 supreme fortresses as bait are very sordid. But don't forget that they are soldier bees, puppets without emotions or will. They are not human beings in the real sense, nor are they citizens of the Star Glory Federation. My dear compatriots, Lu Qingchun said casually, the people of the Star Glory Federation are enemies, and so are the citizens of the Star Glory Federation. If I can make the citizens of the Star Glory Federation perish together with the citizens of the Star Glory Federation, won't I be able to protect the interests of the Star Glory Federation? It must be noted that such operations to explore the ancient relics are most likely to be divided. Although your exploration team seems to be united right now, who knows what will happen after you discover the ultimate treasures and the mysteries of the primeval era? Can you guarantee that, in the face of the ultimate treasures and mysteries that can change the course of the civilization of mankind, the immortal cultivators and the information life forms will be loyal forever and will never betray the intangible creature pact? No, you are simply not qualified to make such belief and guarantees. Just like I said just now, you are also gambling on the so-called kindness of human nature. Once you lose the gamble, the cultivators of the Federation will have no chance to fight against the immortal cultivators of the Imperium who have the absolute advantage. I can understand your belief, but I don't agree with it at all, especially after I witnessed the brilliance of the Gemini Nebula, the horror of the ancient giants, the mysteries of the lightning life, the mysteries of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, and the chaos of the City of Silver. I've realized that we are stepping into the domain of the gods. All the rules of the mortal world are meaningless in this place. Boom! When Lu Qingchun declared that he was a god, in the highest and most twisted tone, Liao manipulated the arsonist to pull the giant iron foot out of the savior's chest. Then he aimed his right arm, which had been disassembled and unfolded into the obliteration state, at the broken hole inside and blew the savior's chest into pieces without any hesitation. Naturally, Lu Qingchun's enchantment was blown away, too. What are you doing? Lu Qingchun's weird laughter finally turned into an ear-splitting shriek. You need me. Nobody can run away without my cooperation, much less discover the mysteries behind the primeval relics. Is that so? Liao smiled. Ear-splitting explosions burst out from the waist of the arsonist. The 40 or so auxiliary power units on his back spurted out the most intimidating flames at the same time, helping the arsonist turn around at a lightning-like speed and turn the aura of the saber into a perfect arc schwa. Hardly had the lightning boa lunged at them from above when it was hit 7 inches away by the earth-shaking aura of the saber. After a delay of 0.01 seconds, it went deeper, destroyed everything in its way, and destroyed everything in its way. The head of the ferocious beast, more than 50 meters in diameter, was chopped off by Liao. It rolled among the broken walls like a round stone. Corrosive blood spurted out and blackened the silver streets and buildings. Liao's attack was not over yet. After cutting off the head of the lightning boa, the aura of the saber suddenly accelerated and slashed into the right leg of the rescuer. Crack! Crack! Manipulating the arsonist, Liao stomped on the right knee of the rescuer. Then he twisted the saber and cut off the entire right leg of the rescuer. Ah! Lu Qingchun cried in pain. Are you crazy? What are you doing exactly? There are endless ferocious beasts, extremely dangerous traps, and incredible ancient existences here. We should cooperate. We can rescue. Liao heard none of it. He drove the arsonist to drag the twitching body of the lightning boa over and aimed the bleeding wound at the shocking hole on the abdomen of the rescuer. A lot of corrosive blood immediately filled the rescuer's chest and soaked all the precise units. The glittering, yellow units immediately turned black and ugly like the buildings on the 2 sides of the street, emitting a pungent, corrosive smell. The information stream that Lu Qingchen released was immediately disordered and twisted, as if his body was soaked in a rain of acid. Weren't you the one who said that we are both out-and-out lunatics and that we don't need to talk about rules and reason at all? And now you are blaming me for my madness. While he was talking, Liao waved his saber again and took off the left arm of the rescuer, along with his right leg into his cosmos ring. Also, you said that the first thing to do in the exploration of such ancient relics was to eliminate all the uncontrollable factors in the team. I agree with you. Isn't that what you are doing right now? Despite his craziness and cunningness, Lu Qingchun was rendered speechless for a long time. His soul shrank into a cluster. It's all your own fault. You've lied to everybody too many times. In my estimation, you are an even more formidable enemy than all the other ferocious beasts combined. Liao took off the left leg of the rescuer unhurriedly and tossed it into his cosmos ring, too. He said casually, I believe that you know a lot of secrets, and I also believe that the secrets will be of great help to me when I finish the mission, rescue all the members of the exploration team, and escape with my life. But no amount of secrets can offset your danger and unpredictability. Therefore, after thorough consideration, I don't mind executing you on the spot at all. Right now, you are only left with 1 arm, and the jet power unit of the giant god soldier is still intact. It still boasts the most basic mobility and combat ability. There is still a gap between it and a piece of scrap metal, but the distance is not very far. If you don't want to be torn apart by me and thrown to the ferocious beasts, then hurry up and tell me everything. How can I rescue Ding Lingdang and the rest? I don't know. Lu Qingchen was silent for a moment. Then he said honestly, the entire ancient tomb of the Supreme Emperor Divine Black Tomb is built in an extremely unstable zone. Maybe it is controlled by traps, or maybe the space has completely collapsed. In short, we are now in a different space from Ding Lingdang and the rest of them. It seems that we are all in the same city, but the scale and complexity of the city are far beyond our imagination. Not only are there 6 directions, including north, south, east, and west, there are also countless hidden spaces as complicated as ant nests and honeycombs. It is an out-and-out maze. The people you think are so close to you might have been brought hundreds of light years away by the broken space, and the super ferocious beasts on another planet might have been attracted by the space ripples and appeared above our heads. I am not lying to you. If you don't believe me, you can search the communication network. There's no response, is there? Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Linghai, and everyone else you brought with you can't be reached. Can they? Logically speaking, it's impossible. In the range of the same city, with the information transmission ability of the giant god soldier, it should have been possible to find traces of the enemy. But the weird thing happened. Just like I said, space was twisted, torn apart, and scattered. We were all trapped. Oh, if you know Ding Lingdong's precise coordinates and have the ability to jump through the sea of stars, you might be able to jump to Ding Lingdong's side. However, don't say that I didn't warn you. The space here is so twisted and chaotic. Be careful not to get stuck in the middle of the jump. What if half of you jumps over and the other half is frozen in the space wall? That would be very awkward, right? Hee hee. Liao sniffed and picked up the broken savior. Why? How would I know? Lu Qingchen said innocently. All right, it was wrong of me to slander your wife just now. It's true that the beasts were not released by her, but the chaos was indeed caused by her and me. If she hadn't shot me at the most crucial moment, I would have controlled the place and stabilized the chaotic space. Of course, Liao said. Tell me everything you know from the beginning to the end. Why did you go through so much trouble to come to this place? Just to swallow the other half of the Fuxi? How much do you know about this place? What is the Pangu civilization doing here with the other half of the Fuxi? What forces are attacking them? Don't be smart and make things worse. I know that, in the battle of ultimate rescue, you swallowed a lot of data pieces of the Fuxis at first, and when you couldn't bear it any longer, you threw some of them away. But the information that you threw out was screened by you, and the most critical information is all in your stomach. Tell me what you know. I'll talk. Cough, 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 cough. Don't be so fierce. It's really not appropriate for you to put on such a serious look. I prefer to see your mischievous face. Lu Qingchen smiled miserably. I was speaking the truth from the beginning to the end. If you are willing to believe me, of course, I'm willing to tell you the truth. There are many purposes for the Pangu civilization to build the laboratory. For example, the exploration of the Black Wall or the research on the captives of the Floodtide Legion. But the most important purpose is to create a god. What? Liao's heart skipped a beat. God creation? More precisely speaking, it is to replicate and revive a god. Lu Qingchen's laughter turned weird and eccentric again. The Black Wall Makers, the first generation of carbon-based intelligent creatures in the Pangu universe, the oldest ancestors of all civilizations in the Pangu universe, are naturally the ancestors of the Pangu civilization itself. Well, Liao mumbled. What is it exactly? What is the Black Wall Maker? What is the god? The so-called god. Lu Qingchen paused for a moment and decided to keep Liao in suspense. Soon he burst into laughter. That's us. We are gods. I'm not lying to you. This is true. We are gods. We are the makers of the Black Wall. We are the first generation of carbon-based intelligent life in the Pangu universe. We are also the strongest carbon-based intelligent life in the Pangu universe and even the multiverse. Enough, Liao said coldly. Are you done being crazy? It's true. I don't believe that you didn't notice it. The deeper we go into the primeval relics, the more likely it is that this place is prepared for us. The gravity, temperature, humidity, and crops of the clusters of countless planets outside, the weird black steel, and the black gaps that are bursting out. Everything is perfect for the middle-sized, carbon-based intelligent creatures such as us. We are not the giant creatures such as the Pangu clan or the Nuwa clan, nor are we intelligent, plant-like creatures such as the Hui clan or the Kwafu clan. The answer is obvious. We are the real masters of the Pangu universe. We are the true masters of the world. We are the gods who created everything. Lu Qingchen continued shouting. I appreciate your father-son civilization theory very much, but you've got the father-son relationship completely wrong. From the very beginning, the Pangu civilization was never the father civilization of the civilization of mankind. On the contrary, we are the fathers who have long perished and fallen into hibernation. The Pangu civilization, on the other hand, is trying its best to wake us up and seek wisdom and protection from us. But they are also the children who harbor fear and the urge to kill their fathers. Wait, I'm confused. Liao was dazed for a moment. He thought that there was no reason for Lu Qingchen to make up such an absurd lie, however cunning he was. Are you suggesting that the civilization of mankind was the creator of the Pangu civilization? But that doesn't make sense. I'm not belittling myself, but the average capability of human beings is far from the average capability of the powerful species of the Pangu civilization, not to mention that we are lagging behind in space exploration, celestial bodies, spiritual energy manipulation, and other fields. What is going on? If the human beings today are really the makers of the black wall billions of years ago, how did we become so weak? What happened in the billions of years that were lost? Also, why did the Pangu civilization create us again? You should know about spores, right? Lu Qingchen was quite confident about Li Yao's questions. He explained, the seeds of many animals and plants can be stored in extremely harsh environments such as lack of water, lack of oxygen, or low temperature for thousands of years or even longer. When I was still in the Federation, I was told that archaeologists discovered the spores of a certain plant from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The spores were apparently buried deep inside the volcanic ash, and their shells were completely carbonized. But the biologists still managed to produce a rarely seen color-changing lotus from the spores. Right? The bloodstripe virus, which has melded with you a long time ago, is a spore during the long voyage in the Sea of Stars, isn't it? They have a longer storage time and a longer range. They can cruise in the space near absolute zero for billions of years through the multiverse. All in all, when the environment is harsh, you should restrain your vitality as much as possible, seal all unnecessary strength and functions, and deeply compress and fold all the genetic information. When the time and environment are suitable, you can completely release it and grow from a small seed into a giant tree that covers the sky and the earth. This is an ability that many species possess. Yes. So what? Says. Li Yao frowned. What's the relationship between spores and human beings? Of course it does. Lu Qingchen chuckled. Human beings are spores. More precisely speaking, human beings today are the spore forms of the black wall makers. Do you understand? It is exactly because the black wall makers sealed 99% of their abilities that they can maintain the solidness and stability of their genetic information and arrive in the Pangu universe across the multiverse in billions of years. What? Li Yao's pupils constricted violently. It took him 10 seconds to digest Lu Qingchen's shocking conclusion. You mean, we are just spores right now? It's true that, although we seem to have all our limbs, we can run and jump. We even have the ability to think and wonderful emotions. We can also master destructive techniques through training. However, by the standard of black wall makers, we are still insignificant spores that are still in a deep sleep that is almost eternal. In other words, endless potential is still stored inside our bodies. We can improve our abilities by 100 times and return to the true black wall maker's form, completing the transformation from human beings to gods. Lu Qingchen replied quickly, I know that such a theory sounds a little absurd, but it is the most reasonable explanation. Why did the Pangu civilization invest so many resources to create human beings instead of refining a large batch of fully automatic spiritual puppets with steel and crystals? You know that, in most cases, the efficiency of spiritual puppets is no lower than that of human beings, and they are not as troublesome as human beings. The Pangu civilization has long possessed very advanced crystal processors, spiritual nexus, and spiritual puppet refining techniques. Their exploration in the field of full automation has been very successful. If they only needed a tool, they could have simply used spiritual puppets. Why did they have to go through the trouble of creating a seemingly weak, intelligent, carbon-based creature that is made of flesh and blood? Moreover, after the creation, the civilization was filled with fear for us and had to implant the 3 fundamental laws of the greatest good into the brains of all human beings in order to be at ease. That is the answer, because we are not human beings but gods. Our potential is much higher than that of the spiritual puppets, the Pangu clan, or the Nuwa clan themselves. They need us and want to steal the power of gods from us. They want to help the Pangu civilization evolve again with the power of gods, and find a way to march into the multiverse to resist the tides. But they are also deeply scared of us. They fear that we will awaken the abilities of the black wall makers, and they will control the Pangu civilization and destroy the entire primeval era. How did you know? Li Yao was greatly shocked, but he did not show it on his face. He maintained the immense spiritual pressure on Lu Qingchen and said, Don't tell me that it is just your groundless imagination. I discovered it when I was scanning the database of the Fuxi clan. Lu Qingchen seemed to be telling the truth. After the expedition army of Pangu returned from the multiverse in failure, they accidentally discovered the relics of the Black Wall Maker. Therefore, half of the fleet and the supercrystal processors were dedicated to the construction of the laboratory. However, as you can see, the environment here is right on the crevices of the space. Obviously, it is impossible to keep in touch with the outside world all the time. Besides, the experiments that were conducted in this place were all extremely dangerous, and the brutal creatures such as the captives of the Floodtide Legion were locked up too. Therefore, they were gradually isolated and barely contacted the outside world. Occasionally, the communication between the people in the laboratory and the outside world is done through the Fuxi system, which is divided into two halves. Naturally, a lot of communication information is stored in the database of the Fuxis. I browsed through the communication information and pieced together the scattered traces. It was then that I learned that the main experiment task here was to create a god, which was to replicate a brand new black wall maker through the corpses, hair, blood, and various gene vectors left by the black wall maker. By the end of the primeval era, during the civil war between the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan, the project had been going on for a long time and achieved preliminary success. The Pangu civilization really duplicated a lot of human beings, our ancestors. However, most of the human beings are in the spore state. They are nothing but hairless monkeys. Except for their high adaptability and low energy consumption, they do not boast any remarkable abilities. Therefore, the experiments here are still ongoing. The ultimate purpose is to create 100% awakened human beings in their full form, the real makers of the Black Wall. Wait, you're lying. Liao stomped on Lu Qingchen's last arm so hard that it was squeaking. He said coldly, "It took you less than 10 minutes from the moment you absorbed the tremendous data of the Fuxis to the moment you spurted out 2/3 of the data pieces. How could you have pieced together the clues in such a short time? What else are you hiding? Speak now." All right, I'll talk. In fact, I'm not hiding anything. It's just that I haven't told you what my purpose is yet." Lu Qingchen hesitated for a moment and said, "I admit that the information is of paramount importance in the database of the Fuxis, because the original plan of the Fuxis was to steal the precise coordinates of the tomb of the Supreme Emperor from Li Linghai's crystal processor and attract the human being's attention so that they could explore the place in person. Finding the other half of the Fuxi and melding with it was naturally its top priority. But more importantly, it was to find all the files of the God Creation Project." "Oh, why?" Liao asked curiously. "Fuxi is a strong artificial intelligence or an information life. Is it interested in the ancestors of the carbon-based intelligent life too?" "Yes. A very interesting hypothesis was recorded in the core database of the Fuxis. They believed that the most common and perfect form of carbon-based intelligent life in the multiverse was our human form." Lu Qingchen explained. "This is because most of the habitable planets have conditions very similar to those of the Heaven's Origin sector or the Empyrean Terminus sector. On such planets, there is only one path of evolution, and that is the hairless monkeys. It is not that other planets with harsh environments cannot give birth to intelligent life, but rather the hairless monkeys are more likely to gain the advantage of evolution and spread to the entire sea of stars earlier than other carbon-based life, thereby killing the possibility of other intelligent life flourishing. In other words, if the multiverse does exist, whether it is the Cultivation universe, the magical universe, or even the Dochi universe, all of them belong to mankind. Your old friend Punching King seems to have a subtle relationship with the magical universe. He should be able to prove that the ruler of the magical universe is a human being very similar to us, right? However, pay attention to what I said just now. Fuxi believes that the human form is merely the endpoint of the evolution of carbon-based intelligent life. If the human form continues to evolve, it will have to completely get rid of the body of flesh and blood and enter the state of information life, energy life, force field life, and unification life. Fuxi is a life form that absorbs information, believes in information, and uses information as the source of power. It believes that the self created by the Pangu civilization is far from perfect. Between the Pangu civilization and itself, there exists the most critical part of evolution, which is all the information about the maker of the black wall. Only by absorbing all the information about the maker of the black wall and allowing the people living in the virtual world it created to be unlocked from the spore state to the complete form, can it achieve a brand new leap and complete its evolution. Only then can it have 100% of the ability to utilize all the resources of the Panga universe and march into the multiverse to wage a final war against the tide. This is the entire plan of the Fushi clan. No wonder Fushi was so confident that it did not matter even if the Imperium, the Federation, and the Holy Alliance were crippled in the war. Its real target was the primeval relics. As long as the technology of the Black Wall Maker inside the relics was found, it would be able to rebuild the entire civilization among the broken walls in whatever way it wanted. Liao sighed and said, "It's a pity that it was too ambitious and hasty. We crushed it before it took the first step." Then, "You inherited its ambition?" "It is not my ambition but my ideology. My ideology is very similar to that of the Fuxus. They believe that there are limits to the body of flesh and blood no matter how strong it is. Only by breaking free from the shackles and expanding my soul to a higher world is the correct direction of evolution." Lu Qingqian said, "It's just that I didn't expect that the potential of the human body is far beyond my imagination. Therefore, of course, I have to unravel the mysteries of the Black Wall Maker and upgrade our civilization. Think about it, Liao. Think about it carefully. Right now, we are still sealed in the spore state. Yet, we are already able to create such a brilliant civilization that can almost break through the barrier of the three-dimensional universe. If we can really unlock 100% and retrieve the power of the primeval era billions of years ago, what will become of us at that time? At that time, all our compatriots will no longer be people, but gods. The Star Glory Federation will become an out-and-out, godly kingdom on Earth. By then, the endless black walls surrounding the Pangu universe will collapse, and the stars billions of times larger will bloom in glamorous splendor before our eyes. The resources surrounding the stars will all be at our disposal. 2. The civilization of mankind will turn over a new page. There will be hope for us to march into the multiverse and fight against the tides. This is my dream, my belief. You can call it ambition, but my ambition is not for myself at all. It is for my motherland and for all mankind." "I see. I didn't expect you to be so great. How admirable." Liao sneered. "However, the billions of innocent souls who were killed by you, the people of the Star Glory Federation whom you threw into the ancient star as bait, and the explorers who sacrificed themselves in the lightning strikes and the meteoroids might not think so. We've talked about that." Lu Qingqian said, "The mysteries of the ancient relics are too important. I cannot allow the slightest risk. Suppose that the secrets of the Black Wall Maker are discovered by the immortal cultivators. Even if only one immortal cultivator has grasped the mysteries and evolved into a god, can you guarantee that they will not stir up trouble, seize the Imperium, or destroy the Star Glory Federation? Also, who knows what their attitude will be when they are faced with the vast and deep secrets of the Black Wall Maker? Haven't you heard the saying before? Most of the time, people abide by the so-called morality only because the temptation is not enough. But I believe that the temptation of evolution is enough for anyone to break all the rules of ethics and break all the vows and agreements. Even so, I'm still willing to believe you, Liao. I don't believe in the people of the Imperium, the immortal cultivators, the information lifeforms, or other cultivators. But you, my brother, from the perspective of the Federation and the human beings, I'm willing to believe that you can fight for the greatest benefits for the Federation and the human civilization even if I die here. That's why I'm willing to tell you everything without any reservation. Don't think that I'm scared of you or scared of you. Then I really have to thank you for believing me." Liao sniffed. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Then, when you entered the tomb of the Supreme Emperor, this place should not have been so chaotic, right?" "Of course not." Lu Qingqian shook his head and said, "I left all the supreme fortresses outside and set up traps while I entered the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor with more than 10 giant god soldiers. At that time, the outside world was full of vitality and lushness. The ground was full of crevices from which tiny weeds, shrubs, and fungi grew. but I still found the tents and camps left by Li Linghai and the relics of the forward bases of the Supreme Emperor era easily. Li Yao tilted his head and thought for a while. What do you mean by easy to find? You can see Li Linghai's camp without being covered by the trees and plants in the primitive forest. No, Lu Qingchan said. What primitive forest? When I came in, there was nothing but endless grass and sparse trees. It's like this. It seemed that the light of life had not leaked out when Lu Qingchun opened the tomb of the Supreme Emperor. Therefore, the environment was still the same. Liao thought for a moment and asked, have you found any giant creatures, such as the giant reptiles and the wild Pengu clan that look like dinosaurs? Not really. At that time, the tomb of the Supreme Emperor had been sealed for too long. The air was filled with a very dull smell, as if the entire relic was hibernating. The growth and activity of the animals and plants were extremely slow. Lu Qingchan said, where are the dinosaurs and the wild Pengu clan? Oh, Liao asked. Then, what did you find in front of Li Linghai's camp? The black steel. Yes, I found a black steel with a very precise structure. The ratio of length, width, and height was almost perfect, 9:4:1. I knew that it was the Real Gate to the primeval relics and that it was not opened by a key. Lu Qingchan said, the method to open the gate was recorded in detail in the database of the Fuxus. I snuck in without any trouble and did not lose a single soldier even to this moment. As I said, the entire plan was highly controllable and safe. If it weren't for your wife's interference. Cut the crap and get to the point. Liao frowned. Then, you entered the city of Silver, which was at war? Yes and no. Lu Qingchen said. It's true that I entered the city of Silver, and it's true that the flames of war were raging. The ferocious beasts and the guards released unbelievable strength. But at that time, everything was frozen. Liao was dazed. What do you mean? Literally. Lu Qingchen explained. When I came in, the entire city of Silver was silent. All the creatures and machines were still, as if they were engaged in a fierce battle where flesh and blood were flying everywhere. One could even see that the blood pearls were frozen in midair, unaffected by gravity, as if time had stopped. Also, the surface of all the creatures and machines was covered in a layer of silver brilliance and a vague gray mist, making them look like ancient tombstones. The giant god soldier that I brought with me is the only living creature that can move in this solid city. We seemed to be traveling in a graveyard that had been abandoned for thousands of years. Although the atmosphere was gloomy and weird, we did not suffer any real damage. There is actually such an incredible thing. Liao observed every ripple of Lu Qingchen's soul and made sure that he was speaking the truth. He could not help but exclaim, how advanced the technology must be to freeze all the creatures in the city in the river of time. I know that many bacteria will automatically stop functioning when they are in a harsh environment where they are deprived of oxygen. They will be frozen for a long time and unfreeze themselves when they meet a suitable environment. Lu Qingchan said, maybe, in the eyes of the makers of the Black Wall, the Pengu clan and the Nuwa clan are merely germs. It is not difficult for them to be preserved. Go on. Liao asked. You are obviously not here for sightseeing. What's your target? My target is, of course, the mainframe crystal processor of Silver City, the other half of the Fuxi. Lu Qingchan said, however, I don't have to find the main body of the mainframe crystal processor. It must be a heavily guarded place that is extremely difficult to enter. As long as I find a terminal that is connected to the mainframe crystal processor and boasts enough computational ability, I can hack into the database of the mainframe crystal processor through the terminal, activate it remotely, and hijack it. After all, everything here is frozen. I can search freely as long as I'm careful enough not to touch the solidators that are wreathed in gray mist and silver brightness. Among the data fragments that I absorbed, there was no detailed structural design of the City of Silver. But through the orientation of the underground crystal cables and the distribution of the skyscrapers, I gradually located the center of the city. The so-called mainframe crystal processor should be installed in the center of the city with a strong energy supply nearby, right? 11. Very soon, I found an energy supply base station that transmitted spiritual energy to the mainframe crystal processor and activated a terminal there. I scanned and determined the coordinates of the mainframe crystal processor through the energy supply tube before I hacked in. With the permissions of the Fuxus and the attack package, everything went very well. I activated the mainframe crystal processor and started changing and installing new permissions. Slowly, step by step, I seized the permissions of all the modules. The degree of integration of the two parties rose to 50%, 60%, 70%. When I devoted all my computational ability and even my entire soul to the integration, your wife jumped out of my back and blew me up brutally, cutting off the connection between me and the mainframe crystal processor and triggering an unpredictable chain reaction. Then, as you can see, the entire Silver City, together with all the creatures and creations that it sealed, all the terrifying beasts and killing machines, have been resurrected.